Martial Peak Chapter 2259 to Chapter 2291. Alarmed by the aura of Yang Kai's Emperor artifact, the 20 to 30 Dao Source Realm cultivators who had come to the Qin family had basically all left. Only one person remained standing in the air. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at that person. It was a woman dressed like a young woman. Her figure was graceful, her skin was as white as snow, and her black hair flowed down her back like a waterfall. She wore a turquoise palace dress and her beautiful eyes were bright. Although she was wary of Yang Kai, she wasn't afraid of him. This young woman's cultivation wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. She was around the second-order Dao Source realm, and it seemed like she came from a medium-sized sect or family. "Why haven't you left yet?" Yang Kai's face couldn't help but sink when he saw that she wasn't moving. Hearing this, the young woman asked, "May I ask if little brother is Yang Kai's Grandmaster Yang?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow and became vigilant in his heart. He didn't answer and asked instead, "Who are you?" The young woman hurriedly said, "This mistress is Thousand Leaves Sect Shi Jinghan." Thousand Leaves Sect? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He had a vague impression of this sect, but it wasn't a deep one. However, he was sure that this Thousand Leaves Sect wasn't a big sect. It was probably similar to Blue Feather Sect and didn't have any masters from the Emperor realm. It only had a few Dao Source realm cultivators. In the entire southern territory, if there weren't 1,000 sects like this, they would at least be 800. Each of them occupied a territory and thrived. Perhaps their ancestors had created a lot of glory, but after passing it down from generation to generation, the sect's influence gradually declined. Blue Feather Sect was the best example. The ancestor of Blue Feather Sect's sect master, Wu Mengshan. He was the strongest person in the star boundary. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors. But in his generation, Wu Mengshan was only a third-order Dao Source realm cultivator and the sect master of a small sect. In this world, there was no sect that could last forever. There were no clans that didn't scatter. Only the Star Soul Palace and a few of the top sects could achieve 10,000 years of inheritance. "Is it really Grandmaster Yang?" Yi Jinghan asked anxiously. "You've got the wrong person," Yang Kai replied without hesitation. The members of the Qin family and the disciples of the octagonal door stared at him with wide eyes. "That's right, he is Grandmaster Yang of Yang Kai." The round-faced woman who had fallen in love with Luo Yuan suddenly opened her mouth and admitted on behalf of Yang Kai. After she finished speaking, she grinned at Yang Kai and made a funny face. Yang Kai couldn't help but glare at her fiercely. "You really are Grandmaster Yang." Yi Jinghan couldn't help but feel a little excited after confirming Yang Kai's identity. "I said you've got the wrong person. In this world, there are many people with the same name and surname. Quickly leave. If you don't leave then I won't be polite to you." Kai Yang impatiently waved his hand, driving her away like a chicken. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pitifully. "Grandmaster Yang, can you listen to a few words of this mistress? Once I'm done speaking, this mistress will leave." "I'm not in the mood." "You." The round-faced woman couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, "She's already begging you, so why don't you listen to her? Don't you know what it means to have tender feelings for a woman?" Yang Kai glared at her and said, "I don't know. Besides, she came here to steal my treasures, so if I want to listen to her, what would you do if this happened to your Luo Yuan?" "My Luo Yuan?" The round-faced woman blushed and became bashful, but soon her pretty face turned cold and she snorted coldly, "Who dares to have ideas about Brother Luo? Beat her to death." Her face was filled with murderous intent, which surprised Yang Kai. He didn't expect that this young woman would have such a cold side. "Qin family head, please see our guest out," Yang Kai said to Qin Chaoyang and beckoned to Qin Yu. "Young lady Qin, please come with me." And Qin Yu quickly walked toward Yang Kai. On the other side, Qin Zhaoyang thought for a moment before his body flickered and he flew up into the sky. He started talking to Yi Jinghan, as if he was trying to persuade her to leave, but Yi Jinghan wasn't swayed by his words. She just continued begging him. "That's right." Yang Kai took a few steps forward, then looked back at the people from the octagonal door and sneered, "Behave yourselves. If you dare to act presumptuously again, I'll teach you a lesson." The people from the octagonal door broke out in cold sweat. How could they dare to refuse? They all nodded in agreement. They had seen how Yang Kai had killed Chu Huairen and snatched the middle-aged man's artifact. They knew that they weren't Yang Kai's match, so if they provoked Yang Kai, they wouldn't have a good end. The round-faced woman said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them. They won't act recklessly." "That'd better be the case. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving face to Luo Yuan." Yang Kai snorted, then turned around and left. He led Qin Yu to the secret room and asked her to sit down cross-legged. Then, Qin Chaoyang rushed in anxiously, as if he had already dealt with Yi Jinghan's matter. He looked at Yang Kai expectantly and asked nervously, "Brother Yang, what's the result of this trip to the Four Seasons realm?" He hadn't had time to ask about the tribulation fruit since he returned from Yang Kai. Now that he finally had some free time, he couldn't wait to know the result. Qin Yu's tender body couldn't help trembling slightly and her breathing became rapid, as if she couldn't control her emotions. After all, this was a matter of life and death for her. How could a girl under the age of 18 who hadn't seen enough of the world's splendor and hadn't seen enough of life be able to face death with equanimity? Yang Kai glanced at the two of them and said with a faint smile, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Saying so, he took out the jade box from his space ring and opened it with a flick of his finger. A spirit fruit that looked like it had been carved out of ice and jade entered the eyes of the two Qin family members. Qin Chaoyang opened his eyes wide and observed it carefully, while Qin Yu couldn't help but stretch her neck and stare at it in a daze. "That's right. That's it. This is the tribulation fruit." After staring at it for a while, Qin Chaoyang suddenly burst into laughter, tears flowing from his eyes as he said, "I recognize it. That master once showed me an image of the spirit fruit." Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help covering her red lips with her small hands, feeling as if a great stone had been lifted from her heart. Her entire body seemed to have lost all strength and she directly collapsed to the ground. "There were many twists and turns in the process of obtaining the spirit fruit, so I wasn't able to rush back as quickly as possible. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Yang Kai didn't explain too much and simply said lightly. Qin Chaoyang said with tears streaming down his face, "There's no need to rush. This time, it was all thanks to Brother Yang that Yuer's life was saved. By the way, Qin family head, did that master say how the spirit fruit should be consumed by Miss Qin? Should it be refined into a pill? If so, I can help a little," Yang Kai asked seriously. "There's no need to refine it." Qin Chaoyang shook his head and said, "That master said that we only need to find the tribulation fruit and let Yuer consume it directly. Her world tribulation body was originally caused by the heavens and earth cutting off her vitality. The medicinal effect of the tribulation fruit can transform into an invisible bridge and reconnect that severed vitality. Yuer will no longer have to suffer the pain of this physique in the future. Then there's no time to lose. Quickly let Miss Qin consume it," Yang Kai said as he quickly handed the jade box to Qin Yu. Qin Yu reached out and received it. Looking at the tribulation fruit, she then looked up at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang. Seeing their encouraging expressions, she no longer hesitated and stretched out her slender jade fingers, taking the tribulation fruit out of the jade box. Covering her mouth with one hand, she slowly chewed. After a short while, the spirit fruit entered her stomach. Qin Chaoyang looked at Qin Yu anxiously and asked worriedly, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Qin Yu shook her head and said, "No, it's just cold." As soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Her beautiful face was almost distorted, as if she was enduring great torment and pain. At the same time, an extremely special energy leisurely swayed out from within her body, transforming into a layer of white light that enveloped her entire body. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he circulated his divine sense and instantly saw that the originally thick black qi around Qin Yu's body was slowly being dispelled and melted by the white light. As the black qi dissipated, Qin Yu's pain seemed to gradually ease and a trace of vitality was gradually born in her tender body, spreading to her limbs and bones. Upon seeing this scene, Yang Kai lightly nodded his head. He knew that this was the time for Qin Yu's stubborn illness. "Brother Yang, this. Qin Chaoyang was at a loss for words. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Qin family head, let's go out first. Miss Qin should be fine. She just needs time to accumulate." "Brother Yang, are you sure?" Qin Chaoyang asked worriedly, but after saying this, he felt that something was wrong and hurriedly said, "It's not that this Qin doesn't believe you, but—" "I understand," Yang Kai smiled and said, "Qin family head, you are confused because you care too much. You can use your divine sense to scan Qin Yu's body and you'll understand." Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang immediately performed a scan and after a while, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Now, can we leave with peace of mind?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qin Chaoyang was a little embarrassed by his teasing and said awkwardly, "Yuer has had a hard life since she was young. Her parents both died in her early years and she is the only descendant of the Qin family left. She and this old man have been relying on each other for more than 10 years. If even she—" "I understand," Yang Kai nodded seriously. As they spoke, the two left the secret room. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Kai took out the myriad sword and handed it to Qin Chaoyang with both hands, saying, "Qin family head, this sword is returned to the Qin family. Please verify it." Qin Chaoyang looked at the myriad sword with a calm gaze. After a long time, he reached out and touched the sword, saying, "The myriad sword was left behind by my Qin family's ancestors and is also the family treasure of the Qin family. For 10,000 years, the ancestors of my Qin family have taken it as their duty to restore the family's glory and have set the goal of refining and controlling the myriad sword, but only a few have achieved it. In this old master's generation, He sighed heavily and continued, "This treasured sword has been sealed away and has never seen the light of day. If the ancestors in the underworld knew of this, I wonder if they would blame us." Yang Kai said, "Young Lady Qin's talent is extraordinary. She has already reached the origin-returning realm at the age of 18. Now that she has been freed from her suffering, she will definitely become a great talent in the future." Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, "This old master has placed all his hopes on Yuer, so this old master would like to ask Brother Yang to keep this sword for now." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Qin Chaoyang said, "This sword can only display its full power in your hands. Brother Yang, please use it for now. If one day Yuer can break through to the Emperor realm, you can give this sword to her. What do you think?" He looked as if he was leaving an orphan on his deathbed, as if he was making arrangements for his funeral. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He knew that Qin Chaoyang was preparing for a rainy day. Although Qin Chaoyang was not young, he was still a Dao Source Realm cultivator. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have no problem living for another 100 or 80 years. However, his cultivation wasn't very high after all. In the star boundary, the path of a cultivator was filled with thorns at every step. Who could guarantee that they would have a good ending? Perhaps one day, an unexpected calamity would befall them, and they would be swept up in some storm and lose their lives for no reason. If that really happened, no one would be able to protect the Qin family. Qin Zhaoyang wanted to hand over the myriad sword to Yang Kai for safekeeping for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was because an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin, and he was worried that the myriad sword would bring trouble to the Qin family. Secondly, he probably wanted to use it as a pivot to draw closer the relationship between Yang Kai and the Qin family. As long as the myriad sword was in Yang Kai's hands, he would definitely not sit back and watch the Qin family. If something really happened to him, at least there would be someone to take care of Qin Yu. Yang Kai thought for a moment and quickly guessed Qin Chaoyang's intentions. After pondering for a moment, he did not refuse and said, "Since the Qin family patriarch trusts this Yang so much, then I will use this sword for a while. I will definitely not disgrace the reputation of the Qin family's ancestors." He was quite comfortable using the myriad sword. He had also thoroughly comprehended the sword Dao secret techniques that could only be used with this treasure, so it was not impossible for him to keep it for a while. Very good. Very good. Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed. Kong long long, right at this moment. Suddenly, a burst of muffled thunderous sounds came from under the ground. It was as if thousands of dragon horses were galloping past, shaking the world. At the same time, the spirit chi in the world suddenly fluctuated. What's going on? Qin Chaoyang's complexion slightly changed as he asked in surprise. Yang Kai's eyes also shone brightly as he released his powerful divine sense. After inspecting the surroundings, his gaze quickly turned towards a certain direction outside the city. He shouted in a low voice, "The source seems to be over there. It seems like something incredible has awakened." Let's go and have a look. Xianxia shouted. Yang Kai also had the same idea. The two of them looked at each other and then used their movement skills to rush out. Just as he flew out of the Qin family, he bumped into a beautiful figure standing quietly in midair. It was Thousand Leaves Sexi Jinghan. This young woman didn't seem to have left. She had been waiting outside the Qin family all this time. Upon seeing Yang Kai's figure, Yi Jinghan's eyes lit up and she called out, Grandmaster Yang, Grandmaster Yang. Get out of the way. Don't block my way. Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. He flew past her. In the blink of an eye, he was only a small black dot. Yi Jinghan clenched her teeth as she looked at his back. She then stamped her feet and hurriedly chased after him. Qin family's patriarch. Yang Kai, who was running ahead, turned around and glanced at Yi Jinghan. He asked in a low voice, Did this woman tell you why she was looking for me? Qin Chaoyang grinned and said, Brother Yang, you've become famous and handsome. You also have an extraordinary cultivation. You're a peerless hero. It's normal for you to attract the attention of some women. Yang Kai reached out and brushed his hair. He straightened his chest and raised his head slightly. In the blink of an eye, he said solemnly, I'm being serious. Qin Chaoyang shook his head and said, She didn't tell this old master in detail. She only said that she wanted to talk to you. I think this woman isn't bad. Even though she's a little older than you, she has a delicate body and a seductive look in her eyes. She's definitely a stunner. Brother Yang, why don't you consider her proposal carefully? Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and swept his gaze over Qin Chaoyang, as if he wanted to re-examine him. After a long while, he said, Qin family's patriarch, please conduct yourself with dignity. You're already so old, so it's not appropriate for you to say such things. Ha 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 ha. Qin Chaoyang laughed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. He said earnestly, It's a waste of youth if you're not a romantic. Young man, you should seize this opportunity well. In any case, she's definitely up to no good. Just ignore her. Yang Kai curled his lips. While the two were talking, many streaks of light appeared around them. Obviously, these were the Dao Source Realm masters living in Maplewood City who sensed the commotion and went to investigate the situation. Ah. Yang Kai, it's you, you bastard. A voice suddenly came from the side, sounding extremely angry. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a familiar face at a glance, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. This person was the former Vice City Lord of Maplewood City, Shuang Pan. There was another person beside Shuang Pan. It was a handsome young man with rosy lips and white teeth. His cultivation was not high, only at the level of the First Order Dao Source Realm. Inexplicably, Yang Kai suddenly felt that this guy was a little familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen this person before. Yang Kai. The young man beside Shuang Pan heard this and his eyes instantly lit up. He looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze and asked Shuang Pan, Is he that little brat surnamed Yang? Replying to young palace master, It is this little bastard. Shuang Pan replied, gnashing his teeth. Who are you calling a bastard? Yang Kai looked at Shuang Pan with a look of disdain and sneered. Shuang Pan's face was livid, but he was not stupid enough to take the initiative to fall into Yang Kai's trap. He just stared at him with eyes full of endless hatred and resentment. Qin family patriarch, who is that young man? Yang Kai whispered to Qin Chaoyang. He saw that although this young man was handsome, his expression was gloomy, and he was hanging around with Shuang Pan, so he knew that he was not a good person. Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuan Shu. Young palace master? Yang Kai was stunned, but he soon understood. It was likely that the Flying Saint Palace's young palace master had died, and the Flying Saint Palace's palace master had re-established it. Since Ning Yuan Shu and Ning Yuan Qing were blood brothers, they naturally looked similar, no wonder he looked familiar. While the two were talking, Ning Yuan Shu also ordered Shuang Pan, Since it is this boy, there is no need to be polite. Shuang Pan, take him for me. This young master wants to ask him properly. Hearing this, Shuang Pan's face suddenly wrinkled like a bitter gourd. He looked at Ning Yuan Shu pitifully and stammered, Young palace master, this. What are you talking about? Hurry up and do it. Do you dare not to listen to my words? Ning Yuanshu looked at him and suddenly became angry. He slapped Shuang Pan on the back of his head, causing his neck to shrink back. This subordinate can't beat him, Shuang Pan said with a look of grief and indignation. After saying that, his whole person was like a deflated ball, without the slightest momentum. Ning Yuanshu stared at him and said, "He is from the First Order Dao Source Realm. You are also from the First Order Dao Source Realm. Moreover, you were personally taught by your father's master for 3 days. Why can't you beat him? Last time, I was beaten quite badly by him. My artifact spirituality was completely lost." Shuang Pan stammered. "What a waste. What use do I have for you?" Ning Yuanshu was furious and kicked Shuang Pan's waist. Shuang Pan screamed and staggered to the side. Ning Yuanshu didn't even look at Shuang Pan. Instead, he glared at Yang Kai and shouted in a deep voice, "Boy, get over here." He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he had become the one who ordered the world around him, and no one dared to disobey. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, all of them turned pale with fright and quickly distanced themselves from Ning Yuanshu. Most of these cultivators had just returned from the Qin family. They had seen the scene of Yang Kai flipping out before and knew that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. Now that they saw Ning Yuanshu touch the tiger's butt, how could they dare to stay by his side? Even if there were people who didn't know the inside story, at this moment, there were acquaintances who whispered to each other and solemnly warned them. In an instant, all the cultivators within a radius of 500 feet around Ning Yuanshu had left. Ning Yuanshu didn't understand and thought that everyone was intimidated by his aura, so he acted even more arrogantly. Qin family head. Yang Kai had a strange expression and said loudly, "Why did you hear a dog barking in the wilderness?" Qin Chaoyang laughed, "It's probably a stray dog. Brother Yang, you don't have to pay attention to it." In the past, as the head of a small family, he wouldn't have dared to offend Flying Saint Palace. Although Flying Saint Palace wasn't a big sect, they still had a master from the Emperor realm and countless Dao Source realm cultivators. If they offended such a great force, the Qin family's good days would come to an end. They could just send a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator to wipe out the entire Qin family. But now, he was grateful to Yang Kai. Not to mention offending Flying Saint Palace for Yang Kai, he didn't care even if it was Star Soul Palace. The two of them echoed each other loudly so that everyone could hear them clearly. Ning Yuanshu was fuming with anger. "Boy, you've got guts. Do you know who this young master is? How dare you speak such nonsense?" Ning Yuanshu was so angry that he laughed and shouted at Yang Kai gloomily. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Who do you think you are?" He looked extremely disdainful, which made Ning Yuanshu even angrier. He shouted, "Listen carefully, this young master is Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuanshu." Flying Saint Palace's young palace master? Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. "You're Flying Saint Palace's young palace master?" "Yes." Ning Yuanshu was very satisfied when he saw his frightened look. He smiled like a poisonous snake with a look that said, "It's good that you're scared." The next moment, Yang Kai's face turned solemn and he said seriously, "Sorry, I've never heard of you." "You?" Ning Yuanshu's face changed when he heard this. How could he not know that Yang Kai was toying with him? He immediately became angry and shouted, "Damn you brat." Having said that, he urged the source chi in his body and formed a hand seal with both hands. A vortex of power suddenly appeared around his body. Then, his figure flickered, leaving behind several afterimages in the air, and he flew in front of Yang Kai, sending a palm strike towards Yang Kai's chest. "This is what you get for offending me." He didn't forget to sneer. However, his palm was destined to hit nothing but air. Kai Yang simply stretched out his hand and pulled, drawing his palm to the side. Ning Yuanshu was caught off guard and lost his balance, almost falling on Yang Kai. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a smile 3 inches in front of him. Their faces were almost touching, and the other's smile was full of ridicule and sarcasm. Sensing that the other party was up to no good, Ning Yuanshu turned pale with fright. With a flash of light under his feet, he tried to retreat. But how could he run away? Yang Kai had already reached out and grabbed Ning Yuanshu's collar, then raised his other hand and slapped Ning Yuanshu's handsome face. Asterisk crackle, After a series of crisp sounds, Ning Yuanshu was completely stunned. By the time Yang Kai stopped, Ning Yuanshu's cheeks were swollen like a pig's head that had been soaked in water for several days. The surrounding cultivators all kept quiet out of fear and looked sideways with horrified expressions. Although Yang Kai had killed the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley and injured a middle-aged man in front of the Qin family, neither Chu Huairen nor the middle-aged man had a noble background. There were no masters from the Emperor realm in their sects, so as long as Yang Kai was strong enough, there was no need to worry about revenge. But Ning Yuanshu was different. He was the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace. Flying Saint Palace was considered an extraordinary sect in everyone's eyes. Ning Yuanshu's father, Ningbo Yang, was a first-order Emperor realm master. There were also many masters in the sect, including the two protectors, Gao Shan and Lu Shui. Now that their young palace master was beaten up, how could Flying Saint Palace let it go? Thinking of this, everyone's gazes towards Kai Yang not only contained a deep sense of dread, but also a sense of schadenfreude. They all felt that this guy's courage was boundless and was destined to provoke disaster. You dare to hit me? Ning Yuanshu's cheeks were swollen as Yang Kai held him in his hand. The pain was numbing. Staring at Kai Yang with his eyes wide open, he muttered vaguely. Yang Kai sneered, dare or not? Didn't I already hit you? This young master is. I know. Flying Saint Palace's young palace master. Yang Kai said as he slapped Ning Yuanshu again. In the end, he smiled at Qin Chaoyang and said, this guy is interesting. He didn't forget to introduce himself even after being beaten. It's as if he doesn't think he's embarrassed. Enough. As he spoke, he lifted Ning Yuanshu up high and shouted, come, everyone, take a look. This is the famous young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuanshu. Remember this face so you can avoid him in the future. The surrounding cultivators all broke out in cold sweat. They thought to themselves, you've already beaten him into a pig's head. How can you still see his face clearly? Wow. A word came out. Ning Yuanshu coughed out a mouthful of blood as his blood rushed to his heart. He was of extraordinary birth and had been pampered since he was young. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was slapped twice by Yang Kai. He was so angry that he almost fainted. It was just a mouthful of blood. It was enough to show the strength of one's heart. Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say to Yang Kai. He could only sigh inwardly that young people were indeed full of vigor. When he thought about his own youth, wasn't he the same? Xiao. Two streaks of light rushed towards them. The aura of the two streaks of light was somewhat disheveled, as if they had encountered a great battle. Young palace master. The two streaks of light came to a stop not far in front of Yang Kai and the others. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were immediately revealed. At this moment, the two elders of Flying Saint Palace were in a sorry state. Their white hair and beards were messy and their clothes were tattered. Gao Shan was holding a zither-like artifact in his arms. The halo on this artifact was dim, indicating that its spirituality was somewhat damaged. The same was true of the flute on Lu Shui's waist. For some reason, the two of them came from the opposite direction. When they saw Ning Yuanshu's appearance at this moment, they were both shocked. Left and right protectors. When Ning Yuanshu saw Gao Shan and Lu Shui, his eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. He gritted his teeth and shouted, quickly avenge this young master and kill this boy. Did you do it? Gao Shan's eyes turned cold as he glared at Yang Kai. Lu Shui's face was gloomy as he pulled out the flute from his waist without saying a word. Source chi surged from his body. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to these two old men and just narrowed his eyes as he looked behind them. After a while, he suddenly frowned and his expression became solemn. Boy, let go. Gao Shan shouted angrily when he saw that Yang Kai was unmoved. At the same time, Lu Shui's figure flickered and suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai, pointing the flute artifact in his hand at Yang Kai's wrist. Brother Yang, be careful. Qin Chaoyang was shocked. With his cultivation and eyesight, he couldn't see how Lu Shui got close to him, so his warning came a little too late. Yang Kai, however, just laughed and didn't put Lu Shui's attack in his eyes. Holding Ming Yuanshu in his hand, he turned around and blocked the young palace master. Lu Shui frowned and had no choice but to stop halfway, retreating back to Gao Shan's side. Gao Shan's face was gloomy as he slowly strummed the ancient zither in his arms. A clear and superior sound instantly filled the air, radiating in all directions. When the nearby cultivators heard this sound, their expressions changed drastically and they quickly circulated their source qi to block their ears. Boy, what kind of enmity does my flying Saint Palace have with you? Why would you do such a thing to our young palace master? Gao Shan asked while playing the zither. I don't know. Yang Kai held Ning Yuanshu in front of him and poked half of his head out from behind Ning Yuanshu. With a sneaky look, he said with a smile, you'll have to ask your young palace master about this. He suddenly attacked me, so I just retaliated. Ning Yuanshu's eyes were filled with resentment and he wanted to resist, but his cultivation was suppressed by Yang Kai and he couldn't even circulate his source qi. He gritted his teeth and said, left and right protectors, this is the boy surnamed Yang who may have killed Big Brother. Take him back to the Holy Palace for interrogation. Huh? He's the one surnamed Yang? Gao Shan and Lu Shui were both shocked when they heard this. Recalling that when they saw Yang Kai in the Qin family, they immediately regretted not asking for his name. Killed your big brother? Yang Kai laughed, his mind turning sharply as he understood why Ning Yuanshu attacked him. He shouted, whether you believe it or not, your big brother's death has nothing to do with me. Although he was the one who had destroyed Ning Yuancheng's body, the one who had truly killed Ning Yuancheng was the wood spirit. At that time, when the wood spirit seed erupted in Ning Yuancheng's body, he had completely lost his vitality. What Yang Kai killed was just the wood spirit clone that had occupied Ning Yuancheng's body. Therefore, Ning Yuancheng's death really had nothing to do with him. Whether it's related or not is not something you can decide with a single word. If you know what's good for you, you will obediently return to the Holy Palace with us. The palace master will make the decision. Gao Shan shouted. Yang Kai sneered and said, if I go with you just because you say so, won't I lose face? And, the two of you are still standing here leisurely. Is it really okay? The Star of Slaughter is about to catch up. His words had a hidden meaning, and many people were at a loss when they heard it. However, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's expressions changed greatly as they quickly turned around. When, between heaven and earth, there was a sudden tremor as a huge pressure suddenly came from afar, sweeping in all directions. All the cultivators felt their bodies sink as if they were being crushed by a mountain. Under this unimaginable pressure, the gravel and soil on the ground slowly floated up. Such a phenomenon was simply unimaginable. What is this? Could it be that the master of the Emperor realm has arrived? Ah, I can't, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Ning Yuanshu was already injured, and now he was bleeding profusely. His white robes were dyed red, and the blood on his chest was a shocking sight. This is... Among the disciples of the octagonal door who followed Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang here, the round-faced woman's pretty face suddenly changed as if she had noticed something and looked into the distance in horror. The other disciples of the octagonal door also looked uneasy and frightened. On the horizon, a figure suddenly appeared. That person's entire body was enveloped by an indescribable energy. That powerful and violent energy gathered into a ball, constantly surging around his body, causing people to tremble in fear. Wherever that person passed, the universe collapsed, heaven and earth turned upside down, and heaven and earth seemed to be hanging upside down. That person was furious, and his aura was no less than that of a master from the Emperor realm. Amidst the chaotic energy, only a pair of bright eyes could be seen, and the excitement in those eyes made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. That person was none other than Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. Previously, Luo Yuan went out of the city to fight Gao Shan and Lu Shui. No one knew what happened, but Gao Shan and Lu Shui fled in panic like stray dogs while Luo Yuan chased after them. TSK, this aura. Yang Kai said with a look of admiration, it's rare that he hasn't lost his mind and is not affected by power. This secret technique is amazing. I wonder if he has succeeded in cultivating it. Previously, Luo Yuan said that he was trying to comprehend a secret technique but failed, so he wanted to have a good fight with Yang Kai, but Yang Kai diverted the trouble to Gao Shan and Lu Shui. At this moment, it seemed that even if Luo Yuan had not succeeded in comprehending this secret technique, he was not far from it. No one knew what kind of secret technique it was, but it allowed his aura to rise to the level of the Emperor realm. Luo Yuan was still far away in the horizon, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of them. No one could see how he moved. Not good. Gao Shan and Lu Shui had just suffered a big loss at Luo Yuan's hands, otherwise, they would not have fled in panic. At this moment, seeing this fiend chasing after them, they were scared out of their wits, so how could they dare to stay in place? The two looked at each other, and as their eyes met, they had a tacit understanding. One of them picked up a long flute and played it, while the other played a zither and composed a melody. The melody was like the tinkling of a mountain stream. Many cultivators could not help but fall into a trance for a moment. At the same time, Gao Shan and Lu Shui flanked Yang Kai from left and right, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Lu Shui's flute hit Yang Kai's head, and the sound of Gao Shan's zither changed abruptly at the same time. Under the continuous wave of his 5 fingers, slashes leisurely appeared and rained down on Yang Kai. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai, however, laughed and said sarcastically, "Since you want it so much, I'll give it back to you." While speaking, he shook his hand slightly and sent Ning Yuanshu, who had been holding him, flying straight towards the zither slashes. How is this possible? Not good. Gao Shan and Lu Shui exclaimed, and their expressions changed abruptly. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were the left and right protectors of Flying Saint Palace. Their cultivation base and divine technique were only below Palace Master Ning Boyang's. When the two of them joined forces, they could even exchange a few blows with someone from the Emperor realm. But today, the two old men had almost lost their confidence. First, there was Luo Yuan from Eight Paths sect, who managed to beat up the two old men under the joint attack of the two old men, causing them to flee like stray dogs. Then, there was Yang Kai, who completely ignored the two old men's sound attacks. What's wrong with young people these days? Every one of them was so arrogant that they couldn't be judged by common sense. In a trance, the two old men couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Seeing Ning Yuanshu thrown out by Yang Kai to meet the sound wave attack, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's faces changed drastically. If Ning Yuanshu died here, they wouldn't be able to go back and explain it to Ning Boyang. With a loud shout, Lu Shui put away his flute and his figure flickered. Using the divine technique, he appeared in front of Ning Yuanshu and blocked the sound wave attack with his back. At the same time, he reached out to grab Ning Yuanshu. Poo poo. The sound wave hit Lu Shui squarely, causing him to stagger and a trace of blood to overflow from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was injured. Boy, you're courting death. Lu Shui, who had suffered such a big loss, was unwilling to give up. Glaring at Yang Kai, he roared. Heh heh heh. Yang Kai chuckled in a low voice without saying a word. Not good, take the young palace master away from here. Gao Shan suddenly shouted. Lu Shui also realized that they couldn't stay here for long because they had been delayed for a while. Luo Yuan had already caught up. In the distance, Luo Yuan stretched out his hand, which seemed to be able to stir up the world's momentum. As he stretched out his hand, the wind and clouds in the sky changed and an unimaginable pressure spread out. Many cultivators paled. Gao Shan and Lu Shui's figures flickered as they quickly fled into the distance. Before he left, he didn't forget to leave behind some harsh words. Yang, obediently come to the holy palace and beg for forgiveness, otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape. Don't run if you have the guts. Yang Kai shouted with a megaphone in his hand. How could Gao Shan and Lu Shui care about him? They had already disappeared without a trace. The next moment, Luo Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Getting closer to him, Luo Yuan's current state was simply chilling. The dense and substantial energy swirled around his body like a vortex, as if it could crush the laws of heaven and earth. Wherever he passed, space shattered and the universe collapsed. Countless spatial cracks visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions like swimming fish. However, it was quickly repaired by the laws of heaven and earth. Many of the cultivator who came here quickly retreated, not daring to come within 1,000 feet of Luo Yuan. Yang Kai's expression also became solemn as he stared at Luo Yuan indifferently. At this moment, although Luo Yuan's chi sure had reached its peak, he was covered in blood. It could be seen that when he was fighting Gao Shan and Lu Shui earlier, he did not have much of an advantage, but although his appearance was miserable, his eyes were extremely bright. "Brother Luo." The round-faced woman looked at Luo Yuan with distress. He stammered out a cry. Luo Yuan did not look at her and just glanced at Yang Kai. In that glance, Yang Kai saw a high fighting spirit in his eyes. He quickly said, "Brother Luo, you must finish what you started. Don't give up halfway. They ran that way, aren't you going to chase after them?" As he spoke, he pointed in a direction to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan looked at him for a while before nodding slightly. "When your cultivation improves a little, you and I will definitely fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yuan had already chased in the direction Gao Shan and Lu Shui fled. After he left, the sound of people gasping for breath could be heard one after another. Everyone seemed to have put down a big stone in their hearts. They looked at each other and had a strange feeling that they had just survived a disaster. Among the crowd, one person was sneakily retreating. But before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, causing his face to change drastically, and he quickly turned his head to look. Hugh. What he saw was a short fat man in sloppy clothes with a rosy nose and a flushed face exhaling a mouthful of hot air at him. Caught off guard, Zhuang Pan inhaled most of the hot air and could not help but turn pale. He staggered back a few steps and covered his mouth with one hand, making a gurgling sound in his throat as if he was about to vomit. Fortunately, his cultivation was not bad and he forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit. The short fat man looked at him with a grin, then picked up his big cyan gourd, poured it into his mouth, and burped loudly. "Elder Jiao." Zhuang Pan looked at this person and could not help but have an ugly expression. When he saw another person flash out from behind Drunkard, his expression became even uglier and the corners of his mouth twitched as he called out, "City Lord Master." Duan Yuan Shan coldly snorted, "It's rare for you to remember that this Duan is the City Lord Master. Deacon Zhuang is really considerate." Duan Yuan Shan's belly full of grievances seemed to have finally been vented at this moment, causing him to feel indescribably happy. Zhuang Pan smiled awkwardly and said, "City Lord Master must be joking. This Zhuang has worked for the City Lord Master for decades, so how could I not remember this?" "Is that so?" Duan Yuan Shan glanced at him and sneered, "A few days ago, I saw that Deacon Zhuang seemed to have forgotten." "How could that be?" Zhuang Pan flatly denied and explained, "A few days ago, there were some reasons." As he spoke, Qin Chaoyang's figure flickered and suddenly appeared beside Zhuang Pan, forming a triangle with Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard, surrounding Zhuang Pan. Poor Zhuang Pan's cultivation was only in the first-order Dao source realm, so when he saw the 3 of them glaring at him with malicious intent, how could he not know what they wanted to do? He was so scared that his legs turned to jelly and he could not help shouting, "What are you doing? Don't forget that this Zhuang is not the Deputy City Lord of Maplewood City, but a deacon of Flying Saint Palace." As soon as these words came out, Duan Yuan Shan and the others frowned and revealed looks of dread. A mere Zhuang Pan was nothing. No matter which of the 3 of them attacked, they would not be at a disadvantage. If the 3 of them really joined forces, Zhuang Pan would have no chance of survival. However, Zhuang Pan's current status was the source of their dread. The status of a deacon of Flying Saint Palace was neither high nor low, but it still carried the name of Flying Saint Palace. If the 3 of them really did something to Zhuang Pan here, the news would definitely spread to Flying Saint Palace under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Qin Chaoyang had the Qin family to protect, while Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard had the entire Maplewood City to take care of. If they really offended Flying Saint Palace because of this, their good days would come to an end. Seeing the change in the expressions of the 3, the fear in Zhuang Pan's heart was swept away and he grinned, "City Lord Duan, this Zhuang is very afraid of you staring at this Zhuang so aggressively. Can you not look at me so fiercely?" His words were full of ridicule, causing the faces of Duan Yuan Shan and the other 2 to turn extremely ugly. Saying so, Zhuang Pan actually took 2 steps forward and reached out to pat Drunkard's big belly, sneering, "Elder Drunkard, don't drink so much when you have nothing better to do. Back then, you were also a handsome young master of Maplewood City." Now that the flowing time great emperor has passed, what have you become? If those women who admired you back then knew that you had become like this, they would be very sad. Drunkard didn't say a word, just picked up the big wine gourd and poured another mouthful of wine into his mouth. Zhuang Pan then turned his gaze to Qin Chaoyang and said, "Old ghost Qin, it's not easy for you to support the Qin family alone, right? Have you ever thought about what the fate of your Qin clan would be like if you were to die one day? What will happen to Qin Yu?" As soon as this remark came out, Qin Chaoyang's expression changed drastically. Qin Yu was Qin Chaoyang's biggest weakness, so Zhuang Pan's words had obviously angered him. Zhuang Pan chuckled and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Do you want to join Flying Saint Palace? This deacon may be able to introduce you to them." "Humph." Qin Chaoyang snorted heavily. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." Seeing Qin Chaoyang give him such a look, Zhuang Pan's smiling face suddenly sank and he turned to look at Duan Yuanshan and said, "City Lord Duan, this Zhuang has accompanied young palace master to Maplewood City to invite City Lord Duan to join Flying Saint Palace. What do you think, City Lord Duan?" Although Maplewood City was a small city, it did not possess many natural products or resources. In fact, no one had even tried to rob it before, but now, many ore veins and earth veins had appeared around the city, making it a highly sought-after city. Duan Yuanshan was the city lord of Maplewood City, so if Duan Yuanshan was willing to join Flying Saint Palace, Maplewood City would become Flying Saint Palace's territory, and all the mineral lodes would naturally belong to Flying Saint Palace. If other great forces wanted to get their hands on them, they would have to weigh their own strength and confidence. Hearing Zhuang Pan's question, Duan Yuanshan's face turned cold and he didn't say a word. Zhuang Pan sneered, "City Lord Duan, this opportunity is right in front of you, don't let it slip through your fingers. This Zhuang knows that City Lord Duan's cultivation has reached the second-order Dao Source realm. Don't you want to take another step forward? If Master Palace Master personally instructs you for some time, you may have a chance to break through to the third order." Hearing this, Duan Yuanshan trembled and his eyes flashed, but soon, his expression calmed down again and he coldly snorted, "You want this Duan to submit to Flying Saint Palace? That's impossible." Zhuang Pan jumped up and said in exasperation, "Duan Yuanshan, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Scram, and don't appear in Maplewood City again, or don't blame this Duan for being impolite." Suppressing his murderous intent and letting Zhuang Pan leave was already the limit of what he could do, as well as the limit of his patience. Zhuang Pan had fled at the last moment and left them to die, so even if he killed him 10,000 times, it wouldn't be too much. What's more, after Zhuang Pan returned to Maplewood City with Ning Yuanshu, he was like a fox exploiting the tiger's might, ridiculing and suppressing Duan Yuanshan and drunkard everywhere. If Duan Yuanshan hadn't been wary of such a villain joining Flying Saint Palace, how could he have let him go so easily? Impolite? Zhuang Pan immediately cried out. He sneered and said, "How impolite? This deacon would like to see if you, Duan Yuanshan, have the guts to be impolite to me. Hit me, hit me, hit me if you dare." Zhuang Pan put his face in front of Duan Yuanshan and the others, constantly shouting provocatively. The surrounding cultivators all shook their heads in disdain. Although this was the first time these foreign cultivators had met Zhuang Pan, and they didn't even know of his existence, a person's nature could often be seen just by listening to a few words. Zhuang Pan was undoubtedly the kind of person who would become arrogant after getting his way, which made him despise people. The patriarchs of the several great families of Maplewood City, who had rushed over, all wore gloomy expressions, as if they were grieving for the death of a rabbit. Over the years, under the management and restraint of the city lord's mansion, although there had been some small frictions and conflicts between the several great families, there had never been any serious battles. Many times, the city lord's mansion had become a buffer and a mediator for the several great families, so everyone was quite convinced by the city lord's mansion. At this moment, seeing the city lord, the vice-city lord, and the patriarch of the Qin family being humiliated by Zhuang Pan, they all felt uncomfortable. "Pa!" A crisp sound rang out, resounding through the world. Everyone was stunned, cold sweat dripping down their faces as they thought to themselves, did he really hit him? Is the city lord's master so bold? Puzzled, they all looked over. In the next moment, everyone showed a look of understanding. They saw a figure standing in front of Zhuang Pan, shaking his neck and rubbing his wrist. It was as if he was about to go all out. Who? Who dares to hit me? Zhuang Pan was stunned by the slap just now. At this moment, he only felt that half of his cheek was swollen and completely numb. His head was tilted to the side under the strong swing, so he didn't see clearly who did it. After he came back to his senses, he immediately shouted loudly and hysterically, "Who is it, He had just finished shouting. Then, he saw Yang Kai grinning at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Yang Kai looked like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. A chill ran down his spine, and he didn't dare to say any more harsh words. He swallowed them back into his stomach. Very interesting. As Yang Kai spoke, he sent out another slap. Pa. A crisp sound was heard. Zhuang Pan's other cheek also swelled up, and a few bloody teeth flew out. Yang Kai grabbed his collar with one hand. Keeping him in place in front of him, his other hand began to move at a leisurely pace. Each move was heavier than the last, and the origin energy under his palm began to fluctuate more and more violently. Pa pa pa. A rhythmic sound rang out. His voice reverberated throughout the wilderness. In this world, Yang Kai found himself. He sneered, "There's actually someone who takes the initiative to ask others to hit him. Such a clear and refined wish. This is the first time I've heard of it, so I've decided to satisfy you." Looking at this scene, all the cultivators suddenly felt a sense of pain just by looking at it. They couldn't help but touch their cheeks. Zhuang Pan was completely stunned. It took him a while to regain his senses. He kept struggling, trying to get rid of Yang Kai's control. But how could he do it with his cultivation base in the first-order Tao source realm? Yang Kai's origin energy covered him, directly suppressing his power in his body. He couldn't move at all. In despair, Zhuang Pan cried out loudly and begged for mercy, "Lord Yang, stop, stop, stop hitting me. Lord Yang, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Let me go, I'll apologize to you. I'm a deacon of the Flying Saint Palace, let me go." Bastard. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. If you dare to do this again, I'll fight you. Woo woo woo. Lord Yang, please spare my life, I don't want to die yet. The surrounding cultivators watched this scene and heard Zhuang Pan's words. They all had black lines on their faces, secretly despising Zhuang Pan for having no integrity. His death was not to be regretted. After dozens of slaps, Zhuang Pan's face was no longer human. When Yang Kai beat Ning Yuanshu before, he didn't kill him. After all, Ning Yuanshu's identity was special. He had a father in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai didn't want to go too far and cause trouble for himself. But it was different for Zhuang Pan. Every slap of Yang Kai's was filled with origin energy. After dozens of slaps, the meridians in Zhuang Pan's body were shattered. In other words, even if Zhuang Pan survived this time, he would become a cripple in the future, without the slightest bit of cultivation and the possibility of cultivating again. Brother Yang. Duan Yuanshan looked at Zhuang Pan's miserable appearance and couldn't bear to see him like this. He said with waning interest, "Forget it, he's afraid of death. It's just his nature to run away. He didn't do anything to us, just give him a quick death." Drunkard burped, his narrowed eyes flashing with a cold light as he said, "If you don't kill the snake, you'll just let the tiger return to the mountain." Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and covered Zhuang Pan's head. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and pushed Drunkard's hand away, smiling as he said, "There's no need to trouble Vice City Lord Master with such trivial matters." It was inconvenient for Drunkard to make a move, but Yang Kai was different. In any case, he had even beaten up Ning Yuanshu, so what was the point of killing Zhuang Pan? The conflict between him and Flying Saint Palace wasn't just a matter of a day or two. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand shook slightly and a surge of source chi poured into Zhuang Pan's body. Yang Kai then pushed Zhuang Pan into the air. Ah ah ah. Zhuang Pan let out a shrill cry, but that cry came to an abrupt end. His body suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood that sprinkled down. The surrounding cultivators were all silent out of fear. But when they remembered that Yang Kai had even killed the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley, they secretly felt that this scene wasn't a big deal. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard both cast grateful looks at Yang Kai, as if they were thanking him for cleaning up Maplewood City. At this moment, the world energy shook again, and an indescribable feeling suddenly burst out in all directions. Then, a rumbling sound like muffled thunder came from the depths of the earth. Everyone was startled and looked around. Everyone, do you feel that the world energy has suddenly become much richer? A second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator in the crowd suddenly asked. Someone immediately replied, I felt it before, but I thought it was just my imagination. Since Brother Lu also said so, it seems to be true. The world energy has changed, so it is very likely that something has happened to the mineral lode and earth vein. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes lit up. After exchanging glances with each other, they all used their movement skills and flew towards the mineral lode and earth vein. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard, as the masters of this place, naturally couldn't just sit back and watch, so after bidding farewell to Yang Kai, they immediately followed the crowd. Brother Yang. Qin Chaoyang looked at Yang Kai. It seems that the movement we felt before was not caused by the battle between Luo Yuan, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui, but by the earth vein and mineral lode underground. That should be it. Yang Kai nodded. He had also thought that the movement was caused by the battle between Luo Yuan, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui, but now it seemed that there was another reason. Do you want to go and have a look? Qin Chaoyang asked Yang Kai for his opinion. Of course I have to take a look at such an interesting matter. Yang Kai grinned, but just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of Thousand Leaves Sec Shi Jinghan standing not far away, looking at him quietly. Yang Kai's face sank. This woman was like a plaster that he couldn't get rid of, and she really annoyed him. Seeing that Yang Kai's expression had darkened, Yi Jinghan tactfully took the initiative to step back, a sad look on her face that made one feel sorry for her. Let's go. Yang Kai said and flew towards the source of the movement. Before the two of them reached the place, they could already see the horizon in the distance. 7 colored rays of light were flying in the sky, and magic clouds were covering it. The wilderness seemed to have turned into a paradise in an instant. What's going on? Qin Chaoyang was also confused. When the demonic qi had besieged the city, they had come to the sealed area to ask Qin Yu to strengthen the seal. Although they had failed at the last step, they hadn't noticed anything unusual about the sealed area at that time. Apart from the boundless demonic qi, there was nothing else there. But a few months later, many earth veins and mineral veins had been discovered here, which really surprised them. Kong, a loud explosion rang out, and in Yang Kai's field of vision, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground, and from that hole, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Fluorescent light was flowing within the beam of light, and it spiraled into the sky, breaking a hole in the clouds. This is... My God! Is there such a thing in this world? All the cultivator who came here shouted and looked up at the beam of light. Releasing their divine sense, they soon perceived the true nature of the beam of light. It was actually formed from the purest world energy, and it was so rich that it had almost turned into liquid. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't control themselves. Their expressions were extremely excited. This was because the purity and density of the spirit chi here was simply beyond their imagination. Although the cultivators who came here were not of noble birth, they were still members of medium-sized sects and clans. In these medium-sized sects and clans, there were some cultivation holy lands. In these holy lands, the spirit chi was much denser than in ordinary places. Disciples could cultivate and advance much faster in these holy lands. But at this moment, everyone found that the world energy in their cultivation holy lands was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Perhaps only the blessed lands and grotto heavens occupied by the top sects could have such a scene. While they were still in shock, the top of the beam of light suddenly exploded, and an unimaginably rich world energy appeared to be radiating, spreading in all directions. Patter patter patter, it was raining in the sky. It was a rain of world energy. In the wilderness, the density of the heaven and earth spirit chi was increasing at an unimaginable speed. It was increasing, and increasing. In an extremely short period of time, everyone was in a sea of spiritual energy. In less than half a cup of tea's time, an area of several tens of thousands of kilometers was completely covered by this extremely rich world energy sea, causing many cultivators to be unable to see anything. Even Maplewood City, which was 2,000 kilometers away, benefited greatly from this world energy sea. Countless cultivators rushed to the top of the city wall and raised their eyes to look around, their eyes filled with excitement as they opened their arms to welcome the rich world energy sea. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk the sound of invisible shackles being undone suddenly rang out in every corner of Maplewood City. These strange sounds came from the bodies of many cultivators, causing them to tremble and have strange expressions on their faces. I actually broke through. I broke through to the second-order Origin King realm. Woo woo woo. I was actually able to touch the shackles of the Origin returning realm while I was alive. I can die in peace. Ha 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 ha, this young master is truly talented, a rare genius. He broke through 3 minor realms in an instant and reached the Divine Ascension realm. This young master is invincible. Cheers of joy could be heard one after another. In this unbelievably rich world energy, there were constantly martial artists breaking through their own realms and climbing to a higher realm of martial arts. There wasn't much of an abnormality when breaking through a minor realm, but when breaking through a great realm, one would welcome a baptism of world energy. As a result, the sky above Maplewood City quickly darkened. The darkness that swallowed all light suddenly shrouded the entire city, as if the end of the world had arrived. Then, winds and clouds converged in the sky as energy gathered and swirled. The power of the world fell down and poured into the bodies of the cultivators who had broken through to the next great realm, cleansing their divine souls and bodies. Maplewood City was completely boiling. As for Xianxia and the others who were in the sealed area outside the city, the benefits were even more obvious. All the Tao Source Realm cultivators were stunned in place. They closed their eyes and sensed the rich world energy around them, opening their minds to absorb it. They didn't need to circulate their secret arts and only needed to stand in place for the omnipresent world energy to continuously pour into their limbs and bones, making them feel comfortable both physically and mentally. Creaking sounds also came from Xianxia's body. This made his expression turn strange, but it soon turned to excitement. Brother Yang. Xianxia suddenly shouted with difficulty. What's wrong? Xianxia turned his head and looked at Xianxia. This old master can't hold on. Xianxia's expression was ugly, as if he had been constipated for many days. Hearing this, he glanced at Xianxia and said, I probably need to find a place to calm myself and break through. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Xianxia's Qin family's name, Yangs, patriarch, of course. Of world, of course, of world of heaven's world, Yang of world of heavens of heaven of. Heaven of heaven of heaven of heaven of heaven of heaven of it. This could be considered his own fortuitous encounter. If not for this opportunity, with Qin Zhaoyang's talent and age, he would not have been able to touch the threshold of the second-order Tao Source realm even if he died. Of Yang of heaven of heaven. Qin Zhaoyang smiled bitterly, the timing isn't right. This old master would like to ask Brother Yang to stand guard for me for a while. No problem. Xianxia readily agreed. Looking around for a while, Xianxia found that many cultivators were looking excited, and the source qi in their bodies was surging endlessly. It seemed that they were also about to break through. Let's go to the source. Xianxia grabbed Qin Chaoyang and rushed forward. There were too many people at the moment, and all of them were Tao Source Realm cultivators. The fluctuations caused by a breakthrough were bound to be very chaotic, so it was not suitable to stay here. Since Qin Chaoyang showed signs of breaking through, he could not waste it. So he decided to enter the tiger's den. The source. Qin Chaoyang narrowed his eyes and soon understood what Xianxia was referring to. He actually pulled Xianxia towards the huge hole, and swooped down while enduring the impact of the boundless world energy. As it turned out, Xianxia's approach was correct. The further down they went, the more terrifying the purity and richness of the world energy became. Originally, the world energy they felt from above was already astonishing enough, but when they went down, they realized the difference between the heaven and earth. With the help of such a vast sea of world energy, Qin Chaoyang felt that it was impossible for him to fail this breakthrough. He could not help but feel excited, and his face glowed, as if he had become dozens of years younger. The two fell all the way down, and it seemed that they had fallen more than 1,000 feet before they reached the ground. The situation below was the same as above. Both were shrouded in an unimaginable amount of world energy. It was as if they were soaking in water. However, this water was not ordinary water, but world energy liquid. Yang Kai did not have any intention of stopping. He found a direction and continued to rush forward. After a long time, he suddenly stopped, looked around, and said, "The patriarch of the Qin family should break through here. No one should come here for a while." Everyone was busy absorbing the pure world energy to prepare for their breakthrough. Who would have the time to explore? So what Yang Kai said made sense. Qin Chaoyang was afraid that he really could not hold on, so he just nodded and sat down cross-legged without saying a word. He formed a series of hand seals and silently circulated his secret art. Soon, he entered the state. Yang Kai waved his hand and 3 beautiful figures appeared in front of him in an instant. "Sir, what is this place?" As soon as Zhang Ruashi appeared, she noticed that this place was unusual and could not help covering her red lips in shock. Hua Qingxi, on the other hand, widened her beautiful eyes and said in a trembling voice, Yang Kai, you didn't break into a great sex paradise without permission, did you?" Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile, but she did not say anything. Yang Kai smiled and said, "How could that be? Then the world energy here." Hua Qingxi was shocked to the extreme. "How is it compared to the Cultivation Holy Land of Star Soul Palace?" Yang Kai asked with interest. "Not bad." Hua Qingxi pondered for a moment and said, "The forbidden zones of Star Soul Palace are divided into 3 grades, heaven, earth, and mortal. With my cultivation, I have only entered the Cultivation Holy Land of Earth grade, and I spent a lot of sect contribution points. The world energy here is even better than the Cultivation Holy Land of Earth grade. What about the Cultivation Holy Land of Heaven grade?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "I don't know." Hua Qingxi shook her head and said bitterly, "That is the place where the master of the Emperor realm goes to cultivate. With my cultivation, I am not qualified." Yang Kai gently nodded. "What is this place? How can there be such rich world energy?" Hua Qingxi asked again. "It's the sealed area you went to last time. I don't know what's down there, but there are suddenly a lot of earth veins and veins." Hua Qingxi was stunned when she heard this. It was when she went to the sealed area last time that she lost her freedom and was caught by Yang Kai into the sealed world bead, where she was implanted with the soul brand. However, it was also because of this that she was able to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, which greatly increased her chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm. No one could say for sure what the gains and losses were. In any case, Hua Qingxi was not very resistant to the current situation, and her attitude towards Yang Kai was becoming more and more amiable. Enough chit-chat, it would be a pity to let go of such an opportunity. Quickly meditate and absorb as much world energy as possible. Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruashi nodded after hearing this and quickly found a place to sit down cross-legged, each of them circulating their divine technique to absorb the world energy here. Hua Qingxi was a disciple of Star Soul Palace and a powerful cultivator in the third-order Tao Source realm. Although she failed miserably at Yang Kai's hands and was subdued by him, she was not weak. On the contrary, she was very strong. At this moment, she silently circulated her divine technique, and in an instant, her delicate body became a bottomless pit as a steady stream of world energy gathered into her body. Yang Kai was amazed and secretly admired the mystery of Star Soul Palace's divine technique. Following that, something even more shocking happened. Not far away, a whistling sound came from Zhang Ruashi's body, like the whistling sound of a strong wind. Accompanied by this strange sound, Zhang Ruashi's delicate body also became a bottomless pit as more and more world energy was absorbed by her. Zhang Ruashi's cultivation aura increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ka, a strange sound suddenly rang out and an invisible wave of qi, centered on Zhang Ruashi's delicate body, spread out in all directions, and a grandeur instantly filled the air. This? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Since the last time Zhang Ruashi's bloodline awakened, her cultivation speed began to increase by leaps and bounds, and the denser the world energy aura was, the more obvious the effect was. She seemed to have no such thing as a bottleneck at all. As long as she accumulated enough strength in her body, she could naturally break through. Even her was reaching the grand accomplishment stage without the slightest stagnation. The scene in front of him was the result of Zhang Ruoxi successfully breaking through to the third-order origin returning realm. Yang Kai really didn't know what was going on with this little girl's body or how mysterious her bloodline power was, but it was undeniable that this underground situation was the most suitable place for Zhang Ruoxi to cultivate. Yang Kai couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if Zhang Ruoxi were to cultivate in the heaven-grade cultivation holy land of Star Soul Palace for a few years. She might even be able to reach the level of the Emperor realm. Master, you seem to be about to break through too. Lu Yan looked at Yang Kai with bright eyes. Her cultivation wasn't weak now, so she could naturally sense the fluctuations in Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai nodded and said, I'll have to trouble you to guard this place. Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out the sealed world bead, formed a seal, and pointed at the sealed world bead. In an instant, an invisible gap seemed to open in the sealed world bead and a huge suction force came from inside, sucking in the surrounding world energy. The surging world energy was like 10,000 streams flowing into the sea. It was a spectacular sight. He tossed the sealed world bead to Lu Yan and said, Find a place to hide, there are still a lot of people here. Lu Yan nodded and took the sealed world bead, her tender body disappearing in a flash. No one knew where she went to hide. But before she left, Yang Kai noticed that she was looking at everyone with a little envy. After all, such an opportunity could benefit everyone, but it had nothing to do with her, so naturally, she felt lonely. Lu Yan did not have a physical body, so apart from swallowing and fusing with some special energy to enhance her strength, she could not absorb world energy to increase her own cultivation like a cultivator. This was also the reason why Yang Kai asked her to act as his protector. After Lu Yan disappeared, Yang Kai stretched out his hand again and released the monster insect queen and blood beast that he had not used for a long time. As his cultivation improved, the role of these two blood beasts had become less and less important, especially the blue flame thunder wolf, which was only at the second-order Dao source realm. It was useless against weak enemies, but it was also useless against strong enemies, so this was a good opportunity for it to play a role. Moving his divine sense slightly, Yang Kai had the two blood beasts hide nearby while he found a place far away from Qin Chaoyang and the others and sat down cross-legged. The fluctuations in the aura in his body became more and more obvious, which was the prelude to a breakthrough. Yang Kai calmly circulated his secret art. Being underground was like sitting on a spirit spring. There was no need for him to circulate his secret art as the omnipresent world energy continued to gather towards him, filling his limbs and bones, and settling down in his dantian. Time passed slowly as Yang Kai continued to accumulate his strength. At a certain moment, the strength in his body suddenly reached a critical point. This critical point was like an invisible wall, blocking Yang Kai's path forward, preventing him from seeing further and more beautiful scenery. He remained calm and collected, quietly gathering all of his strength and attacking the shackles. Kong, a sound rang out from his soul and Yang Kai's body shook slightly. His face turned pale. A trace of pain appeared on his face. Contrary to his expectations, he didn't succeed this time, and he failed at the critical moment. This was something he had rarely encountered since he began cultivating. Only when he was very weak did he have such an experience. The feeling of failing to break through gave him a feeling of nostalgia. He did not panic. Instead, he grinned maliciously. This time's breakthrough wasn't because of his cultivation, but because of an external force. It was normal for there to be some obstacles, but this obstacle couldn't stop Kai Yang's heart of martial arts. On the contrary, it stimulated his fighting spirit even more. He calmed himself down and continued to accumulate his strength. A moment later, he launched another attack. Boom boom boom. Again and again. The source chi in Yang Kai's body trembled incessantly, and every impact caused him to feel a heart-wrenching pain. The unbearable pain of both the physical body and soul was not something an ordinary person could endure. If he became discouraged, his martial heart would stop here. It would be impossible for him to improve in the future. Countless cultivators doubted themselves because they could not bear such pain. Then, it was buried in oblivion. A cultivator could only reach the peak by advancing courageously. The pain did not make Yang Kai lose his confidence, nor did it make him panic. Instead, it made him feel calmer and calmer. The Tao begets one, one begets two begets three begets all things. Life is created by oneself, one's realm is born from one's heart, and all things are transformations. All things are born from one's heart and destroyed by one's heart. A trace of enlightenment leisurely climbed into Xianxia's heart and he suddenly felt enlightened. A layer of invisible force lingered around his body, turning into an invisible force that cut through the shackles, smashing the wall in front of him and stepping onto the broad road ahead. Kong long, waves of air visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out in all directions from Xianxia's body. The aura of a second-order Tao source realm instantly filled the air. However, Xianxia remained motionless as a strange feeling arose in his heart. In this feeling, his soul avatar seemed to have broken out of its shell and slowly floated up, allowing him to see everything below. He clearly saw Lu Yan holding the sealed world bead and hiding in the void. The world energy essence was constantly flowing into the sealed world bead, becoming the world energy inside the sealed world bead. Perhaps because of some inexplicable connection with Xianxia, when Xianxia looked at her, Lu Yan suddenly frowned and looked up at Xianxia with a blank look in her beautiful eyes. Xianxia saw Xianxia frantically absorbing the world energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor to lay a solid foundation for her future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. He saw Xianxia's cultivation rising steadily. In just a short while, she had already reached the Origin King realm and was being baptized by the world energy. Just like when Xianxia broke through to the Origin Returning realm in the Four Seasons realm, when she broke through to the Origin King realm this time, the huge phantom suddenly appeared behind her again. This phantom was white and hazy, huge and unparalleled, but judging from its body shape, it was a woman. Moreover, it was a stunning woman with a graceful figure. She held a giant sword in both hands and stood in front of her. Her beautiful eyes shone like stars. Xianxia's divine sense fell into a trance when he glanced at her. The huge phantom opened its red lips and inhaled sharply, directly absorbing the world energy gathering in the sky. Immediately after, the phantom shrank back into Xianxia's body. This little girl had directly broken through to the Origin King realm without any hindrance or danger. Xianxia also saw many Tao Source Realm cultivators breaking through their bottlenecks. Some were laughing wildly, while others had a difficult look on their faces as they tried to break through their shackles. Xianxia's soul continued to rise, and soon, it was several thousand meters in the air. He looked up and saw that Maplewood City, 2,000 kilometers away, was now bustling with activity. In the sky, masses of world energy transformed into tests and tribulations visible to the naked eye, baptizing the cultivators below who were breaking through to the great realm. From time to time, someone would succeed in breaking through and let out a long howl. Xianxia's eyes looked further into the distance as his soul continued to rise. Soon, the entire Maplewood City became a small black dot. Xianxia looked up and saw a sky full of twinkling stars as the heavenly cycle star array shifted. Somehow, the power of the laws of the world seemed to be within reach. Xianxia's face showed a strange look as he reached out to grab the void around him and clenched hard. It was as if he didn't catch anything, but he did catch something. Xianxia was at a loss. At that moment, an invisible world force suddenly descended from the sky and descended above Xianxia's head. This world force contained unimaginable power and extremely terrifying destructive intent. Not good. Xianxia exclaimed in his heart. With a slight movement of his divine sense, he descended at an extremely fast speed and returned to his body in the blink of an eye. Kong, the mighty power of heaven and earth followed closely behind and blasted his body. Xianxia's entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. His expression changed drastically as the source chi in his body trembled uneasily. Poo. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood and his aura instantly withered, but his eyes were as bright as stars. What is this? Xianxia looked up at the void and grinned, a warning. Can't I peek into the world principles in advance? Damn those damned heavens. He was certain that if not for the suppression of the world force just now, he might have been able to peek into the world principles with a little more effort. If that was the case, he could create world principles with a single thought, and he would have the capital that only the Emperor realm had. Unfortunately, at the last moment, he was hindered by the world force and failed. The world force did not seem to allow him to do so. However, it was not as if he had gained nothing. After cursing, Xianxia lowered his head again and opened his hands. When his 5 fingers flicked, the power of space principles lingered and tiny void cracks flowed from his fingertips as if they were alive. His control of space principles was much more skillful than before. With a flick of his fingers, the tiny void cracks flew out like flying needles and pierced into the surrounding stone walls, devouring them one after another. Xianxia grinned as a satisfied expression appeared on his face. In the past, he would not have been able to control space principles to such an exquisite extent, but now he could. Although this kind of attack was weaker than the moon blade, it was more difficult to defend against. In some cases, it would be more useful than the moon blade. Immediately after, Xianxia checked his cultivation again and found that he had broken through to the second-order Tao source realm. Only then did he put away the resentment in his heart and take out some pills and stuff them into his mouth. Although the shock of the world force just now did not hurt him too much, it was not something he could ignore. Who knew if such an injury would have any sequelae, so the sooner he healed, the better. While Xianxia was recuperating, Qin Zhaoyang had already condensed his strength to the peak. In the next instant, his body shook as waves of energy radiated out from him. His aura soared, causing his robes to flutter loudly. In the next instant, the wrinkles on Qin Zhaoyang's face started to fade away, causing him to look as if he had become a few dozen years younger. His complexion started to become rosy, and even some black strands started to appear on his white hair. Second-order Tao source realm. Qin Zhaoyang also made a breakthrough. He was not in a hurry to open his eyes and continued to sit in place, absorbing the world energy and consolidating his cultivation. Time passed slowly. At a certain moment, a cultivator who was at the critical juncture of a breakthrough suddenly frowned and showed a suspicious look. A moment later, his aura was like a balloon that had a hole poked in it, leaking out in an instant. With such a change, he immediately opened his eyes and shouted with grief and indignation, "What the hell is going on?" This father was at the critical juncture of a breakthrough. Why did the world energy suddenly become thin? His breakthrough had been triggered by the rich spirit chi in this place, but now that the spirit chi of heaven and earth had suddenly become slightly thin, he was unable to reach the critical point, causing his breakthrough to end in failure. "Ah, Brother Liu, are you the same?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away. "I thought I was the only one like this." No, the world energy is so terrifying, how could it suddenly become thin? Even if there were several people from the Emperor realm, it would be impossible to swallow such a huge amount of world energy in such a short time. Did some bastard block the spirit eye below? Another person's voice sounded. Speaking of which, I seem to have seen someone jump down. Maybe that's really the case. Which bastard is so wicked, he's going too far. Let's go and take a look. If someone really dares to do this, this father will make him bleed within 5 steps. How dare he block my breakthrough, he's too hateful. Thousands of feet underground, Xianxia stood up. Although this was a rare opportunity to cultivate, and it would be difficult to encounter such a rich world energy in the future, Xianxia did not intend to waste such a good time on meditation and cultivation. He wanted to know what happened here that caused such a change in the world. What's more, he had just made a breakthrough. No matter how hard he cultivated, he would not be able to improve his cultivation in a short time. He moved his divine sense slightly and sent a message to Lu Yan, asking her to continue to guard here. Just as he was about to explore further, he frowned and turned his head to look in the direction of the entrance. There were clothes fluttering and figures flickering. It seemed that many cultivators had come down. "There's someone over there." Sure enough, someone came in first. "Bastard, this guy must have done something to ruin our opportunity to break through. Let's go and take a look. Let's see who has the guts to do this." The noisy shouts entered Xianxia's ears, making him quickly release his divine sense to check the situation around. Then he found the problem. The surrounding world energy seemed to be a little thinner than before. Although it was not obvious, it was indeed thinner. Aware of this, Xianxia couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lu Yan's hiding place. He didn't know if it was because the sealed world bead was swallowing the world energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, causing the world energy here to become thinner. Don't underestimate this little gap. It was very likely that it was this little gap that prevented these cultivators from reaching the critical point of breakthrough. It was probably for this reason that they came down together to investigate the reason. Thinking of this, Yang Kai quickly reached out and waved his hand. He took back Lu Yen and the sealed world bead together, lest the movement of swallowing the world energy was too big, which would attract the attention of the people who came. After doing this, he stood quietly and waited. Boy, no matter which sect you are from, you are dead this time. If you know what's good for you, come over obediently and apologize to me, maybe I will spare your life. You ruined my opportunity. I'll fight you to the death. The group of people yelled and accused Yang Kai of being the main culprit, and quickly approached him. Not long after, the group of people arrived in front of Yang Kai. Ah, it's you. This. After seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, the cultivator who had been shouting loudly suddenly fell silent. They all stood in place with cold sweat on their foreheads, looking embarrassed. The scene of Yang Kai killing Chu Huiran and Zhuang Pan was still vivid in their minds. Everyone was very afraid of Yang Kai. None of them dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers. Each and every one of them was so regretful that their intestines turned green. They blamed themselves for not understanding the situation and making a fuss. They didn't know if they had angered this fiend. Is something the matter? Yang Kai looked at the group of people indifferently and asked coldly. No. Nothing, I just came down to take a look. Ha ha ha. The scenery below is not bad. I'm just traveling with you guys. Not bad. Let's travel together. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled and said indifferently, since the scenery is not bad, then you can't miss it. Let's go and take a look. Yes. We'll go now. Seeing Yang Kai's cold expression, no one dared to stay. They all took a detour and went deeper. Before they left, many of them stared in the direction of Hua Qingxi with shock in their eyes. With everyone's strength, they could naturally sense Hua Qingxi's cultivation realm. It was not surprising that she was only in the third-order Dao Source realm. There were a few cultivator present who were at this level, so there was nothing to be shocked about. The key was the trace of an inexplicable aura that lingered around Hua Qingxi's body that made people yearn for it. Emperor's will. That trace of inexplicable aura was Emperor's will. It was a sign that she had touched the shackles of the Emperor realm. In other words, this woman had a great chance of advancing to the Emperor realm in the future. Why was everyone so shocked and envious? They did not know if Hua Qingxi had already touched the Emperor's will, or if it was an opportunity created by the explosion of spiritual energy. However, with such a powerhouse here and Yang Kai's protection, how would they dare to stay? Not long after, all of them had left. After they left, Yang Kai let Lu Yen out again and asked her to continue hiding beside him to protect him. Then, Yang Kai's figure swayed and he also went deeper into the forest to explore. The deeper he went, the denser the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was as if the source of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was in some unknown place. Yang Kai could not help but be curious. He wondered what could cause the spiritual energy to surge like this. The cultivator who had gone one step ahead of him was not far ahead. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise in front of him. It was followed by the sound of gasps. They seemed to have found something incredible. Yang Kai's expression changed. Under the lingering influence of the law of space, he disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared beside everyone. Following the others' gazes, Yang Kai could not help but narrow his eyes. Not far ahead, there was a round pit that covered an area of about 10 feet in radius. From the bottom of the round pit was like the mouth of a spring. Streams of spiritual liquid gushed up like a fountain and spread in all directions. Spiritual eye. God, it's the eye of a spiritual spring. There's a spiritual spring here. It's unimaginable. No wonder the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so dense. With the existence of this spiritual spring, everything makes sense. Looking at the scale, it should be an intermediate spiritual spring. If we can establish a sect here, it will be prosperous in less than 100 years. Everyone came from mid-tier clans and sects. Looking at their respective clans and sects, there was no such thing as a spirit eye. Only those first-tier sects had the qualifications to occupy such a precious place and establish their own sections. Everyone was excited, their eyes shining brightly as they imagined what kind of earth-shaking changes it would bring to their sects and families if they occupied this spiritual spring. In less than 100 years, their strength would double, and they would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those first-rate sects. I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome, suddenly, a person said with a bleak expression and sighed heavily. What does this friend mean? The spiritual spring is right in front of us, how could it be troublesome? Someone asked puzzledly. Yes, you're really strange. Such a heaven-sent opportunity is actually called troublesome by you, you're simply crazy. Someone else said sarcastically. The person who spoke did not refute, but instead sighed and said, have you thought about it? Previously, there was news of a high-rank earth vein in Maplewood City, but why didn't those first-rate sects intervene? Why else? Although a high-rank earth vein and a source crystal lode are extraordinary, how could first-rate sects care about them? Only the sects we belong to would treat them as treasures. Exactly. The person looked around and said, but what if the news of a spiritual spring here were to spread? As soon as this question came out, everyone's expression changed slightly as they suddenly thought of the key point. If news of a spiritual spring were to spread, then they would definitely have nothing to do with this place. Those first-rate sects would definitely send masters to occupy this place and establish a branch here. These medium-sized families and sects would be powerless to resist and could only watch as this delicious meal was handed over to others. Thinking of this, everyone's mood suddenly became depressed, and they no longer felt as excited and happy as before. How about, we all make a great heart demon oath not to spread the news of this place? Someone suggested in a low voice. Everyone glanced at the person who spoke as if they were looking at an idiot, ridicule flashing across their faces. There were no secrets in this world, and no matter how hard they tried to conceal the existence of a spiritual spring, it was impossible to keep it a secret. One day, those first-rate sects would know about it. Moreover, the sects and families that the cultivator here belonged to were dependent on those first-rate sects to survive. Now that they had seen a treasure like a spiritual spring, they would most likely spread the news as soon as they left this place. How could they keep it a secret? I was just casually saying. The person who made the suggestion quickly realized that something was wrong and smiled awkwardly, no longer saying anything. Hong. At this moment, a loud noise came from not far in front of them, followed by a burst of spirit liquid that turned into a spirit rain that scattered in all directions. What? What's going on? Heavens, you must be joking with me. Another, spiritual spring. After a moment of shock, everyone stared with wide eyes at a place not far in front of them, about 500 meters away. A spiritual spring suddenly appeared and spirit liquid sprayed out like a fountain. In an instant, the spirit chi underground became much denser. Xianxia was also completely shocked and stood dumbfounded in place. Spiritual springs were things that could only be found by chance. It was already a great opportunity for those first-rate sects to occupy a spiritual spring and turn it into a holy land for cultivation. However, two spirit essences had appeared 2,000 kilometers below Maplewood City, and they were right next to each other. Looking at the scale, they were both medium-scale spiritual springs. Hong hong hong. As if they didn't think that the shock of the crowd was enough, buzzing sounds burst out one after another. The earth trembled and rubble fell. In an instant, the world energy had become so rich that it was indescribable. Several of the cultivator who couldn't reach the critical point of breaking through because of the thin world energy suddenly felt the aura in their bodies fluctuating, showing signs of breaking through. However, at this moment, they couldn't care less about their own situation. Instead, they stood there dumbfounded, looking around. Underground, the light was dim and the world energy was abundant. It was impossible to see anything, but everyone was a Tao Source Realm cultivator. With a sweep of their divine sense, the situation was clear at a glance. Everyone was shocked to find that one spiritual spring after another had appeared. In a short while, the area of 10,000 meters underground was filled with spiritual springs, not far from each other. In less than a dozen breaths of time, a total of 18 spirit wells had appeared in the area with a radius of over 100,000 feet. Among these spirit essences, the worst was a medium-grade spirit essence, and there were even 3 high-grade spirit essences. These 18 spiritual essences seemed to be arranged according to a special pattern. They were scattered underground, with 15 middle-grade spiritual essences circling the surroundings, and the 3 upper-grade spiritual essences in the center. Overall, there seemed to be a great mystery. With 18 spirit essences erupting together, the scene was so spectacular that everyone was shocked speechless. After the initial excitement and shock, everyone quickly realized that something was wrong. The appearance of a medium-grade spirit essence would definitely attract the first-tier forces to intervene. Now that 18 spirit essences had appeared, and there were even 3 high-grade spirit essences, this was not something those first-tier forces could handle. Perhaps even top sects like Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and Orthodoxy Temple would be alarmed, and even Star Soul Palace might send people over. This was definitely a major event that shook the entire Southern Territory and even the entire star boundary. The name of Maplewood City would definitely spread throughout the world and be known by the world. It's over, it's completely over. Someone's mouth twitched as he whispered softly. Even though he didn't speak clearly, everyone present knew what he meant. The meaning behind his words was none other than that the fortuitous encounters here were completely unrelated to their sections. This arrangement of spirit essences, could it be the 18 stars great array? Among the crowd, a person's eyes flashed with shock as he glanced around. 18 stars great array? Someone looked at the person suspiciously. Someone asked in surprise, "Friend, are you proficient in spirit arrays?" "I know a thing or two." The person nodded. Everyone was curious. They all looked at the person and asked, "Since this friend knows spirit arrays, then tell us, what is the use of this 18 stars great array?" The person's face was pale, and his expression was ugly. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "I'm not sure if it is the 18 stars great array. After all, this spirit array has been lost for a long time. It seems to be something from ancient times, and there are only a few descriptions in the ancient books." The Great Ancient Formation. Cries of surprise rang out. The Ancient Era and the Primordial Era were 2 very special eras. It was said that during these 2 eras, the tides of heaven and earth fluctuated, and the power of laws was rich, giving birth to many almighty figures. However, as time passed, the power of the laws gradually thinned out, making it more and more difficult for the cultivator to advance. However, when it came to ancient and primordial items, they were all shocking items. Therefore, when they heard that the 18 stars grand formation was an ancient formation, everyone became interested and wanted to find out more about it. Xianxia's expression also changed slightly. He looked at that person. "Friend, is your surname Gong?" "The Gong family of the Tianhe Valley," someone shouted. Since he could recognize the ancient grand array at a glance, his attainments in array formation couldn't be underestimated. In the whole Southern Territory, only the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley had a deep understanding of array formations. Every member of the Gong family was an array formation master. Xianxia had dealt with Gong Wenshan of the Gong family in the Four Seasons realm. He had a deep understanding of the Gong family's research and use of array formations, so he asked this question. "Hiss, it's you." The cultivator standing next to Xianxia seemed to come back to his senses at this moment. He was shocked and quickly moved away from Xianxia. The others were also shocked. They took a few steps back. In an instant, there was no one next to Xianxia. Xianxia touched his nose and said, "I'm just here to take a look. You don't have to be so nervous." He didn't expect these people to be so afraid of him. Seeing that he was easy to talk to and didn't show any killing intent, everyone was a little relieved. "Brother Gong." Xianxia looked at the person who spoke again. The man smiled bitterly and said, "My surname is not Gong, but I'm half a member of the Gong family." When he said this, everyone couldn't help but be confused. The man explained, "My wife is a member of the Gong family, so I also learned a lot of array formations from the Gong family." "So that's how it is." Everyone showed a look of understanding. They thought that this man was probably a son-in-law of the Gong family, so he had studied array formations. "Friend, tell us about the 18 stars array," Xianxia said. "I'm very curious about what this array formation does." The 18 stars array is an ancient array formation. The requirements to set it up are very strict. As you can see, it needs to gather 18 objects full of spirit chi, and they must be the kind that can continuously produce spirit chi. The spirit core is the best foundation to set up the array formation. When the son-in-law of the Gong family talked about array formations, his expression suddenly became solemn and he talked eloquently. It was obvious that he had a solid foundation and was convincing. And the function of this ancient array formation? He paused for a moment, then continued, it's a seal. A seal? Seal what? The group of people suddenly became confused. I don't know. The man shook his head, then turned to look at Duan Yuanshan and said, City Lord Duan, was there any abnormality in this place? The corners of Duan Yuanshan's mouth twitched. He glanced at Yang Kai and said, since everyone has been in Maplewood City for some time, you must know that Maplewood City was surrounded by the demonic chi a few months ago. Hiss. Could it be that the thing sealed is actually the ancient demonic chi? Everyone's expression changed. They couldn't stand steadily and were on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai also showed a look of understanding. He secretly admired the methods of those ancient almighty beings. Among the people here, he knew best what was sealed in this place. It wasn't the ancient demonic chi that was sealed here, but the ancient great demon's black pupil. The black pupil that could evolve into a dark world. All of the ancient demonic chi was born from the black pupil. Using the world energy to seal the demonic chi was indeed a good method. Unfortunately, even those ancient almighty beings had underestimated the strangeness of the black pupil. Countless years had passed, but the black pupil hadn't disappeared. Although it had lost its spirituality and will, it still existed. In the end, it broke out of the ground and was obtained by Yang Kai. Everyone, don't worry. When the demonic chi surrounded the city, 3 Master of the Emperor Realm came here to deal with it. The demonic chi should have been completely removed. In any case, we haven't detected the slightest trace of the demonic chi in the past few months, Duan Yuanshan comforted everyone. He had always thought that the removal of the demonic chi was due to Gao Shueting and the others. It seems that the 18 stars grand array is sealing that demonic thing. The Gong family's son-in-law's face was pale, and he was a little scared. The others also sighed softly. Everyone was silent for a while before someone said, let's ignore the ancient demonic chi for now. Now that the 18 spirit eyes have appeared, it may be an opportunity for us. That's right, since we can't occupy them forever, why not take advantage of this opportunity to absorb them? What are you waiting for? A person shouted, and his figure flickered as he rushed toward the spirit eyes. This person was decisive, and he directly stared at a high-grade spirit eye and rushed over, intending to rush in and absorb the world energy. There were only 3 high-grade spirit eyes, but there were 20 to 30 sects, families, and forces here, so he naturally wanted to take the initiative. Once this person moved, everyone couldn't hold back, and they all used their movement skills to rush toward the spirit eyes. Yang Kai also moved, and he directly used the Space Divine technique to teleport to the top of a high-grade spirit eye. Standing in the air, he coldly glanced ahead. In front of him, several cultivators fiercely rushed over. They seemed to be from the same sect, and their cultivation wasn't bad. The lowest cultivation was at the 2nd order Dao Source Realm, and the leader was even at the 3rd order Dao Source Realm. It seemed that they wanted to snatch the high-grade spirit eye. But before they could even arrive, Kai Yang had already arrived before them in a flash. Their faces turned ugly, and they all stopped in place. The leader of the cultivator was a middle-aged man, and he looked dignified. After pondering for a moment, he cupped his fists and said, Brother Yang, can we negotiate? No. Yang Kai replied decisively. The middle-aged man's face turned black, and he said with a bitter smile, I haven't said anything yet. In any case, it's not good. Don't be like this, we're all here to make a living. Can't you give us some face? Besides, such a big spirit eye, you can't eat it all by yourself. I and my junior brother and junior sister will take half, and you can take the other half. Everyone will be happy. I like to monopolize it, and I never share it with others. Yang Kai's nose was in the air, and he looked insufferably arrogant. Little brat, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that we're afraid of you, we just don't want to hurt everyone's face. One of the cultivators behind the middle-aged man suddenly shouted. The middle-aged man frowned, but he didn't stop him. Obviously, he was also angry. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the person who spoke and said, "If you're not afraid, why don't you just come and snatch it?" That person was furious, and it seemed that he was really going to attack. The middle-aged man was startled and quickly blocked in front of him. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, are you sure you can't?" Yang Kai said coldly, "I'll give you face if you say it properly, but if you dare to snatch it, don't blame me for slapping your face." Slapping my face? The middle-aged man's face changed greatly, and he suddenly recalled how Ning Yuan Shu and Xuan Pan were slapped in the face by Yang Kai, and he suddenly felt his scalp tingle. Yang Kai looked into the distance and said, "If you go and snatch the other spirit eyes now, you might have a chance, but if you continue to talk nonsense with me, I'm afraid you won't even be able to drink the soup." The middle-aged man turned his head and suddenly became anxious. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Just as Yang Kai had said, most of the 18 spirit springs here had already been occupied by the cultivators, and there were even some who were fighting over them. For a time, the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking as rocks and sand flew everywhere. This was especially true for the other 2 high-rank spirit eyes, where the competition between the cultivator was particularly fierce. All of them were fighting on the basis of sex and families. For a time, the scene was noisy and chaotic. Duan Yuanshan and the others were very tactful and didn't show any interest in the high-rank spirit eyes. Instead, they cooperated with Drunkard and several Maplewood City's old ancestors to snatch a mid-rank spirit eye. Among the 18 spirit springs, only the one occupied by Yang Kai was the safest. Everyone had seen Yang Kai's ferocious methods before, so no one dared to compete with him, so they took the initiative to avoid provoking this fiend. Yang Kai was happy to see this. He didn't pay attention to the fighting in the other spirit springs and instead sent a message to Lu Yan, asking her to bring Hua Qingxi and the others over. After doing all this, his figure flickered, and he charged into the spirit spring's eye, falling into it in an instant. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt the thick and viscous world energy all around him. The feeling of this world energy pouring into his body made him feel very comfortable, and he couldn't control himself. He had just broken through to the second-order Tao Source realm, but he actually showed signs of stabilizing in a short time. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly formed hand seals to absorb the world energy. At the same time, he took out the sealed world bead and with a flick of his hand, opened a gap in the sealed world bead, allowing the small sealed world to pour in the world energy for the sealed world bead to accept. But soon, Yang Kai frowned and looked down, his eyes shining brightly, as if they could see through the void. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see something shooting out from the spirit spring at an extremely fast speed. He could hear the whooshing sound of something breaking through the air. Not good. Yang Kai's heart sank. He didn't know what was shooting out from the spirit spring, but he felt an extremely dangerous aura. He hurriedly urged the source chi in his body to form a layer of protection on the surface of his body, and at the same time, his figure flickered as he tried to escape. But it was already too late. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao, asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk inexplicable things rushed out at an incredible speed and hit Yang Kai's body. Every hit was like a falling meteor. In an instant, Yang Kai felt pain all over his body, and with the help of the impact, he rushed out of the spirit spring. Following closely behind him, streaks of white light danced out like stars in the sky, shooting in all directions. What the hell? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he dodged to the side and used his eyesight to observe carefully. Soon, his expression was brilliant and varied. This was because he had discovered that the things that had rushed out from the spirit well and struck his body were fist-sized pieces of origin crystals. And judging from the color and purity of the source crystals, these source crystals were at least mid-rank source crystals, and there were even a large number of high-rank source crystals mixed in them. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his eyes burning with passion. Throughout the entire star boundary, low-rank source crystals were the basis of currency for transactions between cultivators. Low-rank source crystals crystals, low-rank source crystals, low-rank source crystals, low-rank source crystals. They were referring to low-rank source crystals, which were equivalent to 100,000 mid-rank source crystals and 1,000 high-rank source crystals. Spirit crystals crystals, high-rank mid-rank crystals, and a few, too, rank spirit mid-rank. As for high ranks, there were only a few of them. High-rank source crystals were not easy to obtain. Only the best source crystal veins would produce high-rank source crystals. And the best source crystal veins had always been controlled by the big forces. Once they were mined, they were basically digested by the sect and rarely circulated to the outside world. The higher the grade of source crystal, the more useful it was. Many sect formations and even cultivator breakthroughs required high-rank source crystals. However, at this time, from the spirit spring, a large number of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals shot out. How could Xianxia not be shocked? Just as he was in a daze, the other 17 spirit springs also erupted together. A large number of source crystals burst out from the bottom of the spirit spring along with the surge of spirit chi. For a time, the sound of whooshing could be heard, and white lights flashed and danced in the sky. A cultivator was hit by the source crystals for a moment and couldn't help but groan as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was clear how strong the impact was. However, in just a moment, all the cultivators in the spirit spring began to boil. Source crystals, high-rank source crystals. There are actually high-rank source crystals in the spirit spring. Ha 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 ha, we're rich this time. Get lost, this spirit spring is ours. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame my brothers for not taking into account the friendship between our two sects. What a joke. Treasures belong to those who are virtuous. You bunch of trash want to seize them? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I'll fight it out with you, wah. The appearance of the 18 spirit springs had already made the scene extremely chaotic. Now that so many source crystals had appeared at the bottom of the spirit springs, all the cultivators went crazy. After all, the spirit springs couldn't be taken away. They all knew that before the news spread, they could only cultivate here for a period of time at most. However, source crystals were different. They could be taken away and were hard currency that could be circulated throughout the star boundary. A high-rank source crystal was equivalent to 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Judging from the amount of source crystals that erupted, as long as they occupied a spirit spring for a few days, it would be enough to double the financial resources of the entire sect. For a time, the sects and families that were already fighting each other became more and more unwilling to give in. Those sects that were originally harmonious looked at each other with some hostility. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. This was an immutable truth. Xianxia. Just as Xianxia was looking around, Xianxia had already rushed over with Zhang Ruaxi, Lu Yan, and Qin Chaoyang and landed beside him. At first sight of this strange scene, Xiaxia's beautiful eyes trembled in shock. She covered her red lips with her small hand and said in a trembling voice, What's going on here? The spirit spring is erupting with source crystals. What do you think is going on? Xianxia grinned. Zhang Ruaxi was still young and didn't have much experience. This was the first time she had seen such a big scene. She was so shocked that her little face turned a little pale. Qin Chaoyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His hands and feet trembled as he stared at the spirit spring and the erupting source crystals. He was stunned and speechless for a long time. Ruaxi, don't worry about anything. Find a safe place to cultivate. Lu Yan will stand guard for you. As Xianxia spoke, he gave Lu Yan a look. Lu Yan understood and pulled Zhang Ruaxi to the side, sitting down near the high-rank spirit spring. However, whenever an source crystal flew over, Lu Yan simply stretched out her hand and caught it in her hand. Seeing this, Xianxia directly threw a space ring to Lu Yan and then said to Xianxia, let's put aside our cultivation for now. Come with me to collect the source crystals. Okay. Xianxia nodded. With a flicker of her tender body, she arrived above the spirit spring with Xianxia. At this moment, source crystals were continuously erupting from the mouth of the spring. Xianxia stood high up in the air, opened his hand, and sent out hundreds of golden blood threads. These golden blood threads intertwined and formed a giant golden net above the mouth of the spring. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk all the erupting source crystals were blocked by this golden net and slowed down. Xianxia saw this opportunity and formed a series of hand seals. With a flick of her fingers, she collected the source crystals and stuffed them into her space ring. With the two's cooperation, not a single source crystal flew out, all of them being blocked. It seems that there's nothing for me to do. Qin Chaoyang watched for a while before the corners of his mouth twitched. Brother Yang, you do what you need to do. I'll go somewhere else. With such a great opportunity, if he could accumulate a considerable amount of wealth, it would definitely become the foundation for the Qin family's resurgence. But the spirit spring occupied by Yang Kai didn't need him to do anything, so he could only turn his attention elsewhere. Looking around, Qin Chaoyang grinned meaningfully. With a flicker of his body, he arrived next to the mid-grade spirit spring where Duan Yuanshan and the others were. Cupping his hands, he said, City Lord Duan, brothers and sisters, this Qin greets you. Old fart, you want to take advantage of us? Du family patriarch Du Lishan glared at him. Zhou family patriarch Zhou Yi snorted, Old thief Qin, you really look good when you talk with your butt between your legs. Where did you learn this from? What are you talking about? Qin Chaoyang was unhappy. His beard curled as he said angrily, you two shameless old fools. Do you believe that this old master won't beat you until your mother can't recognize you? Zhou Yi and Du Lishan looked at each other and laughed. If your mother was still alive, would she recognize you? Qin Chaoyang's face turned black. Enough nonsense. Since you're here, hurry up and help. Can't you see that the source crystals are all flying away? Duan Yuanshan waved his hand and shouted. Since City Lord Duan has given the order, this one will obey. Qin Chaoyang grinned meaningfully and joined the crowd. The patriarchs were all from Maplewood City and had known each other for many years. Although there may have been some small frictions and disagreements in the past, now that there were foreign enemies invading and under the watchful eyes of so many strong masters, everyone couldn't help but want to work together for warmth. So, even if they ridiculed each other, it didn't affect their friendship. Hey, Zhou Yi, you old fart, you actually managed to break through to the second order. The heavens are really blind. Qin Chaoyang collected the source crystals for a while, and after seeing that the situation had stabilized, he suddenly discovered that the Zhou family patriarch was the same as himself. He had taken another step forward. What are you talking about? Zhou Yi glared and shouted, Old fart, if you can break through, why can't this old master? It seems that everyone has broken through, Du Lishan grinned meaningfully. Only then did Qin Chaoyang remember to check the cultivations of the others, and he was surprised to find that everyone had broken through a minor realm. All the old friends of the patriarchs had reached the second-order Dao Source realm, and so had Drunkard, while Duan Yuanshan had reached the third-order Dao Source realm. Congratulations to all of you. Qin Zhaoyang laughed heartily. Congratulations to you too. Duan Yuanshan grinned meaningfully. Now, our Maplewood City can be considered a force to be reckoned with. As the saying goes, brothers fight against each other over the wall. This Duan hopes that everyone can work together in the future. If the old ancestors of these patriarchs were all gathered together with Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard, this force would really be extraordinary. At the very least, it would be comparable to some mid-level sects and families. The only thing missing was a master from the Emperor realm. However, there weren't many masters in the Emperor realm. Even those mid-level sects and families might not necessarily have such a master. Hearing Duan Yuanshan's words, everyone looked solemn and nodded in agreement. Of the three high-rank spirit eyes, one was occupied by Yang Kai, one was occupied by the octagonal door, and the third was jointly occupied by the cultivator of the two sects. The other 15 mid-rank spirit eyes were also crowded with people. In fact, the strength of the disciples of the octagonal door was not enough to occupy a high-rank spirit eye, but everyone was wary of the ferocious existence known as Luo Yuan, so no one dared to provoke the octagonal door. Only the heavens knew when Luo Yuan would come back, and if he happened to see them, no one would be able to contend with him, given that he had injured protectors Gao Shan and Lu Shui and forced them to flee. At the high-rank spirit eye where Yang Kai was, after cooperating with Hua Qingxi to collect source crystals for a while, his expression suddenly changed and he said to Hua Qingxi, I'll go down and take a look. It was impossible for source crystals to spray out from below for no reason. Yang Kai guessed that there must be some kind of mystery at the bottom of the spirit eye, so he wanted to go down and investigate. Now that his golden blood thread net was blocking the source crystals, Hua Qingxi only needed to collect the source crystals before they burned out, so he didn't need to stay here any longer. What's more, Lu Yan was also here, so if some blind guy dared to snatch the spirit eye, the two of them would be enough to deal with it. Be careful. Xianxia didn't stop him and just solemnly exhorted. Xianxia nodded and his figure flickered, diving down for the second time. Just like before, as soon as Xianxia entered the spirit spring, he felt a huge resistance from below, as if it was trying to push him up. At the same time, there were also countless source crystals whistling through the air, crashing into his body. Xianxia felt pain all over his body, but he endured it and urged his source chi. He used his space secret technique. Only then did he feel better. The further down they went, the greater the resistance. The density and richness of the surrounding spirit chi also increased. Xianxia stretched out his hand and took out the sealed world bead, opened a world rift on this emperor artifact, and placed the sealed world bead in front of him, allowing the surging world energy and source crystals mixed in it to flow into the sealed world bead. He didn't know how far he had sunk. His surroundings were white and misty, and he couldn't see anything clearly. When he released his divine sense, he could only extend it to a range of 10 feet. Any further and it would be obstructed by the boundless world energy. At a certain moment, Xianxia's figure suddenly stopped as he stepped on solid ground. This should be the lowest position. He stood in place and silently sensed for a moment. He could clearly feel the torrents below. Moreover, the space below wasn't as narrow as he had imagined. Instead, it was extremely vast. He stood there with a strange expression on his face and pondered for a while before releasing his divine sense to explore his surroundings vigilantly. These source crystals continued to fly upwards. Xianxia activated his eyesight. Seeing through the obstacles around him, Xianxia found the source of the source crystals and walked in that direction. Along the way, the sealed world bead was constantly devouring the world energy and source crystals in this place. Its harvest was unimaginable. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and focused his gaze in front of him. In that white, misty world filled with liquefied world energy, there seemed to be a behemoth in front of him. Although it was some distance away, Xianxia could still see its vague outline. That behemoth didn't have the slightest aura of life. He didn't know what it was, but all the source crystals were flying out from that direction. Xianxia pondered for a moment and stepped forward. After a while, he arrived in front of the black shadow and took a closer look. Finally, he saw what it was. For a moment, Xianxia was stunned in place, unable to speak for a long time. After a long while, he burst into laughter, feeling extremely carefree. He found that the behemoth in front of him was actually a source crystal lode. Pieces of fist-sized source crystals separated from the lode and then followed the flow of world energy, turning into 18 branches and shooting upwards. The source crystals collected by the cultivator above were obviously separated from this huge lode. The lode was bright, without the slightest impurity, and the quality was pure. Such a huge and pure source crystal lode was unlikely to be found in the entire star boundary. Only in ancient times would such a thing exist. Silently feeling the 18 undercurrents of world energy above the lode, Xianxia fell into deep thought. The 18 spirit eyes are actually connected to each other? If that's the case, then if we take this mine away, then the people above. Xianxia frowned and thought for a while, gradually unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. His huge divine sense rushed out of his knowledge sea like a flood dragon, turning into an invisible force that wrapped around the lode. The next moment, Xianxia's expression changed, his cheeks turning pale as soybean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and his body trembled. He had underestimated the size of this lode. With the current strength of his divine sense, he could barely wrap it up, but he couldn't stuff it into the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead was a world of its own. Although it could collect anything, even living people, Xianxia needed to use his divine sense to do so. Depending on the size of the object collected, the density of the world energy, and the strength of its resistance, the amount of divine sense required would vary. Just like when Xianxia first took the embodiment into the sealed world bead, although the embodiment at that time did not resist Xianxia and even cooperated with him, because of its size, Xianxia still collapsed in an instant. The load in front of him was the same. Although it was undoubtedly many times smaller than when the embodiment had first taken shape, it was still a source crystal lode with a surging amount of world energy. If he wanted to collect such an existence, Xianxia estimated that if he tried to force it, his knowledge sea would be damaged. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai sent a message to the embodiment inside the sealed world bead. The next moment, the gap in the sealed world bead expanded leisurely, turning into a huge void crack that stretched in front of Yang Kai. Blue veins bulged on Yang Kai's forehead as his body trembled violently, his source chi fluctuating wildly. "Do it!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The next moment, two giant arms stretched out from the huge void crack. These two giant arms were extremely hard and had sharp edges. Surprisingly, they were the arms of the embodiment. The Dharmakaya's arms crossed the realm and hugged the huge mine in his palms. Then, he suddenly exerted force and lifted it up. Such a horrifying scene was really like the power to uproot mountains and rivers. His aura was unparalleled. Only the bodies of the Stone Mongoose clan could possess such brute strength. At the same time, Yang Kai's divine sense was also like a tide as he cooperated with the embodiment's movements and stuffed the load into the void crack. Kong long long, a loud noise rang out. The load slowly rose, moving little by little. Yang Kai's face grew paler and paler, his clothes soaked in sweat, and his head throbbed with pain as if thousands of needles were stabbing him. His divine sense had been damaged by this. The soul-warming lotus bloomed with 7 colors, and its gentle power made up for the damage to his divine sense, making Yang Kai feel much better. As for the embodiment's arms that had crossed over, creaking noises could be heard as gravel constantly fell from his arms. It seemed that even he couldn't bear such a weight, causing the onlookers to be on tenterhooks and feel anxious. It seemed like just a moment, but also like thousands of years. Just when Yang Kai was almost unable to bear it, the embodiment in the sealed world bead suddenly retracted his giant arms, directly pulling the source crystal load into the void crack and disappearing. At the same time, the sealed world bead flashed wildly, and the gap between the void crack closed. Yang Kai staggered, only to feel that his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were full of a salty smell, and his eyes were seeing stars. Unable to stand steadily, he fell to the ground. It was only at this moment that he suddenly felt a wave of fear. Although his divine sense was protected by the soul-warming lotus, it was still full of danger. If he had used his divine sense too much and caused his soul to become chaotic, he may not be able to recover in the future. A trace of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and Yang Kai felt cold all over. "Who is it?" Yang Kai suddenly turned his head, his eyes cold as he looked in a certain direction and shouted, "Who's there?" At that moment, he heard the sound of footsteps. Now that he was exhausted and could barely move, if someone really wanted to harm him, he couldn't even escape. So Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, hurriedly wiped the blood and cold sweat from his face, and sat cross-legged, assuming a calm posture. After Yang Kai shouted, the footsteps paused slightly, but soon continued to move in his direction, faster and faster. Yang Kai's expression became ugly, and his eyes became slightly gloomy as he stared at the approaching person. After a short while, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. That person stood about 10 feet away from Yang Kai, and asked hesitantly, "Grandmaster Yang?" Hearing this person's voice, Yang Kai frowned, and a strange expression appeared on his face. "Why is it you?" He discovered that this person was actually Yi Jinghan, who he couldn't shake off. He hadn't expected that she would come down here. Yang Kai immediately became vigilant, and said coldly, "Why did you come down here instead of collecting source crystals up there?" Although he didn't know why this woman was looking for him, Yang Kai was very annoyed by the fact that he was neither a relative nor a friend of hers, and he had already clearly rejected her. Yi Jinghan said, "This mistress isn't strong enough, and this mistress is the only one from Thousand Leaves sect who came here, so I don't have the strength to compete with others." Her words were filled with bitterness and desolation. "When I saw Grandmaster Yang come down here, this mistress wanted to come down and take a look." As she spoke, she suddenly coughed twice. "Are you injured?" Yang Kai raised his brows. "It's just a minor injury." Yi Jinghan replied, "I was hit by someone when I came down." Hearing this, Yang Kai roughly understood what had happened. Everyone was occupying their own spirit springs, and if Yi Jinghan wanted to come down, she must have used a spirit spring to do so. The others must have thought that she wanted to snatch source crystals, so they attacked her. With her second-order Dao source realm cultivation, it was impossible for her to come out unscathed, so it was only natural that she would be injured. "Do your parents know that you're so daring?" Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground and looked coldly at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan replied bitterly, "This mistress has been an orphan since she was young." Yang Kai was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice, "What did you see just now?" "What?" Yi Jinghan replied with a blank look on her face. "Nothing." Yang Kai exhaled softly. Yi Jinghan's tone and expression didn't seem to be fake, so she really didn't see anything just now. "Grandmaster Yang." Yi Jinghan stammered, "Can you give this mistress a chance to say a few words?" "Aren't you speaking right now?" Yang Kai's entire body was exhausted and powerless. Even though he felt that Yi Jinghan wouldn't do anything harmful to him, he still had to be on guard against her. That was why he didn't show any signs of fatigue and just quietly rested to recover his strength. "Thank you, Grandmaster Yang." Yi Jinghan was overjoyed when she heard this. She thought that her sincerity had finally worked and she became excited. She deliberated over her words and said solemnly, "Actually, this mistress is looking for Grandmaster Yang to ask for a favor." Yang Kai closed his eyes and concentrated, not paying any attention to her. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan continued, "This mistress wants to ask Grandmaster Yang to." "Grandmaster, be careful behind you." "What?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard this, but in the next moment, he felt a chill coming from behind him. That chill was as sharp as a blade and it cut into his skin painfully. His expression changed drastically. He was so focused on recovering that he didn't notice any danger approaching him from behind. If not for Yi Jinghan's reminder, he wouldn't have reacted so quickly. Even now, he was afraid that he wouldn't have reacted. He was extremely shocked in the depths of his heart. He didn't know what kind of divine being could actually approach him without him noticing. In a hurry, Yang Kai circulated his source qi and jumped up into the air, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Kong, a powerful force came crashing down on Yang Kai's arms. Creak creak creak, the sound of bones dislocating rang out. Yang Kai was really shocked this time. The quality of his physical body was unparalleled. Even a direct hit from an Emperor Realm Master would not be able to dislocate his bones, but this inexplicable attack was able to do so. Dragon form. Yang Kai let out a low roar, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. Dragon scales suddenly covered his arms in front of his chest, blocking the violent power of the attack. This power. Yang Kai's expression froze as he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the power that had attacked him. It didn't seem to be the source qi he was familiar with, but rather another kind of power that he couldn't quite put his finger on. He abruptly raised his head and released his divine sense. He wanted to see who had the guts to sneak up on him. With one look, Kai Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. Not far in front of him, there was a pitch-black figure standing. For some reason, that figure did not have the slightest bit of vitality, and it seemed to be constantly fluctuating due to the surging energy. He was unable to stabilize it. The two scarlet eyes were like the eyes of a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. Anyone who saw them would shudder in fear. "See." Yang Kai's expression sank as he shouted, "Who is your excellency?" The other party had no intention of replying. It simply tilted its head and glanced at Yang Kai before swinging a fist and smashing it towards Yang Kai. Although it was a fist, the attack contained within the fist wind was like the sharpness of thousands of sharp blades. It cut the surrounding space with a sizzling sound, and it was incomparably sharp. Having just suffered a loss, Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to be careless. With a flick of his 10 fingers, a series of tiny void cracks appeared, transforming into a rain of needles that shot towards the black figure. The other party seemed to realize that the situation wasn't good and its figure flickered as it retreated from the battle, standing not far away as it tilted its head and stared at Yang Kai. This black figure's reaction wasn't very nimble, and could even be said to be very stiff and jerky, giving off the feeling that it hadn't moved for a long time, but Yang Kai instinctively felt that this was a formidable enemy. Buzz, a strange sound suddenly came from the black figure's body, and with this strange sound, Yang Kai suddenly felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. "What?" Yang Kai was shocked and quickly retreated. Even if he was facing a genuine powerhouse from the Emperor realm, he wouldn't be so flustered, but at this moment, he just wanted to get as far away from this black figure as possible. Because at that moment, the ancient demon sense that had been sealed in his lower abdomen seemed to have been affected by something and became restless. Fortunately, the Tsang tree's gold and silver seal was extremely mysterious and was able to suppress it immediately, otherwise Yang Kai would definitely become the demon race again. This black figure, was it related to the ancient great demon? An unimaginable thought popped up in Yang Kai's mind uncontrollably, and his face turned pale. Although the ancient demon's sense in his lower abdomen only surged for a moment, it was obviously detected by the black figure. In an instant, his killing intent surged like a tide as an indescribable evil aura suddenly filled the air, and a pitch-black energy visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Demonic chi! Yang Kai exclaimed. At this moment, he was completely sure that this black figure was really related to the ancient great demon, because the energy fluctuations between the two were almost exactly the same. Kill! A word suddenly jumped out of the black figure's throat, and then its figure flickered as it rushed in front of Yang Kai, swinging its fist. Under this punch, the world collapsed and the universe was in chaos. Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he didn't dare to be negligent. With a flick of his wrist, the myriad sword emperor artifact was instantly summoned. He leisurely swung his sword and slowly shouted, "Myriad sword, one man holds the pass." Asterisk Xing. Asterisk the humming of the sword and the humming of the sword chi could be heard incessantly. A ring of light appeared in front of Yang Kai, turning into a solid barrier. When the black figure's fist smashed down, Yang Kai's body trembled, and his sword aura was almost disrupted. "Grandmaster Yang, this mistress will help you." Yi Jinghan's voice trembled, and it was obvious that she was frightened, but she still braced herself and flew over. A bracelet on her fair wrist flew out, and she formed a series of hand seals, causing the bracelet to expand to the size of a washbasin, whistling as it flew toward the black figure. "Back off!" Yang Kai shouted. Although Yi Jinghan's cultivation was similar to his, it was impossible for her to contend against this black figure, and the slightest carelessness would result in her death. However, his shout was still a little too late. The bracelet artifact spun and struck the black figure's head in the blink of an eye. The black figure didn't pay any attention to it, and he didn't even put up his guard, allowing the attack to hit him. Asterisk clang, asterisk a loud noise rang out, as if the bracelet had struck a solid object. The light on the bracelet flickered erratically, and it was even contaminated by a wisp of demonic chi, which damaged its spirituality. Asterisk poo, asterisk Yi Jinghan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her aura weakened. The bracelet artifact was her natal artifact, and when it was damaged, she also suffered a backlash. In her panic, she didn't dare to continue fighting, so she just waved her hand and took the bracelet back. When she lowered her head and looked at the bracelet, she saw a wisp of black demonic chi lingering around it, gradually spreading to the surroundings, and faintly showing signs of corroding other parts of the bracelet. Yi Jinghan turned pale with fright. It was only now that she understood the disparity between her and the black figure. "Kill!" A hoarse battle cry rang out once again. It sounded like metal scraping against metal, and it was extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Yang Kai maintained the myriad sword's momentum and confronted the black figure as an equal. He looked at the other party with a grave expression and shouted in a low voice, "Who are you, Your Excellency? What is your relationship with the one-eyed giant demon?" "Kill!" The black figure didn't seem to have heard him, and this was the only word that came out of his mouth. "Are you looking down on me?" Yang Kai was infuriated, and a golden light suddenly appeared in his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation was instantly revealed, and he stared intently at the black figure. He wanted to see what this black figure was. As soon as he looked at it, a strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face, and he said in alarm, This is..." Using the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai was able to see through all illusions, and he was able to see the true form of the black figure. He discovered that the black figure wasn't a living being, but an existence similar to an artifact spirit, just like Lu Yen. The only difference was that the black figure wasn't an artifact refining furnace, but a hammer. At this moment, the hammer was hidden inside the black figure's body, and it was surrounded by a boundless demonic chi. Exquisite runes flowed around the hammer like they were living creatures, seemingly containing the power of supreme principles. Yang Kai looked at it and felt a stinging pain in his left eye, and a warm feeling flowed down from the corner of his eye. Forcing himself to focus, he carefully examined the shape of the hammer, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that he had seen it somewhere before. Very soon, he recalled what had happened. He had indeed seen this hammer before, but not in reality, but in the knowledge sea of the Jiang family's first young master, Jiang Chuhe. Last time, when the demonic qi besieged the city, Jiang Chuhe had been eroded by the demonic qi and turned into a demon. Yang Kai had joined forces with Qin Yu to use a soul-searching secret technique to find a good way to resist the demon thought. In Jiang Chuhe's knowledge sea, Yang Kai had seen many things about the ancient great demon. Among them, there were traces of the appearance of this hammer. In those battles, the weapon used by the ancient great demon was this war hammer. It was invincible, and countless ancient powerhouses had died tragically under this war hammer, ending their glorious lives. The demonic war hammer. Yang Kai shouted and quickly dispersed the demon eye of annihilation, not daring to look at it again. If it was the ancient great demon's demonic war hammer, then everything made sense. Why did the demonic qi sealed in his body resonate with this black figure? The two had an inseparable relationship, so it was natural for them to resonate. In other words, the ancient powerhouses had not only sealed the ancient great demon's black eye here, but also the ancient great demon's war hammer. It was just that the demonic warhammer had been suppressed under the 18 stars great array, unable to see the light of day. This time it had finally been released. Perhaps, it was related to the source crystal mine he had taken. Perhaps, the source crystal mine was the key to suppressing the demonic warhammer. Although he had such a guess in his heart, Yang Kai did not regret it. Now that the 18 stars grand array had reappeared, this place was destined to be explored by countless masters. Even if he didn't take away the source crystal mine, someone else would. In other words, it was only a matter of time before the demonic warhammer reappeared. But what was unexpected was that the demonic warhammer had actually developed its own sentience in the flowing time Great Emperor and was able to take form. Thinking quickly, in the next moment, Yang Kai's sword intent changed from defensive to offensive. Million sword chi, moon swallows the wolf. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk countless sword chi bombarded the artifact spirit in human form like a torrential rain, forcing it to retreat. The demonic chi on the surface of its body was tumbling, but it wasn't damaged in the slightest. It was a manifestation of the ancient demonic warhammer, which was at least at the level of an emperor artifact. It was extremely sturdy. If the demonic warhammer wasn't destroyed, no method would be able to hurt it, unless one used spiritual energy to directly attack its soul and erase its consciousness. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had just consumed too much of his divine sense to collect the source crystal mine, so it would be difficult for him to gather his divine sense again and use his soul secret technique in a short time. He could only use offense as a form of defense. As soon as the sword chi appeared, Yang Kai immediately retreated and flashed to Yi Jinghan's side, grabbing her with one hand and shouting, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them flew up at an extremely fast speed, following the direction of the surging world energy, straight into the sky. Above, at the 18 springs, many cultivators looked at each other with ugly expressions. Where are the source crystals? Where are the source crystals? Damn it, why aren't the source crystals erupting? What's going on? God knows what's going on. The other springs don't seem to be erupting source crystals either. Many of the cultivators looked around, all of them clamoring, all of them wanting to continue. After all, source crystals falling from the sky was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Moreover, they had encountered high-rank and mid-rank source crystals this time, so they were all overjoyed. Suddenly, there were no more source crystals. Apart from pure spiritual energy, there was nothing else that gushed out from the 18 springs. How could they not be depressed? Did something happen down there? Someone guessed. Why don't we go down and take a look? There might be some heaven-defying opportunity waiting for us down there, someone suggested. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Previously, everyone had been busy collecting source crystals and had no time to pay attention to anything else. Now that there were no more source crystals, they naturally wanted to go down and investigate. 18 Spirit Eyes. With so many source crystals, even a fool would not believe that there was nothing good down there. Therefore, everyone was tempted. Although they were tempted, they still understood the principle of shooting the bird that pokes its head out. Therefore, they looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to eat crabs. Cough. Brother 4Cs. You have a profound cultivation base. Why don't you take the lead this time, and we'll follow you down? A middle-aged old man suddenly looked at another old man and said. The old man named Xianxia coldly snorted and said unhappily, Brother Woohoo, are you joking? When we were collecting source crystals just now, you didn't ask this old master to take the lead. Now that we've encountered such a dangerous situation, you want this old master to go first? Are you insulting this old master's IQ or your own? Zhou Wuhu coughed dryly and said, Brother 4Cs, it's fine if you don't want to, but why do you have such a vicious mouth? Didn't you rinse your mouth after eating? Qi Si Hai said coldly, this old master is not stupid enough to be used at will. Zhou Wuhu curled his lips and cupped his fists again. Then, he turned to the octagonal door and said, Little brother Luo, this old master can see that your excellency's cultivation is amazing and his methods are heaven-defying. You must be a person with a great opportunity. Little brother, do you want to go down and investigate? Luo Yuan had come back at some point. Although he was in a sorry state after fighting with Gao Shan and Lu Shui, he was in high spirits. It seemed that he had gained a lot. Looking around, the people from Flying Saint Palace were nowhere to be seen. It was unknown whether they had been beaten away by Luo Yuan or not. Old man, you're really insidious. If you want to go down yourself. Don't encourage my brother Luo. The round-faced woman at the octagonal door glared at Zhou Wuhu and shouted. Zhou Wuhu's face sank and he snorted, Little girl, how can you speak like that? Can't you respect the old and love the young? Can't you see that this old master is already so old? Look at my beard and hair, they're all white. The round-faced woman snorted, Since you're so old, why don't you just find a place to lie down and wait for death? What are you running around for? Do you want to die faster? Little girl, you really pissed this old master off. Zhou Wuhu trembled with anger. Qi Si Hai was gloating on the side, laughing happily. Something's wrong. Luo Yuan had not said a word, but was staring down at the high-rank spirit spring in front of him with a frown. At this moment, he suddenly said, as if he was facing a great enemy. What? The round-faced woman looked at him when she heard this. Luo Yuan's face became more and more dignified. Suddenly, he shouted, Retreat. As soon as his words fell, he pushed his source qi and wrapped it around the disciples of the octagonal door before retreating 1,000 meters away. Gulyalu, at the high-rank spirit spring, bubbles suddenly appeared and the whole spirit spring seemed to be boiling. What's going on? Everyone looked at the spirit spring with a blank look on their faces. At that moment, a figure suddenly broke out of it, bringing with it a burst of crashing sounds. There's someone down there? When did this guy go down? See, it's that evil star. Everyone exclaimed, but after seeing that it was Yang Kai, their faces suddenly became ugly. They didn't know if the reason why the source crystals suddenly stopped erupting had something to do with him, but they didn't dare to ask. How did he come out of our spirit spring? The round-faced woman also looked at Yang Kai blankly, her brow furrowed in confusion. So that's how it is. Luo Yuan, on the other hand, seemed to understand something and said thoughtfully, It seems that these 18 spirit springs are actually connected to each other. Is that so? Brother Luo is really smart, the round-faced woman said with a smile as she looked at Luo Yuan with her beautiful eyes, making no attempt to hide her admiration for him. The other disciples of the octagonal door all looked at her with shame, knowing that the round-faced woman was too deeply poisoned and was probably beyond saving. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he looked around before flashing directly to Hua Qingxi and the others. Master. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes became dignified as she looked down at the bottom of the spirit spring and whispered, I don't know why, but I suddenly have a strange feeling, as if down there. There is an existence similar to you, Yang Kai replied quickly. It took a human form? Lu Yan's tender body trembled and she seemed a little excited. There weren't many artifact spirits that could take a human form and possess their own intelligence. All such existences were of the same kind. So when she heard that there was an existence similar to her, Lu Yan's emotions fluctuated. She really wanted to know how the other party had taken a human form and how much intelligence it had. It's very dangerous, so don't provoke it. Yang Kai said as he put Yi Jinghan down and took out a large number of spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Asterisk Walla, asterisk another sound rang out as the demonic artifact spirit shot out of the spirit spring after Yang Kai. Its aura was violent and gloomy, and it had turned into a pitch-black figure that was drifting erratically. Only its blood-red eyes were visible. Hiss. Who is this? It looks so ferocious. Ha ha ha, look at how that fiend is fleeing in a sorry state. It seems like this guy is quite powerful. It would be best if we could quickly kill him. Exactly, it would be best if we could get that boy surnamed Luo from the octagonal door involved as well. Then, we could just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Heh 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 heh. After the demonic artifact spirit appeared, its eyes were still fixed on Yang Kai. It seemed like Yang Kai was the only one it was interested in this world, and it had no interest in anyone else. It raised its hand casually and chopped down fiercely in the direction of Yang Kai. Asterisk chi, asterisk a pitch-black ray of light, which seemed to have devoured all the light in the world, broke through the shackles of space and struck directly above Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he raised his hand slightly, releasing the net of golden blood threads covering the spirit spring. Asterisk Hong, asterisk the pitch-black attack slammed into the net, causing the world energy aura to tremble slightly. The net of golden blood threads was unable to withstand such an attack and collapsed. Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he took back all his golden blood threads and swept out with his sword, sending out a huge sword wave to meet the attack. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong, asterisk the two bursts of energy collided and exploded, creating a strong wind that swept out in all directions, causing everyone to lose their footing. This guy is too strong. Seeing the means of the demonic artifact spirit, everyone paled, and in the distance, Luo Yuan's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai took out a large number of spirit pills and tossed them into his mouth like they were jelly beans, chewing and swallowing them while vaguely calling out, "Brother Luo, I've found you a decent opponent, do you want to test his tolerance?" Luo Yuan heard this and coldly snorted, "Not interested, this secret technique has already been successfully cultivated." "Is that so?" Yang Kai shouted, "Then all the more reason to give it a try. It's a good opportunity to test the power of that secret technique. You're also a scoundrel." The round-faced woman waved her small fist at Yang Kai from a distance and gritted her teeth, "You can't beat him, so you want to drag Brother Luo down with you? Shameless." "What shame? Life is more important, little girl." Yang Kai didn't seem ashamed at all and instead seemed to be proud of himself, causing everyone to despise him. "Forget it." Yang Kai curled his lips and said unhurriedly, "Since you don't want an emperor artifact, this uncle will do it himself." "What? An emperor artifact? Where is this emperor artifact? Give it to me, I want it, big brother Yang, Uncle Yang." Yang Kai grinned and pointed to the demonic artifact spirit, "All of you have profound cultivations, can't you see that this guy isn't a living thing? What does little brother Yang mean?" Chi Si Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This guy is an emperor artifact." "What? An emperor artifact has taken human form?" As soon as Yang Kai said this, everyone was shocked. Every cultivator looked at the demonic artifact spirit in horror, their eyes gradually flashing with covetousness. What a joke! Just the two words, emperor artifact, were enough to make people drool, and an emperor artifact that could take human form was unheard of. Its value was simply immeasurable. Asterisk Gudong, asterisk swallowing sounds could be heard as everyone looked at the artifact spirit with fiery and greedy eyes. Many divine senses crisscrossed in this underground space, checking whether the artifact spirit's situation was as Yang Kai said. After a short while, Chi Si Hai shouted, "It really is an emperor artifact." He could see the phantom of the demonic warhammer from the artifact spirit's body, and could also clearly feel the emperor intent and emperor aura contained in the artifact spirit's body. It was not something a Dao Source Realm cultivator could comprehend. It is indeed an emperor artifact. Although Zhou Wuhu's eyes were fiery, there was a strong sense of fear and vigilance in his eyes, but since it has taken human form, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. Everyone, be careful not to get the treasure and get yourself into trouble instead. Hearing what he said, everyone suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them, and their excited blood gradually cooled down. Yang Kai glanced at him and laughed. If you want to take good things, you naturally have to take risks. Since old sir is so cautious, why don't you retreat now? What are you still doing here? Zhou Wuhu coughed twice and said embarrassedly, let's take a look. Yang Kai said, although this artifact spirit has taken human form, it has been suppressed under this 18 stars grand array for countless years. It is no longer at its peak. It is impossible for it to exert the full power of an emperor artifact. If anyone wants to seize the treasure, you might as well try it with this Yang. The treasure belongs to the fated. As soon as he finished speaking, he braced himself and unsheathed his myriad sword, sending a rain of swords towards the artifact spirit. Seeing him take the lead, the others could no longer hold back. Although everyone knew that there was a certain risk in dealing with an emperor artifact that had taken human form, few people could remain calm and indifferent in the face of such a huge temptation. All of a sudden, the cultivator from each side activated their source energy. Secret arts and martial skills were unleashed at the same time. Colorful lights filled the underground space. The people from Octagonal Door were also eager to make a move, but Luo Yuan was still standing in place, showing no intention of intervening. He could only anxiously stand where he was and observe the situation. Boom boom boom. With a flash of brilliance, dozens of attacks from the Dao Source Realm cultivator bombarded the place where the artifact spirit was located, making it impossible for anyone to see what was going on inside. Even their divine senses were completely devoured. Is it dead? There's no movement at all. Could it be that it's really dead? Everyone craned their necks. He looked at the artifact spirit. His eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. He widened his eyes and waited for the results. The light gradually dissipated and the chaotic energy slowly calmed down, but the scene that entered everyone's eyes made their hearts sink. The demonic armament spirit stood quietly in place. Although the light on its body was slightly dimmer than before, it did not show any signs of damage. Instead, it was enraged by the joint attacks of the crowd. Its two red eyes were filled with ferocious violence as it viciously scanned the surroundings, as if it wanted to remember everyone's appearance in its heart. Every cultivator that was targeted by it inexplicably felt a chill, as if they had heard the call of death. Hiss. It's actually safe and sound after taking so many attacks. Is this artifact spirit invincible? How can we fight like this? Young Master Yang, the situation seems to be a little different from what you said. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Did you not use your full strength? This artifact spirit doesn't seem to have high intelligence and has been suppressed for countless years. It shouldn't be this powerful. Ahem ahem. Everyone looked embarrassed when they heard this. Indeed, no one had used their full strength in that blow just now. They all wanted to save some strength for when the artifact spirit was destroyed so they could snatch the Emperor artifact. None of them had expected that their attack would end in failure. At this moment, after being exposed by Yang Kai, they all looked a little uncomfortable. Not good, everyone, attack. It's going to use its full strength. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed as he shouted. The demonic artifact spirit stretched out its hand and grasped at the void. In an instant, a dark warhammer appeared in its hand. This warhammer was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai had seen in its body before. Obviously, it was this artifact spirit's source artifact. All kinds of complex and mysterious runes flashed on its surface, as if they were alive and contained a profound mystery. An extremely dangerous aura spread out with the appearance of this warhammer. Inexplicably, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar at this moment, shivering all over. On the other side, Luo Yuan's pupils shrank as he realized the situation was not good. He quickly shouted to the people from Octagonal Door, "All of you, retreat." As soon as these words fell, Luo Yuan's figure flickered slightly and he suddenly appeared above the artifact spirit's head. Forming a series of hand seals, Luo Yuan's source chi surged as he muttered, "Blazing Sun Golden Wheel." A small fiery red sun suddenly formed between his hands, causing the temperature of the ground to rise instantly, causing everyone's skin to heat up. Everyone felt the huge lethality of this secret technique and turned to look at Luo Yuan with a slightly pale expression. The small sun in Luo Yuan's hand seemed to have fallen from the sky and smashed directly towards the artifact spirit. Before this attack even arrived, the artifact spirit felt the danger and its black aura tumbled as it roared again and again. "What the fuck are you all standing around for? Hurry up and attack!" Xianxia shouted as he rushed in front of the artifact spirit and slashed out with his myriad sword. The other cultivator regained their senses and once again used their secret techniques and martial skills to attack the artifact spirit. However, this time, they did not dare to hold back and instead went all out, causing the scene to become several times more intense than before. Even if a true master from the Emperor realm was here, they would only be able to escape in the face of such an attack. It was impossible for them to take it head-on. The artifact spirit, however, did not move. It was unknown whether it was because of its lack of consciousness or because it had great confidence in its own abilities, but before the countless attacks arrived, it raised the warhammer in its hand high up. The warhammer flickered for a moment as the complex runes on it rolled and squirmed. Principal strength surged out, forming an invisible force that covered a radius of several thousand meters around the ground. Immediately after, the artifact spirit swung the hammer down fiercely. The hammer smashed into the void, shattering the space and creating a pitch-black hole. However, the shockwave seemed to have crossed the barrier of space and hit the chest of every cultivator who attacked. *pu. Under this blow, all the attacks were annihilated. Most of the cultivators turned pale, coughed up blood, and were sent flying backwards. The remaining cultivators also had ugly expressions as their chi and blood surged. Luo Yuan also let out a muffled groan as the burning sun golden will collapsed on its own, failing to hurt the artifact spirit in the slightest. The same was true for Xianxia. Suddenly, an invisible barrier appeared in front of Myriad's sword, preventing him from successfully sending his attack to the artifact spirit. The next moment, a huge force came from the barrier and slammed into him. *pu. Xianxia coughed up a mouthful of golden blood and was sent flying like a ragged sack. His already bad condition worsened. *long. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the surroundings, and cracks appeared on the ground and the walls of the cave. Large and small stones fell from above, and the 18 spiritual essences were also affected by the aftershock. All of a sudden, all of them boiled up and erupted together. The impact made the underground space even more unstable, and there were signs of it collapsing at any time. "Not good, this place is going to collapse. Run. Little brat surnamed Yang, you incited us to attack. If I die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Someone shouted as he fled. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted, "Men die for wealth, birds die for food. You make your own choices and you bear the consequences. Did I incite you? If I tell you to eat shit, will you eat it? Bastard." The man shouted angrily, but he did not dare to stop and could only flee desperately. The underground space became lively in an instant as everyone was busy running for their lives. Xianxia wanted to take Hua Qingxi and the others back into the sealed world bead, but when he saw the artifact spirit glaring at him, he could only grit his teeth and say, "You go on your own." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he rushed off in a certain direction. The artifact spirit did not give up and chased after him. After a short while, accompanied by a loud buzzing sound, the earth trembled and a huge pit suddenly appeared in the wilderness 2,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City. The world energy in this pit had turned into liquid and gradually accumulated, the level of the liquid slowly rising, as if it was about to turn into a spirit lake. *Xiao. Rays of light burst out from the ground and one by one, the cultivators fled with lingering fear, their faces pale. In a certain direction, Xianxia and the artifact spirit were chasing after each other as fast as lightning. Ha 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 ha. There was a path to heaven but you refused to take it, there was no door to hell but you chose to throw yourself into it. Left and right protectors, listen to my order, capture this brat for me. This young master will teach him how to behave properly. Suddenly, there was a burst of arrogant laughter in front of him. Xianxia fixed his eyes and saw 3 figures standing there. These 3 were Ning Yuanshu, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui of Flying Saint Palace. Obviously, they had been staying here and had not left, but perhaps because they were wary of Luo Yuan, they did not go deep into the underground spirit spring and had been wandering around outside. At this moment, seeing Xianxia, Ning Yuanshu was overjoyed. When he gave the order, his face was ferocious and his eyes were full of resentment and hatred. Just now, Yang Kai had slapped his face in front of everyone, which made Ning Yuanshu view it as the greatest humiliation of his life. He secretly swore that he would definitely get his revenge. He was worried that he would not be able to find Yang Kai, but who would have thought that he would walk right into his trap? Dao Shan and Lu Shui had suffered a loss at Luo Yuan's hands, but that did not mean that they could not even capture Yang Kai. Ning Yuanshu was very confident in the strength of the two old men. "Boy, you heard what the young palace master said. If you know what's good for you, come here obediently. This old master does not want to attack you, lest you be accused of bullying the weak." Dao Shan looked at Yang Kai coldly. Lu Shui also said, "Yes, boy, surrender yourself. The strength of these two old masters is not something you can compete with. If you resist, you will only suffer in vain. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Hurry up and take him down. This young master wants him to taste all the torture in the world. I want to tear him to pieces to vent the hatred in my heart." Ning Yuanshu shouted with a ferocious expression. Hearing this, Dao Shan and Lu Shui's expressions turned solemn as the power in their bodies surged. "Two elders, please wait. This kid is coming." Yang Kai's face was filled with a joyful smile as he waved at Dao Shan and Lu Shui while quickly flying towards them. Dao Shan and Lu Shui froze in place, while Ning Yuanshu was also at a loss. He didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Yang Kai be running away at this moment? But he actually took the initiative to deliver himself to them with such a joyful expression, as if he had finally seen his loved ones after a difficult time, which was very puzzling. "Two elders, be careful of his tricks." Ning Yuanshu coldly snorted and reminded them in a low voice. Dao Shan and Lu Shui nodded and said, "Young palace master, don't worry. This kid is not as strong as Luo Yuan. He won't be able to make any waves in our hands. That's for the best." After a short while, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he directly appeared in front of the three of them, grinning at them. Ning Yuanshu seemed to be afraid of Yang Kai just now. Seeing this, his pupils shrank and he couldn't help but take a few steps back to distance himself from Yang Kai. This junior greets the two seniors. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists, then immediately looked at Ning Yuanshu and said, "Young palace master, there was a little misunderstanding between us just now. How about we drink a cup of wine and bury the hatchet? We will still be good friends in the future." "Good friends?" Ning Yuanshu glared at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression, his cheeks swollen. While speaking, he also put his face in front of Yang Kai and said, "Look at me. Do you think this young master can still be good friends with you?" Yang Kai leaned back slightly, turned his face away, and said with a look of disgust, "Young palace master, if you have something to say, why are you putting your face in front of me? This young is timid, don't scare me." Ning Yuanshu was furious. He roared, "Isn't this your masterpiece? All right, all right." Yang Kai waved his hand to interrupt his clamor and looked at Gao Shan and Lu Shui with a smile. "Two elders, this kid has surrendered, right?" Gao Shan pondered for a moment before nodding. "At least you know what's good for you." Flowing Water continued, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Kid, your future is limitless." "Heh heh heh." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then the two of you will be responsible for protecting this kid's safety. This kid is now considered one of your captives." "Protect your safety?" Gao Shan frowned. "What do you mean?" Flowing Water was also confused. However, the two of them soon understood what it meant. In the void, a figure flashed by as the weapon spirit chased after him. Standing a few dozen feet away from them, he gripped the demonic warhammer and stared darkly at Yang Kai. "Hiss, this aura." Gao Shan was startled as he stared at the artifact spirit. Flowing Water's expression also became solemn as he shouted in a low voice, "Demonic chi." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Two elders really have sharp eyes. This guy's aura is indeed demonic chi. Instead, it is the purest, ancient demonic chi. How is that possible?" Dao Shan and Flowing Water's eyes widened in an instant as they stared at Yang Kai with a look of "You're kidding me." Yang Kai sternly said, "Kid is not in the mood to joke with two elders. Gao Shan said, no wonder it feels a little different from ordinary demonic qi, but how can there be ancient demonic qi here? Flowing Water also had a puzzled look. Yang Kai said, 2 elders, can't you see that he is not a living thing, but an artifact spirit? Look at the hammer in his hand, that is an ancient emperor artifact. What? Gao Shan and Flowing Water trembled once, twice, thrice as they stared at the demonic war hammer in horror. Gradually, a look of fanatical greed flashed across their faces. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot, 2 elders have profound cultivations. Your strength is extraordinary, but you have been trapped at the peak of the Tao Source realm for countless years. The heavens are really jealous of your talents. If you can obtain this Emperor artifact and comprehend the mysteries of the Great Tao, you may be able to take a step further and break through the shackles of the Emperor realm. You may even become an overlord in the future. No matter how eloquent you are. Dao Shan turned his head and glanced coldly at Yang Kai. This old master is inevitably tempted. Yang Kai smiled and said, treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. The group of trash below can't do anything to this artifact spirit. Only 2 elders have the strength to subdue it. As long as you can erase its consciousness, this Emperor artifact will belong to you. You too can do it, I have high hopes for you. After saying so, he leaped back a few dozen meters, clenched his fist, and shook it up and down, as if he was cheering for Gao Shan and Flowing Water. Gudong. Both Gao Shan and Flowing Water swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although they knew that this artifact spirit was definitely not to be trifled with, how could they not be tempted with such a precious treasure in front of them? Looking at each other, the 2 shouted in unison, do it. As soon as the words fell, a light flashed in Gao Shan's hand and the ancient zither artifact appeared. He sat cross-legged in the air and placed the zither across his knees. When his 10 fingers plucked the strings, a tinkling sound suddenly rang out. Flowing Water also took out his flute and placed it under his lips, blowing it slowly. 2 completely different tunes resounded through the world in an instant. They contained the Great Tao and perfectly complemented each other, forming an impact visible to the naked eye that enveloped the artifact spirit. Yang Kai was not far away, so he wasn't targeted, but after hearing this voice, he suddenly felt his divine sense become somewhat dazed. It was as if this voice had a life of its own and was actively drilling into his ears, transforming into a strange force that affected his mind. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he silently circulated his secret art to resist the sound attack. On the other side, the artifact spirit was the first to bear the brunt of the 2 old men's sound attack, and the impact it suffered was even more significant. Although it had taken human form, it did not have much intelligence. Strictly speaking, the sound attack of Gao Shan and Flowing Water could be considered a spiritual energy attack, which was precisely the right medicine to restrain the artifact spirit. Therefore, as soon as the tune was played, the crimson light in the artifact spirit's eyes flickered and the demonic qi on its body was constantly tumbling, as if it had been greatly affected. The warhammer in its hand also did not fall for a long time. Seeing this scene, Gao Shan and Flowing Water were overjoyed and worked even harder to urge their divine technique, seemingly wanting to take down the artifact spirit in one fell swoop. Ning Yuanshu was also watching intently, secretly excited, praying that Gao Shan and Flowing Water would succeed as soon as possible. If the 2 old men could succeed, then this warhammer would definitely be brought back to Flying Saint Palace. This ancient emperor artifact definitely contained great secrets. If his father could comprehend and refine it, it would definitely greatly increase his strength. At that time, the status of Flying Saint Palace would also rise, and his status would also rise. How could he not be excited? On the other side, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, seizing every moment to restore his strength. At this moment, Gao Shan and Flowing Water were restraining the artifact spirit, so he naturally had to seize such a good opportunity. Although this artifact spirit was ferocious, it was not impossible to restrain it. Yang Kai had just consumed too much of his strength in collecting the source crystal load, so he was powerless. As long as he was given a little time to recover, he would be able to teach this artifact spirit a lesson. In the wilderness, the sound of the ancient zither and flute rang out, fluctuating up and down, creating a wonderful sound. Along with the ups and downs of the tune, energy constantly converged and rushed towards the artifact spirit, causing the light on its body to flicker wildly. The cultivator that had escaped from underground was also attracted by the movement here and gradually came over to watch from a distance. Seeing this situation, Gao Shan and Flowing Water's faces couldn't help sinking, lest they end up benefiting someone else, especially when they saw Luo Yuan among the crowd. Both of them became even more nervous. The previous battle with Luo Yuan was, to put it nicely, a draw, but in fact, both of them had suffered a crushing defeat. After all, the two old men had joined forces while Luo Yuan was only one person. A rising star being able to suppress the two old men and force them to flee was already an obvious victory. With such misgivings in their hearts, the two old men exchanged a glance and immediately understood each other's intentions. In the next moment, the rhythm of the tune changed abruptly, suddenly becoming like a powerful army. As the sound changed, the shockwaves visible to the naked eye actually transformed into thousands of soldiers and horses that rumbled towards the artifact spirit. As the sound waves raged, the heavens and earth lost all color. Roar! At this moment, the artifact spirit, who seemed to be suppressed by the sound waves, suddenly roared. Its flickering red eyes suddenly stabilized and an unimaginably violent aura surged from it. The warhammer in its hand that had been raised high suddenly fell down. In an instant, the wind and clouds suddenly changed and the demonic energy in the sky surged and was pulled by the warhammer into a vortex that poured down like a funnel. Kong, when the warhammer hit the void, the space around it shattered like a mirror and a halo of light spread out like a sharp blade, cutting through the thousands of soldiers and horses formed by the sound waves. The sound waves dissipated like paper paste. The zither in Gao Shan's hand let out a clanging sound as the strings broke. Flowing Water's flute also let out a cracking sound as several cracks appeared on it. Not good. The two old men's complexion changed wildly as they hurriedly tried to resist. However, under the impact of the sound waves, the two old men's strength was like a small boat in a stormy sea, capsizing in an instant. Pu pu. The two coughed up blood at the same time and their oars instantly withered. Two elders. Ning Yuanshu screamed in horror, his eyes trembling. Waste. Kai Yang scolded, he was simply too angry. He had hoped that Gao Shan and Lu Shui would be able to buy him a little time so that he could have a chance to recover, but he did not expect that these two old fellows would be so useless. They only lasted less than 30 breaths in front of the artifact spirit before being defeated. Not only that, both of their artifacts were damaged. The two old men had suffered a huge loss in this battle and would need at least 10 or 20 years to recover. The two old men's approach obviously angered the artifact spirit. After breaking free from the shackles of the sound waves, the artifact spirit raised its warhammer again. The runes on the warhammer surged and a black light spread out leisurely, as if it had turned into a black hole that could swallow the heaven-devouring great emperor. A bad feeling welled up in everyone's heart. The black hole was extremely tiny at the beginning, but in the blink of an eye, it actually expanded with a bang, and it seemed as if it intended to swallow the heavens and the earth. It caused others to be unable to help but have the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. Darkness descended, and the whole world was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. In the boundless darkness, something seemed to be rapidly growing. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were the first to bear the brunt. They felt all kinds of dark emotions surging up from the depths of their hearts, causing their eyes to tremble and emit an extremely evil light. The darkness seemed to be able to devour people's minds and make them fall into the demonic path forever. Not good. Gao Shan suddenly shouted, biting the tip of his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of blood essence. He forced himself to suppress the dark thoughts in his body and bitterly held on. Lu Shui did the same, but their expressions were extremely ugly. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long under this divine technique before their minds would be demonized and they would become demons. At this moment of crisis, a deep and solemn voice suddenly resounded in the world. The voice was profound and mysterious, seeming far and near at the same time, ethereal and untraceable. At the same time, a ray of light suddenly bloomed from the darkness. The light shrouded a figure that was quietly floating in the air. The figure was making hand seals and muttering some unknown incantation. All the cultivator who heard the incantation felt as if an invisible hand had brushed past their minds, cleansing the surging darkness and making their minds clear again. It's her. Young Kai stood not far away with a strange expression, looking at the figure in the sky that was emitting a faint light. Unexpectedly, he found out. This person turned out to be Yi Jinghan. He didn't know what divine technique she had used, but it had a great effect of calming the mind and pulling many cultivators back from the edge of the sea of suffering. After everyone came back to their senses, they didn't dare to stay in the same place. They used their movement skills to escape from the darkness. Gao Shan and Lu Shui saw a glimmer of hope and quickly fled. Before leaving, he didn't forget to bring Ning Yuanshu along. Yi Jinghan's cultivation was only at the second-order Dao source realm, so even if the divine technique she cultivated had the ability to restrain the darkness, she couldn't maintain it for a long time. So, after 10 breaths, her pretty face turned pale and the light radiating from her body was instantly extinguished. But, it seemed like she had exhausted all her strength and was unable to escape. She fell diagonally from the sky and was about to die. At this critical moment, Hua Qingxi tossed out a red caltrop and wrapped it around her. She pulled Yi Jinghan out of the darkness and together with Lu Yan, she brought her and Zhang Ruaxi away. He fled without looking back. Seeing this situation, how could Yang Kai hesitate? Turning around, he teleported away with the support of a secret space technique. He could no longer count on any of the cultivators here. He could only rely on himself. The most important thing now was to recover his strength as soon as possible. Not long after Yang Kai left, the artifact spirit put away the warhammer and the darkness dissipated. He looked around and saw that it was empty. There wasn't a single person in sight. But soon, he locked his gaze in the direction Yang Kai had fled. Carrying the warhammer, his figure flickered and he chased after him. Clear Jade Mountain was only about 10,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City. Once, the divine spirit Luan Feng appeared here and burned a large area of the mountain forest with its world-extinguishing black flames. Even after nearly 2 years, the world-extinguishing black flames showed no signs of extinguishing and continued to burn fiercely on the mountain. That area had been completely scorched. Not a single blade of grass grew within a radius of 100 kilometers. There was only black flames that filled the sky. Although this place was desolate and dilapidated, it had become a blessed land for many cultivators cultivating the fire attribute divine technique. Many cultivators who majored in the fire attribute divine technique or secret art would travel tens of thousands of kilometers to this place to comprehend the mysterious power contained in the world-extinguishing black flames. After all, this was a divine flame left behind by an ancient divine spirit and possessed infinite power. If one could refine even a trace of it, they would benefit from it for the rest of their life. Yang Kai had long heard that there were many fire attribute cultivators gathered in Clear Jade Mountain. He had also thought about bringing Lu Yan here to try and absorb the world-extinguishing black flames. After all, Lu Yan could even refine the Luanfeng's feather into his body, so there was no reason why he couldn't absorb the world-extinguishing black flames. However, these thoughts were just thoughts. During this time, Yang Kai had been too busy to leave. Using a series of space secret techniques, Yang Kai arrived at Clear Jade Mountain in just a moment, arriving at the place where the Luanfeng had ravaged. Glancing around, Yang Kai found that there were indeed many cultivators gathered here, each of them emitting a violent and scorching aura. Obviously, all of them cultivated fire attribute secret arts or secret techniques. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, many people opened their eyes and glanced at him before no longer paying him any attention. As Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense, his face couldn't help but sink. Because he found that there was no decent cultivator here. Most of them were Origin Kings or even Origin Returning Realm cultivators. There were very few Dao Source Realm cultivators, and even if there were a few, they were only from the First Order Dao Source Realm, so they wouldn't be of much use. Yang Kai had hoped to rely on the cultivator here to help him block the artifact spirit, but now it seemed that this plan was ruined. But soon, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at a certain spot in the center of the black flames. Over there was a safe zone about 30 meters in radius, and the black flames did not spread to that location. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai said, "Everyone, there will soon be danger here. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." As soon as these words came out, many cultivators woke up from their meditation, opened their eyes, and glared at him with dissatisfaction. Someone even laughed meaningfully and threatened, "Boy, what did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again. The person who spoke saw that Xianxia was young and thought that his cultivation wasn't very high, so he didn't take him seriously. Xianxia glanced at that person and smiled. I said it very clearly. Also, I was advising everyone for their own good. Boy, you probably want to monopolize this divine fire, don't you? An old man looked at Xianxia coldly and said, Young man, you need to know that making things convenient for others is the same as making things convenient for yourself. This divine flame covers an area of 100 kilometers, so you can just find a place to sit down and comprehend its mysteries. Why do you have to provoke everyone's anger? Even if your strength is good, you should know that 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. This old master advises you to restrain yourself and stop talking nonsense. Xianxia sweated profusely and said, I don't want to comprehend the mysteries of this divine fire, it's just that danger is really coming. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. What danger? A tall and burly first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator coldly snorted. Xianxia had never seen this guy before, so he didn't know whether he was a foreign cultivator or not. However, there had been a lot of foreign cultivators appearing in Maplewood City recently, so it wasn't surprising. The man angrily shouted, Little brat, don't try to frighten me with your alarmist words, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Xianxia's expression changed when he heard this. He frowned and probed for a moment before smiling bitterly. All right, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to leave now. What? Boy, you dare threaten us? Believe it or not, I'll skin you alive. Outrageous, this boy doesn't put us in his eyes, we have to teach him a lesson. Just as everyone was shouting angrily, a whistling sound suddenly rang out and the figure of the artifact spirit appeared not far away. Everyone was stunned and looked at the artifact spirit suspiciously. After sensing the violent and evil aura coming from the artifact spirit's body, everyone paled, knowing that what Xianxia said was true. Run, why are you still sitting here like idiots? You're courting death. Xianxia shouted. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed greatly. The artifact spirit didn't look like a guy to be trifled with, and his aura was almost comparable to the Emperor realm. No one dared to hesitate and got up one after another, using their movement techniques to flee in all directions. The artifact spirit turned a deaf ear to them, as if he wasn't interested in anyone. He just stood there and looked at Xianxia, his scarlet eyes glowing with an evil light. In a short while, all the cultivator who had been comprehending the mysteries of the black flame had left. Xianxia grinned at the artifact spirit and said, I'm curious, how much intelligence do you have? As he said this, he raised a finger and said, Do you know how many fingers this is? The artifact spirit was indifferent. Xianxia laughed and said, This is 2, idiot. As soon as he said this, the artifact spirit raised the warhammer in his hand. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression changed slightly. His figure flickered, and he directly rushed to the safe zone surrounded by the black flame, laughing wildly and saying, come and hit me if you have the guts. Perhaps he was provoked by Xianxia, but as soon as Xianxia's voice fell, the artifact spirit's figure flickered and rushed towards him. However, as soon as he stepped into the black flame, the artifact spirit seemed to have been stung by something and retreated abruptly. His pitch-black body was suddenly stained with a few small clusters of black flames. Although the flames were small, they burned fiercely and didn't die down for a long time. The Luanfeng's black flame burned everything in the world. Even an emperor-grade artifact would be melted into molten iron if placed in it. However, the black flame here had been burning for a long time, and without the support of the Luanfeng's body, its power was much weaker. Even so, it wouldn't be so easy to extinguish it. The artifact spirit seemed to be aware of the danger and kept urging his strength to extinguish the flames, but he was unable to do so and his mood slowly became irritable. He raised the demonic warhammer and swung it at himself. With this blow, a buzzing sound rang out and the power of the artifact spirit's aura fluctuated wildly. Xianxia's eyes shrank and he said in horror, so ruthless. Although the artifact spirit was born from the demonic warhammer, hitting his own body like this could lead to some unpredictable consequences if he wasn't careful. The artifact spirit was obviously not intelligent enough and was just doing it casually. But this time, it actually had a miraculous effect. The flames from the black warhammer seemed to have dimmed a lot. Seeing this, the artifact spirit tilted his head and thought for a while, as if he had found a good way. Then he picked up the warhammer and kept hitting the burning places on his body. Yang Kai looked on coldly and felt that he would probably be busy for a while, so he immediately calmed down and coldly snorted, "Have fun, this young master will teach you how to behave." After saying so, Yang Kai closed his eyes and concentrated, seizing every moment to restore his strength. He had swallowed a lot of spirit pills earlier, so the medicinal efficacies had condensed in his flesh and meridians, causing his source chi to show signs of being blocked. What he needed to do now was to completely dissolve the medicinal efficacies and guide them into every part of his body. The artifact spirit was still outside the range of the black flames, constantly pounding its body with its warhammer as it busied itself. Time passed slowly, and after an hour, the artifact spirit barely managed to extinguish the small flames on its body. However, after experiencing the scene just now, the artifact spirit seemed to have realized that the black flames were not to be trifled with and did not dare to rush in again. It just stood outside and roared constantly, anxiously trying to provoke Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not pay any attention to it and simply sat cross-legged in meditation, adjusting his strength. After another hour, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression was no longer weak and tired as before. Instead, his eyes were shining brightly. He stood up and grinned at the artifact spirit, "You're dead." Roar. The artifact spirit roared angrily. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he directly teleported out of the area covered by the black flames. The next moment, he rushed in front of the artifact spirit, his eyes shining like stars as he stared directly into the artifact spirit's scarlet eyes. "Look at me!" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. It was unknown whether the artifact spirit could understand him, but it instinctively raised its head and stared at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's left eye flickered with a golden light as he activated his demon eye of annihilation. A soul-absorbing and soul-stabilizing force surged out and suppressed the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit's expression froze. The next moment, the phantom image of a war blade suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's eyes. In a flash, it floated in the knowledge sea of the artifact spirit. This war blade was less than a meter long and was exquisitely carved, with dragons and phoenixes carved into its hilt. It exuded a powerful aura. The soul-splitting blade. This was the first time Yang Kai had used this emperor artifact after refining it. The artifact spirit was an emperor artifact after all, so Yang Kai did not dare to be careless, so he immediately used his strongest attack. The soul-splitting blade buzzed incessantly. A halo spread out from the blade, and countless complicated and arcane runes wrapped around the blade. Yang Kai shouted, "Heaven-shattering slash." As soon as he finished speaking, the soul-splitting blade. Roar. The artifact spirit seemed to have suffered a great deal of damage. It roared in pain and its entire body became illusory, as if it would collapse at any moment. The heaven-shattering slash was a soul-secret technique that Yang Kai had learned from Tianyin. During this period of time, he had been using this secret technique to refine the soul-splitting saber whenever he had the time. However, it was also because Yang Kai's cultivation was too low and because he had only refined it for a short period of time. He hadn't completely refined the soul-severing blade, so there was still a lot of room for improvement. Under this blow, the artifact spirit stumbled back, without the slightest strength to resist. The light on its body dimmed, showing signs of collapsing. On the contrary, he became even more ferocious. He raised the warhammer in his hand high and smashed it down at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he cursed inwardly. In a moment of desperation, a snow-white lotus bud appeared in his left eye. Blossoming lotus. The flower bud disappeared in a flash and appeared in the artifact spirit's knowledge sea, slowly blooming with his spiritual energy as the source. With 2 soul secret techniques and a soul emperor artifact, Yang Kai almost used all his trump cards to make the artifact spirit's movement stiffen. In his left eye, a stream of golden blood slowly flowed down. As the lotus flower gradually bloomed, the light on the artifact spirit's body became dimmer and dimmer, and in the blink of an eye, it became transparent. Soon, only the illusory image of the lotus flower was left where the artifact spirit was originally. After it fully bloomed, it exploded with a bang, leaving only the warhammer in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai gasped for breath, his face pale and bloodless, but before he could do anything, the warhammer flickered slightly and tried to escape. It's not dead yet? Yang Kai exclaimed. This artifact spirit had taken 2 of his soul secret techniques in a row but had not been killed on the spot. Its tenacity was beyond his expectations. But that was it. Seeing that the Warhammer was about to escape, Yang Kai directly threw out the sealed world bead and formed a series of hand seals. Under the influence of space principles, a void crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the sealed world bead. Stop him! Yang Kai roared. From the void crack, a giant arm suddenly stretched out. It was the arm of the embodiment. The embodiment spread its 5 fingers and pressed down like a mountain, sealing the space around it and making it impossible for the Warhammer to escape. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grasped the Warhammer in the palm of his hand before taking it back into the sealed world bead. The void crack also gradually disappeared. Yang Kai fell to the ground, feeling unwell all over his body. The little bit of strength he had managed to recover with great difficulty had been exhausted once again. His eyes were filled with stars, and when he tried to stand up, he fell to the ground again. A fragrant wind blew over and supported his body. Yang Kai turned his head with difficulty and saw Lu Yan's face at once. "Master, are you okay?" Lu Yan asked nervously. Yang Kai shook his head with difficulty and turned his head to look around. When he found that Xianxia had also followed him, he immediately understood that the 2 of them should have arrived a long time ago but had been hiding in the distance. After noticing the situation here, they showed up to help. However, they did not expect that the battle here would end so quickly. In fact, if Yang Kai had not consumed too much of his strength to collect the source crystal load, he would not have been entangled with the artifact spirit for so long. Although the artifact spirit was an emperor artifact, it was restrained by soul attacks. Yang Kai's soul secret technique was extremely powerful, so as long as he recovered enough spiritual energy, it would not be difficult for him to deal with the artifact spirit. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head and asked weakly, "Where is Ruashi?" Lu Yan said, "It's too dangerous here." This servant asked her to follow that woman named Ji Jinghan. Yang Kai nodded, "That's good. I'll recover first." Lu Yan, try to absorb the Luanfeng's black flames. If you can, it will be of great benefit to your growth. This servant had the same idea. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a fiery light as she stared at the world-extinguishing black flames that covered a radius of 100 kilometers, as if she had seen some delicious food, licking her lips with her scarlet tongue. Yang Kai then looked at Xianxia and said, "Sister Hua, I'll leave the sealed world bead to you." "He's calling me Sister Hua." Xianxia heard Yang Kai call her this for the first time and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. By the time she reacted, Yang Kai had already flashed into the sealed world bead while the sealed world bead flew towards her. "Smelly brat, you're just pretending to be young." Xianxia curled her lips, dissatisfied with Yang Kai's way of addressing her, but soon her attention was attracted by the sealed world bead and she examined it carefully. Although she had been staying in the sealed world bead for a long time, this was the first time she had seen the true form of the sealed world bead, so she couldn't help feeling curious. She wondered which almighty master possessed such a divine technique to refine an entire world into a bead. Soon, she put her dissatisfaction to the back of her mind and began studying it with great interest. After all, this was an emperor artifact, so if she could see a trace of its mysteries, it would be of great help to her growth. She secretly guessed that the reason why Yang Kai was so proficient in the Tao of Space was because he had comprehended the mysteries of the sealed world bead. In fact, she was wrong. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of Space before obtaining the sealed world bead. It was because he cultivated the Tao of Space that Yang Yan gave the sealed world bead to Yang Kai. If it weren't for this, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have had a share in the sealed world bead. However, Yang Kai did comprehend many mysteries of space principles from the sealed world bead. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai leisurely appeared and was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "The world energy aura here is so rich." Only now did he realize that the world energy aura in the sealed world bead was 5 or 6 times richer than before. A buzzing laughter sounded. "Where do you think the world energy you absorbed from the spirit spring went?" Yang Kai glanced at the embodiment and chuckled, "It's just that I didn't expect so much world energy to be absorbed here. The cultivation environment here is probably not inferior to the cultivation holy lands of first-rate sects." The embodiment nodded and said, "It's not bad, but the world energy here is like water without a source, a tree without roots. If it isn't replenished, it will be exhausted one day." Xianxia sighed, "The world principles of the sealed world bead are not perfect. Although it is a world of its own, if you want it to produce world energy on its own, you still need to find a way to make it evolve the world principles." Saying so, he looked up at the embodiment and narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by leaning against this source crystal lode?" The embodiment sat down next to the source crystal lode with a solemn expression, forming a seal with one hand and holding the demonic war hammer with the other. "I'm cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique." Xianxia's mouth twitched. "This source crystal lode only produces mid-rank and high-rank source crystals. You should use them sparingly. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique could devour everything in the world. The embodiment could even devour the flesh and blood essence of a cultivator and turn it into the source of his own strength, let alone this source crystal lode. Under the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, a steady stream of world energy from the source crystal lode rushed into the embodiment's body, like thousands of streams returning to the sea. The embodiment said, "Don't worry, I have divided this mountain into two. The other half is for you to use." Xianxia nodded, "That would be for the best. If you have time, break the other half for me. Who knows, maybe one day I'll need source crystals. I'll recover first, I'll tell you the details later." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's figure flashed and appeared near the medicine garden, sitting down cross-legged. There was an immortal tree in the medicine garden, so its vitality was abundant. Although he was not seriously injured before, he had consumed too much of his strength. With the immortal tree's vitality replenishment, he could recover faster. With a thought, the world energy in the sealed world bead converged towards the place where Xianxia was sitting. In an instant, the world energy around him showed signs of condensing into a liquid. Xianxia opened his mind and body, circulating his secret art and absorbing the world energy to his heart's content. His aura calmed down quickly and his strength was quickly restored. Half an hour later, Xianxia was full of energy again. His face was ruddy and his eyes were bright. He was no longer as weak and disheveled as before. Xianxia stopped his secret art and reappeared in front of the embodiment in a flash. The huge embodiment seemed to have sensed something and opened its eyes to look at Xianxia. Looking at each other, Xianxia said, "The artifact spirit doesn't seem to have been completely erased. There is still a trace of its soul hiding in the warhammer. Be careful." The embodiment grinned and spread his fingers. "Are you talking about this?" Xianxia fixed his eyes and saw a mass of black chi condensing in the embodiment's palm. It seemed to have a mind of its own, trying to escape from his control. However, this was the small sealed world. The embodiment and Xianxia's divine sense were connected. With a single thought, he could use the small sealed world's principles, so how could the black chi escape? Although it was held in the palm of his hand, it was suppressed and locked down by the surrounding world, like a beast trapped in a cage. "Did you force it out?" Xianxia showed a surprised look. The embodiment shook his head, "It escaped by itself." "What happened?" Xianxia's eyes widened. The embodiment chuckled, "It probably sensed danger." Xianxia was stunned, "What did you do?" "It's nothing." The embodiment patted his stomach and said casually, "I just ate the warhammer." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's mouth twitched and he wailed, "Will there be a problem?" "That's an ancient demonic artifact, an emperor artifact. If you rashly swallow it, it will be harmful to your body. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art can devour anything. What's a trivial demon weapon?" The embodiment smiled proudly. "You haven't cultivated this secret art, so you don't know its mysteries. But don't worry, since I dared to do this, I naturally have a certain degree of confidence. Not to mention the spirit of the demon weapon, if I'm stronger, I'll be able to devour the demonic spirit sealed in your body. I can also devour it." Xianxia's body shook and he exclaimed, "Is that possible? Then wouldn't this cultivation method be invincible?" The practicing body laughed and said, "Probably only this body of mine can do it. If you practice it, you will definitely fail. Although your body is strong enough, it can't withstand the pollution of the pure demonic chi. If you practice the combat technique of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, I'm afraid it won't be long before you lose your mind and become a killing machine." Yang Kai nodded and said, I understand, that old fart Wu Meng Shan is really up to no good, but I don't know why he taught me this secret art. What is his goal? The embodiment said, I'm afraid he didn't expect you to be able to resist the temptation to cultivate this technique and hand it over to me. Yang Kai was indifferent for a while before he replied, if it weren't for you, I might have really tried to cultivate. After all, the reputation of the heaven-devouring great emperor is too great. I'm afraid no one can resist this temptation. At this point, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, forget it. You can refine and devour it. If you can really refine this demonic battle weapon, it will be of great benefit to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he left the small sealed world bead and reappeared in clear Jade Mountain. Looking around, Hua Qingxi was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her back against a big tree, studying the sealed world bead in her hand with great interest. Yang Kai glanced at her and saw that she didn't seem to have any intention of returning to her senses, so he stretched out his hand and took back the sealed world bead. Looking around, he asked in amazement, where's Lu Yan? He didn't find any trace of Lu Yan, and even the Luan Feng black flames that originally covered an area of 100 miles had disappeared. She went back. Hua Qingxi got up and replied. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but with a sweep of his divine sense, he found traces of Lu Yan somewhere in the sealed world bead, but at this moment, she was surrounded by black flames and was circulating her secret art with difficulty to refine it. He didn't know when she returned to the small sealed world bead, but it should be the embodiment who took her back. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, Lu Yan only took a little time to absorb the Luan Feng black flames, but looking at her posture, it would take a little more time to refine them all. You come back too, I still have things to do. Yang Kai said and put Hua Qingxi back into the sealed world bead, then took out a communication artifact and sent a message to Qin Chaoyang to take care of Zhang Ruaxi while rushing back. According to Hua Qingxi, Zhang Ruaxi was now with a woman named Yi Jinghan, and although Yang Kai didn't think that Yi Jinghan was a bad person, it was still better to entrust her to someone he knew to take care of her. After receiving a response from Qin Chaoyang, Yang Kai put away the communication artifact and used space principles to travel 100 kilometers in an instant. After a short while, he returned to the place where the 18 spirit springs had been. Looking around, Yang Kai found that the terrain of this place had undergone earth-shaking changes due to the previous battle, and the most obvious change was the appearance of a spirit lake that covered an area of about 10,000 meters on the battlefield. Previously, the artifact spirit had smashed down with its hammer, causing the underground space to collapse, directly causing a huge crater to appear here. Then, the spirit liquid below the 18 spirit springs surged out and filled the crater, gradually converging into a lake. This was a real spirit lake, and the sparkling water in the lake was all liquefied world energy. In just a few short hours, the lake was already overflowing. The overflowing lake water spread in all directions, turning into pure and dense spirit chi of heaven and earth, filling the space. Countless cultivators gathered around the spirit lake, all of them looking excited. These people had obviously rushed over from Maplewood City. By the time Yang Kai arrived, the lake was already crowded with cultivators. Each cultivator occupied a space, seizing the time to circulate their secret arts and absorb the pure world energy in this place. The closer to the center of the lake, the stronger the cultivator's cultivation. The Tao Source Realm cultivator basically occupied the central position. Gathered around the lake were some Origin Returning Realm and Origin King Realm cultivator. From time to time, there would be people fighting over a piece of land. Looking at the scene here, Yang Kai understood that this place would definitely become a cultivation holy land in the entire Southern Territory and even the Star Boundary. Sooner or later, it would be controlled by the top forces. Once that happened, it would be impossible for an ordinary cultivator to enter. At the very least, they would have to pay a certain price. Yang Kai was not the only one who could see this point. Basically, all the Tao Source Realm cultivators understood this and knew that this opportunity would not come again. Therefore, they were seizing the time to cultivate here as much as possible. If nothing unexpected happened, the news of the spirit lake appearing in Maplewood City would have already spread to the various sects. At most, it would take 3 days. Masters from the Emperor Realm would arrive here and take over the spirit lake. Yang Kai saw the Tao Source Realm cultivator from before, as well as Qin Chaoyang and the others. Zhang Ruoxi and Yi Jinghan were together with Qin Chaoyang and the others, occupying a good spot in the middle of the spirit lake. Yang Kai did not greet them. Instead, he quietly found a spot and dived down. There were also many cultivating under the lake. Yang Kai used his nihility secret technique to conceal his aura and vitality fluctuations. Under the rich world energy, it was impossible to detect Yang Kai's existence unless one observed closely with their eyes. He went all the way down and came to the place where the 18 spirit springs were previously. There was no one here. Perhaps it was because the demonic warhammer had taken shape, so everyone was very wary of the bottom. They did not dare to go too deep. They were afraid of encountering danger. Yang Kai was happy to see this. He released his divine sense and found the center of the 18 spirit springs. Then, he took out the sealed world bead and opened a gap in the small sealed world. He allowed the spirit liquid to flow into the sealed world bead while he sat cross-legged and consolidated his second-order Tao source realm cultivation. Because the world principles in the small sealed world were not perfect, it was impossible to derive its own world energy, so it was impossible to maintain such a good cultivation environment. It could only be replenished from the outside world. Naturally, this was the best time to replenish it. Yang Kai did not have much time before the masters from the Emperor realm arrived. Once the masters from the Emperor realm arrived, he would not be able to collect world energy like this. Gradually, Yang Kai entered a meditative state. His mind was clear and he was not disturbed by external things. At the same time, the cultivator cultivating around the spirit lake discovered a bizarre scene. This lake, why isn't it spreading outwards? Huh? It's true. Not only is it not spreading, but it's also slowly falling. Could it be that this spirit lake is just a flash in the pan and will disappear in a few days? Shut your mouth. It's not easy for such a cultivation holy land to appear in Maplewood City. How could it disappear so easily? It's just a normal phenomenon for the lake water to fall. It will stabilize soon. Although many cultivators noticed the abnormality, they did not know the reason. Even those Tao Source Realm masters could not figure out why. However, such a good opportunity to cultivate was obviously not the time to investigate all of this. So, the lake only stirred for a while before it calmed down again. Thousands of people gathered here. The closer to the periphery, the more people there were. There were even more cultivators who heard the news from Maplewood City and rushed here to join the cultivation army. The scene was spectacular. Normally, with so many cultivators cultivating together, the world energy would definitely not be sufficient. But now, the world energy was so dense that it formed a lake. Even if hundreds of thousands of people came, it would be impossible to absorb all the world energy. Time passed slowly. From time to time, a cultivator would break through. Every time this happened, the nearby cultivator who was disturbed would look at the person who broke through in dissatisfaction and curse. If a cultivator sensed the aura of a breakthrough, they would consciously leave this place and go to the outermost area to find a suitable place to welcome the baptism of world energy. The entire Spirit Lake, and even the entire Maplewood City, was in a frenzy of breakthroughs. A jubilant atmosphere shrouded this 100,000-kilometer radius. Time passed slowly, and after a full 3 days, Yang Kai, who was meditating at the bottom of the lake, suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. Sighing slightly, he muttered to himself in dissatisfaction, "Why did they come so quickly?" Saying so, he formed a seal with both hands and put away the sealed world bead. His figure flickered and he directly arrived above the Spirit Lake. The moment Yang Kai appeared, several figures suddenly appeared above the Spirit Lake, accompanied by a series of swishing sounds. These people stood high up in the air and did not deliberately release their auras, but when they appeared, all the cultivators who were cultivating here were shocked and turned to look at them. After seeing the faces of these people, the sound of gasps could be heard. Azure Sun Temples Gao Shui Ting. Heavenly Martial Holy Lands Chen Wen Hao. Orthodoxy Temples Feng Ming. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Xing Yuan. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Lu Qi. Even Master Shao of Star Soul Palace is here. These 6 people were familiar faces to the countless cultivators in Maplewood City. When the Luan Feng appeared last time, these 6 people had come to Maplewood City to investigate. In the end, they presided over the opening of Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda, allowing Maplewood City's cultivators to gain experience inside. They had thought that being able to see the faces of these 6 master last time was already a blessing from the heavens, and that it would be impossible to see them again in this life. But they did not expect that in less than 2 years, these 6 people would gather together again and return to Maplewood City. For a small city like Maplewood City, this was simply impossible. Normally, even in 10 or 20 years, there might not be a single cultivator from the Emperor Realm passing by here, but now, the Emperor Realm actually came here every few days. For a time, the Spirit Lake was so silent that one could hear a pin drop as everyone looked up in awe. The 6 people seemed to have thought of this as well. Lucci of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce smiled and said, "This old master has always felt that Maplewood City was a bit unusual. He had long wanted to set up a branch here. But I never had the time to deal with it. Now it seems that setting up a branch is inevitable." Although Violet Source Chamber of Commerce also had properties in Maplewood City, such as the Spirit Pill Plaza that Kong Si Ran once managed, a branch and a property were 2 different things. A branch was a symbol of a chamber of commerce, and there must be a master in charge to coordinate the overall situation. As for a property, it could be big or small. Spirit Pill Plaza was a very small shop, so small that if it were not for the major events that happened in Maplewood City, Lucci would not have even heard of it. But Lucci knew the situation of every branch like the back of his hand. If the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce really set up a branch here, it would definitely be able to drive the economic development of Maplewood City to a great extent. In time, Maplewood City would no longer be an unknown small city. Hindsight. Xing Yuan sneered. The 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce and the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce were the 2 largest chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, and the competition between them was fierce. Xing Yuan and Lu Qi were both vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, so they naturally didn't see eye to eye with each other. At this moment, after hearing Lu Qi's words, Xing Yuan couldn't help but curse at him, "Damn fatty, if you really have such foresight. Why are you only telling me now?" Lu Qi squinted at Xing Yuan. He snorted and said, "My foresight is not something immortal like you can look up to. Brag as much as you can. Bragging is free," Xing Yuan said disdainfully. Lu Qi shouted angrily before turning to Xiao Yuyang and cupping his fists, "Master Xiao, Lu Qi requests to fight this horse-faced monster to the death." Xing Yuan's eyebrows twitched and veins popped out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, "What are you talking about? Who are you calling a horse-faced monster?" As he spoke, his already long cheeks became even longer. Lu Qi squinted at him and snorted, "Then who are you calling a damn fatty?" Xing Yuan sneered, "You don't allow others to call you fat? If you have the ability, cut off the fat on your belly." As he spoke, he reached out and patted Lu Qi's big belly with a smile. Lu Qi took a few steps back and shouted, "Hey, you horse-faced monster, you can talk, but don't get physical." He turned to look at Xiao Yuyang and said, "Master Xiao, you saw it too, this guy is going too far. This old master will fight him to the death today." "Enough, enough." Xiao Yuyang sweated profusely, "Both of you are businessmen, don't you understand the principle of making money peacefully? What's the point of fighting and killing as soon as you meet? Is it fun to make a fool of yourself in front of the little guys below?" When the 2 heard this, they looked down and saw countless pairs of eyes staring at them with their mouths wide open, as if they were surprised that the Emperor Realm was like this. "It's really shameful to stand with you." Gao Shuating looked at the 2 with contempt. Our status and prestige have been dragged down," Chen Wenhao said expressionlessly. Feng Ming grinned from the side as his eyes flashed. Suddenly, his expression changed and he turned to look in a certain direction, asking curiously, "Hey, isn't that the little brat who refined the extraordinary treasure pill? Why is he in Maplewood City?" Following his gaze, everyone looked at Yang Kai. "It really is him." Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly, "Speaking of which, I always felt that this little brat looked familiar. It turns out that we met in Maplewood City before. This little brat is a talent, my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce wants him." Lu Qi looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. Xing Yuan snorted, "He probably already has a sect, so why are you trying to rope him in?" Lu Qi sneered, "With this Lu personally making an appearance, which sect would dare not give him face?" "Horse-faced, this old master is telling you, if you dare to compete with me this time, I will fight you to the death. Xingyuan furrowed his brow and remained silent, as if he was considering the gains and losses. Gao Shueting said lightly, Vice President Liu, did you ask for my opinion before making such a decision on your own? Hearing this, Lu Qi's eyes widened and he looked at Gao Shueting in shock. What does this have to do with Elder Gao? Gao Shueting stroked her hair behind her ear and said calmly, this little brat is already one of my people, Gudong. A series of gulping sounds rang out as Xiao Yuyang's eyes flashed with surprise as he stared at Gao Shueting. Your people? Lu Qi stuttered. He felt as if there was a lot of information hidden in this sentence. Xingyuan was dumbfounded and said weakly, Temple Master Wen, doesn't have any objections? What objections can he have? Gao Shueting looked at Xingyuan blankly, not knowing what he meant by this, but soon, she seemed to have thought of something and her face turned cold. A blush appeared on her pretty face. Her tender body trembled as the Emperor Artifact Radiant Sun Mirror floated above her head. Flames spewed out from the mirror, causing her skin to burn. Gao Shueting said coldly, if you dare to think about it without permission, this queen will cut you into 18 pieces. Why is it such a clear number like 18 pieces? Is there anything special about it? Lu Qi was a businessman after all. As soon as he heard the number, he wanted to take it seriously. That's not the point. Xingyuan glanced at Lu Qi contemptuously, then looked at Gao Shueting and said, so, this little brat is already a disciple of Azure Sun Temple? Gao Shueting snorted coldly and put away the Radiant Sun Mirror without answering, looking unfathomable. How could she tell everyone that she tried to rope in Yang Kai but was rejected by him? It would be too embarrassing if she said it out loud. She was an elder of a great force like Azure Sun Temple, and she had personally tried to rope in a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but she still failed. No one would believe her if she didn't tell them. Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly and said, Lan Sun admires this little brat very much and feels that he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Since Elder Gao has accepted this little brat, this Xiao must congratulate you. Master Xiao is too polite, Gao Shueting replied lightly. While they were talking, they kept looking in the direction of Yang Kai. This caused the people around Yang Kai to feel a mountain of pressure. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Most people were surprised. They didn't know why Yang Kai was the focus of so many masters. Well, since everyone is here, let's deal with the Spirit Lake first. Xiao Yuyang changed the topic and looked at the Spirit Lake below, his eyes flashing as he said, before coming here, I learned a little about the situation here, but I didn't expect the world energy here to be so rich. Chen Wenhao's expression changed and he quickly asked, how does it compare to Star Palace's heaven-grade cultivation holy land? Everyone else also looked at Xiao Yuyang curiously, wanting to know how powerful Star Soul Palace's heaven-grade cultivation holy land was. Xiao Yuyang was silent for a while before saying, it's slightly inferior. But it's not far off. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The spirit lake below them had the densest spirit chi they had ever seen in their lives. None of the cultivation grounds in their own sect could compare to it, but it still couldn't compare to the heaven-grade cultivation sacred land of Star Soul Palace. It could be imagined just how rich the spirit chi in a heaven-grade cultivation sacred land was. It was no wonder that Star Soul Palace could dominate the southern territory for so long. Ignoring the top masters like the Bright Moon Great Emperors, just Star Soul Palace's heaven-grade cultivation holy land alone could produce countless masters, enough to meet the needs of a sect. Realizing the gap, everyone felt a little lonely. Let's not talk about this for now. There are 18 spirit springs below the spirit lake, and the world energy in these spirit springs is endless, which is why the spirit lake is formed. If they are allowed to continue like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before they dry up. We need to seal this place first. Xiao Yuyang looked at Lu Qi as he spoke, Brother Lu, I remember that your Emperor Artifact duality record has the effect of sealing and suppressing, right? Lu Qi smiled proudly, Master Xiao has a good memory. Xiao Yuyang said, then I'll have to trouble Brother Lu. Lu Qi said, this Lu will naturally obey Master Xiao's orders. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward with a solemn expression. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions as the foot stepped on the void. Endless Emperor intent descended and filled the air. When the cultivator gathered around the spirit lake saw this scene, how could they not know that the Emperor Realm's masters were about to make a move? Their expressions changed slightly as they retreated one after another to avoid being affected by the aftershocks. On the other hand, Lu Qi clenched his fist before a thick and heavy book suddenly appeared in his hand. The book seemed to have come from the ancient times, and it had endured the baptism and ups and downs of countless years, causing it to be suffused with an extremely profound aura. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to it. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up. Although he knew that Lu Qi took out an emperor artifact, this was the first time he had seen an emperor artifact of this type, so he didn't know what kind of mysterious divine technique it contained. Emperor Artifact Duality Record. Duan Yuanshan seemed to have already heard about it and shouted from the side. Isn't it just a book? How did it become an emperor artifact? Zhang Rua, she hadn't seen much of the world, so she didn't hold back when she spoke, so she asked directly. Duan Yuanshan smiled and said, artifacts come in many forms, and they don't necessarily have to be swords, spears, or sticks. However, the more peculiar an artifact is, the more peculiar its power is. I have heard of this dual rights record. It is said that it was originally an ancient book, but after absorbing a lot of emperor aura and emperor intent from the emperor realm, it gradually turned into an emperor artifact and was obtained by Master Lu Qi. It is extremely powerful. Zhang Rua, she was confused and didn't understand how powerful it was. However, the few Dao Source Realm cultivators all had solemn expressions as they stared at the emperor artifact in Lu Qi's hand. They were secretly excited, thinking about how great it would be if they could one day reach the emperor realm and obtain an emperor artifact. In the sky, Lu Qi's expression was solemn as he formed a series of seals and patted the dual rights record a few times. With a whoosh, the heavy dual rights record flew out and floated above the spirit lake, releasing a mysterious aura. Lu Qi's body surged with emperor intent and emperor pressure filled the air. His hands were constantly forming seals as he muttered, Tai Chi gives birth to Yin and Yang become the 4 divisions, 4 divisions become the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams return to the 10 directions. As he muttered, the dual rights record suddenly flipped on its own. The pages of the book rustled, and as the pages flipped, a large amount of golden light flew out, radiating in all directions like a weeping willow. The golden light contained an indescribable power fluctuation, as if it could seal a part of the world and turn it into a cage. Lu Qi's hand seals became faster and faster, and his expression became more and more solemn. Leisurely, he stopped his hand seals. He shouted in a low voice, Yuan Ji. Kong, the golden light shone so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes. At this moment, almost all the cultivators gathered around the spirit lake were pushed back by an invisible and gentle force, but they weren't hurt at all. They were pushed back 1,000 feet before they could stabilize themselves. When the golden light dissipated, everyone looked up and their jaws dropped. Above the spirit lake. At this moment, a golden semicircular light screen appeared, directly covering the area around the spiritual lake, completely sealing off the spiritual chi around it. The entire spiritual lake covered an area of 10,000 feet, but Lu Qi had sealed and suppressed it with his own strength. Moreover, after the incident, he did not blush and his heart did not skip a beat, as if he had just done a trivial thing. The eyes of all the Dao Source Realm cultivators lit up as they yearned for it. He fantasized about the day when he would have such great power. And after doing all this, Lu Qi turned around and cupped his fists towards Xiao Yuyang. Fortunately, I did not fail. Xiao Yuyang nodded, many thanks. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and glanced down. All the cultivator gathered here couldn't help but puff out their chests. Everyone felt that under Xiao Yuyang's sweeping gaze, they were no exception. He was looking at him. He was being watched by a Silver Star emissary of Star Soul Palace. Who would dare to not behave properly? Xiao Yuyang said loudly, the spiritual lake has suddenly appeared in Maplewood City, and it is a blessing for our southern territory. However, although the spiritual chi of the spiritual lake is rich, if it is left alone, it will dry up one day, so it needs to be sealed first. As for how to use the spiritual lake to benefit the common people, I will need to discuss it carefully with the master. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Duan Yuanshan and said with a pleasant expression, City Lord Duan, you are the City Lord of Maplewood City. Come and join us. Duan Yuanshan was flattered and his face flushed. He cupped his fists and said, "It is this Duan's honor to be invited by the master." Xiao Yuyan nodded and said in a clear voice, "But rest assured, since the spirit lake has appeared in Maplewood City, no one will be able to take it away. We will not forcibly occupy it and will open it to everyone after we discuss it properly. Just wait for the good news." "What? The spiritual lake will be opened? Are you serious? Did I hear it wrong?" These words came from Master Zhao's mouth, so they can't be false. Master Xiao is good. Star Soul Palace is indeed the overlord sect of our southern territory, so generous. The group of cultivator thought that they would not have a share of the spiritual lake in the future, but when they heard Xiao Yuyang's words, they all burst into an uproar and joy appeared on their faces. However, there were quite a few people who seemed to be deep in thought. Xiao Yuyang's identity and status were high, so it was impossible for him to lie in front of so many people. If he said that the spiritual lake would be opened in the future, then it would definitely be opened. But, if there was a cultivator who wanted to enter the spiritual lake to cultivate in the future, it would not be so simple. At the very least, they would have to meet certain conditions or pay a certain price. Otherwise, if any Tom, Dick, or Harry could enter, this spiritual lake would not be able to accommodate all of them. It was conceivable that in less than a month, the news of Maplewood City's spiritual lake would spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. At that time, some independent cultivator without a sect or background would flock to the spiritual lake in order to seize a place to cultivate. Maplewood City would definitely become the focus of the entire Southern Territory, and it would definitely attract countless masters. As the city lord of Maplewood City, Duan Yuanshan's Maplewood City was originally a small city that was not loved by anyone, but now, it was about to become the most popular city in the entire Southern Territory. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings, excitement, and worry. He was excited because with the spiritual lake here, it was impossible for Maplewood City not to do anything. As long as it could attract a certain number of talents, Maplewood City would definitely grow rapidly in the future and become a top city. He was worried that he was not strong enough to suppress those foreign masters. For a moment, he could not help but worry about his gains and losses. "Alright, everyone can disperse. I believe that it won't be long before you hear the good news," Xiao Yuyang said as he waved his hand. When the many cultivators heard this, they did not dare to stay any longer. They all cupped their fists at him and rushed in the direction of Maplewood City. "Yang Kai!" Gao Shueting suddenly shouted. Yang Kai turned around and said with a smile, "What is Elder Gao's order?" "Come find me in my room tonight," Gao Shueting said with a faint expression. Yang Kai suddenly froze in place. The cultivators who were preparing to return to the Azure Sun Temple also froze in place. They turned their heads and looked at Gao Shueting dumbfoundedly. Their eyes were wide open, as if they could not believe their ears. They were all thinking that although Elder Gao of Azure Sun Temple looked cold and indifferent, she was actually such a proactive person. For a moment, everyone looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. They did not know how this boy was so outstanding that Elder Gao would favor him so much. The expressions of several cultivators from the Emperor realm were also interesting. Although they knew that Gao Shueting did not mean it that way, they felt that there was something wrong with her words. "Why do you have such expressions?" Gao Shueting looked coldly at the several cultivators from the Emperor realm beside her, her pretty face so cold that a layer of frost could be scraped off it. "No, nothing. My stomach is very upset. I'm afraid I caught a cold last night." Xing Yuan looked like he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He clutched his stomach as if he would die in the next moment. "I ate something before I came. I think it's bad." Lu Qi also replied with a bitter expression. "Are you kidding me?" Gao Shueting smiled coldly. The vice presidents of the two chambers of commerce smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. At the critical moment, Xiao Yuyang coughed lightly and said, "Let's get down to business." "Yes, yes, yes." Chen Wenhao nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice, afraid that Gao Shueting would also ask him. On the other side, Yang Kai was embarrassed for a while before he cupped his fists and said seriously, "Yes." Gao Shueting nodded and said, "Go." Yang Kai felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He pulled Zhang Ruoxi and followed the crowd to Maplewood City. Along the way, countless cultivators stared at him. Even Luo Yuan glanced at him with a strange expression. Damn it, there's no justice in this world. This young master is so handsome, yet that elder Gao doesn't even look at me. Why is she so kind to you? Ning Yuanshu, under the protection of Gao Shan and Lu Shuwei, shouted at Yang Kai from a distance with an indignant expression. Yang Kai sneered and shook his head, blowing his black hair in the air. Obviously, I'm a little more handsome than you. Do you believe that yourself? Ning Yuanshu sneered. Sir is the most handsome. Zhang Ruoxi suddenly interrupted shyly, then lowered her head again. Yang Kai smiled and patted her little head. Little girl, you have good taste. When you grow up, you will definitely find a good husband. No way. Zhang Ruoxi's voice was like a mosquito. Ning Yuanshu's nose was crooked from anger when he saw this man and woman openly flirt with each other right under his nose. Suddenly, Yang Kai's face turned serious and he said in a deep voice, Young palace master, let's take this opportunity to talk openly. Talk about what? Ning Yuanshu was stunned. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, it just so happens that Gao Shan and Lu Shuwei are also here, so let's have them bear witness. I witnessed the death of your eldest brother, Ning Yuanqing, with my own eyes. Hearing this, Gao Shan and Lu Shuwei trembled. Ning Yuanshu's eyes also shrank and he roared, sure enough, it was you. Yang Kai snorted, although I saw it, I didn't kill Ning Yuanqing. Then who killed him? Ning Yuanshu asked. Wood Spirit. Wood Spirit? Ning Yuanshu raised his brow and showed a blank look, as if he had never heard of it before. However, Gao Shan and Lu Shuwei's eyes shrank. Gao Shan exclaimed, 2 years ago, this old master heard that a wood spirit was wreaking havoc in Maplewood City. It spread wood spirit seeds, devoured souls, and enslaved people. Yes. I don't know when Ning Yuanqing was infected by the wood spirit seed, but no one noticed. The events of that day are quite complicated, but since Ning Yuanqing is a member of your Flying Saint Palace, I'll tell you about it. Immediately, Kai Yang gave a brief account of what had happened that day. After hearing this, Gao Shan pondered for a long time before speaking. According to what you said, on the day of the auction, Han Leng, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, followed eldest young master and the others as they left and ambushed them outside the city to steal their treasures. Although he defeated Elder Louis of my sacred palace, he was killed by the wood spirit in eldest young master's body? Yes, Yang Kai nodded. I was just passing by and didn't expect to encounter such a thing. At that time, my cultivation was only at the third order origin king realm, so I could only watch from afar, so I saw everything, Yang Kai added. What? You were a third order origin king at that time? Gao Shan and Lu Shuwei were stunned for a while before realizing something and exclaiming. If what Yang Kai said was true, then he was only a third order origin king 2 years ago, but now he was already a second order Dao source realm cultivator. It was almost a year for him to advance a minor realm. This kind of promotion speed was simply terrifying. If he continued to grow at this speed, wouldn't he be in the third order Dao source realm next year and the Emperor realm the year after that? Of course, it was not easy for a Dao source realm cultivator to break through to the Emperor realm, but Yang Kai should be able to do it in 10 or 20 years, right? What's more, Gao Shan and Lu Shuwei had heard that this boy had swallowed an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, so his chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm were much higher than ordinary people. When they thought of how the two of them had been pursuing the Emperor realm for most of their lives, but still couldn't touch the threshold of the Emperor realm, while this boy had the hope of breaking through at such a young age, the two old men couldn't help but feel upset. All kinds of emotions welled up in their hearts. So, Yang Kai spread his hands, Ning Yuanqing's death has nothing to do with me. Ning Yuanshu frowned, not knowing whether to believe him or not. After a moment of silence, he suddenly came to a realization, then what about my big brother's things? I heard that you used a ship artifact of my Flying Saint Palace. Where is that artifact? Also, my big brother bought a fire attribute artifact spirit at the auction. Where is that? Artifact spirit? What are you talking about, young palace master? I don't understand. Yang Kai squinted at Ning Yuanshu. Don't play dumb. Ning Yuanshu was furious. My big brother is dead, but his things still belong to my flying saint palace. This young master needs to get them back. Yang Kai scratched his face and said, "Don't be like this. Flying Saint Palace is a big family. 1 or 2 ship artifacts are nothing to us. Since it's nothing, give it back to me." Ning Yuanshu shouted. "Ai." Yang Kai sighed and said, "All right. To tell you the truth, the ship artifact has been destroyed." Destroyed? Ning Yuanshu's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible. That's a Dao Source grade ship we're talking about. It's capable of withstanding the onslaught of any cultivator below the Emperor realm. It's impossible for it to be destroyed so easily. Even my flying saint palace doesn't have many such ships." Yang Kai said seriously, "It was destroyed by the masters of the Emperor realm." The ship artifact was indeed destroyed. It had been smashed to pieces by Auntie Feng, who had taken Mo Xiaoqi away. Auntie Feng was a third-order Emperor realm master. What's the big deal about destroying a ship? Later, in order to compensate Yang Kai for his loss, Auntie Feng gave Yang Kai a wooden boat artifact. Although it was not as large and magnificent as a ship, it was simple and light, making it quite convenient to use. The corner of Ning Yuanshu's mouth twitched when he heard this. "Who the hell did you provoke?" Gao Shan was also surprised. "You fought with a master from the Emperor realm? You didn't die?" For a moment, the people of Flying Saint Palace were all shocked by Yang Kai. It wasn't really a fight. Yang Kai's face turned red. "It's just being ravaged. Fortunately, that senior didn't have any intention of killing us." Saying so, he continued, "Besides, after Ning Yuanqing died, that ship became an ownerless object. It belongs to whoever finds it, and since I found it, it naturally belongs to me. What are you still blabbering on about?" "Good." Ning Yuanshu shouted, "Even if the ship was destroyed, what about the fire attribute artifact spirit? It said that the artifact spirit has already gained sentience." Yang Kai sneered, "Young Palace Master has already said so. The artifact spirit has already gained sentience, so of course it ran away." "Ran away? It's not like you haven't seen the power of an artifact spirit that has gained sentience before," Yang Kai sneered, referring to the artifact spirit of the demonic battle weapon. Hearing this, Ning Yuanshu's expression changed slightly. He clearly remembered the scene of the artifact spirit flying into a rage and couldn't help but look a little shocked. "So, there's nothing left?" Gao Shan frowned. "What else can there be? Didn't I already give you an explanation?" Yang Kai chuckled, "As for the other master of your Flying Saint Palace, Fu Si Tong. Well, this person is very strong. Even if I say that I killed him, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Look at you, you don't have the ability to do that." Ning Yuanshu sneered and said sarcastically, "City Lord Duan has already said that Elder Fu's death was caused by the erosion of the demonic qi. That's it." Yang Kai clapped his hands and grinned, "Then our misunderstanding is resolved. Don't bother me in the future and say that I harmed the people of your Flying Saint Palace. Young Palace Master, I think you're a good person. In the future, we can get along well and be good friends." Upon hearing him say the word good friend, Ning Yuanshu couldn't help but look around in fear that the demonic artifact spirit would attack again. "You don't have the final say." Gao Shan slowly shook his head. "Then what do you say?" Yang Kai's face turned cold. "We don't have the final say," Lu Shui added. "Then who has the final say?" Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. Gao Shan said, "If you really have a clear conscience, you might as well return to the Holy Palace with us and explain to the Palace Master in person and let him decide." "That's right." Lu Shui also nodded, "We need to return to the Holy Palace." Hearing this, Yang Kai chuckled and looked at Gao Shan meaningfully. "Two protectors, are you misunderstanding something?" "What?" "I'm willing to explain this to you, not because I'm afraid of you, but because I don't want to cause trouble for no reason. Believe it or not, but if you dare to provoke me for no reason, ha ha ha." As he spoke, his face was full of smiles, but his eyes were cold. Gao Shan and Lu Shui inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines and suddenly felt a sense of danger, causing their pupils to shrink. On second thought, Yang Kai had a close relationship with Elder Gao Shueting of Azure Sun Temple. Elder Gao had just asked him in front of many people to find her in her room at night. With this relationship, they didn't dare to make a move against Yang Kai again. Otherwise, if they angered Gao Shueting, their lives would be in danger. Even if the palace master came in person, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Kai unless he was taken away without anyone knowing. Thinking of this, Gao Shan and Lu Shui suddenly felt that the situation was a little tricky. Gao Shan said, "Young Master Yang, if you don't want to go back to the Holy Palace with us, it's fine, but you have to write us a letter so that we can show it to the palace master. Otherwise, the palace master will blame us for neglecting our duties and not accomplishing anything in Maplewood City." "It's none of my business." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Don't, young Master Yang, let's talk nicely." Gao Shan begged. "Get lost." As Yang Kai spoke, he put the myriad sword in front of him and said fiercely, "I'll say it one last time, if you still insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of source chi rose and a pure divine sense burst out, enveloping Gao Shan and Lu Shui. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were shocked. They only felt that the figure of the young man in front of them suddenly became extremely tall, blocking all the light in front of them. The aura he released was like a mountain pressing on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. It was not until this moment that the two of them suddenly realized that Yang Kai's strength was not under Luo Yuan's. It felt like a moment, but also like a million years. When the two old men came back to their senses, Yang Kai was no longer in front of them, and their backs were wet and uncomfortable. They looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. "This person can't be provoked anymore," Gao Shan said in a deep voice. Gao Shan said in a deep voice, a look of lingering fear on his face. He was subconsciously telling himself that if he continued to provoke Yang Kai, he would really end up provoking him into a massacre. Lu Shui wiped the sweat on his forehead and nodded heavily. "That I was beaten up by him for nothing?" Ning Yuanshu pointed to his cheek with a look of grief and indignation. "He humiliated me before, and he also killed Zhuang Pan. How can my flying Saint Palace just swallow this? How can this young master mingle in the southern territory in the future?" Gao Shan glanced at him and sighed. "Zhuang Pan was a petty villain, his death is not worth regretting. As for young palace master, just treat it as a mosquito bite." Ning Yuanshu heard this, and the corners of his mouth twitched, but since the two old men had said so, even if he wanted to take revenge, he was powerless. He could only feel his mouth being stuffed with bitterness. In the Qin family, Yang Kai returned with Qin Chaoyang and the others. He had nowhere to go in Maplewood City now. Originally, he had rented a cave mansion, but after the time limit was up, he did not rent it again. Fortunately, the Qin family was not an outsider to him, so it was natural for him to live there. The people from the octagonal door naturally returned to their own courtyards under the lead of Luo Yuan and the round-faced woman. However, Yang Kai could see the dangerous look in Luo Yuan's eyes. He was afraid the boy wanted to fight with him again, which gave him a headache. "Brother Yang, this courtyard was specially cleaned by this old man. It is also one of the best residences in the Qin family, so you can rest here." Qin Chaoyang personally led Yang Kai to a courtyard and said. "Thank you for your trouble, Qin family head," Yang Kai said politely. "You're welcome. If there's anything you need, just call the servants." Qin Chaoyang laughed. "Okay, I won't disturb your rest. I'll go see how Yuer is doing." "Take care, Qin family head." After Qin Chaoyang left, Yang Kai led Zhang Ruashi into the courtyard. The courtyard wasn't very big, but it was clean and elegant. It was spotless, and the world energy here was abundant. Yang Kai was quite satisfied with it. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruashi to find a room for herself. He then turned around and looked speechlessly at Yi Jinghan, who had been following him silently like his shadow, and sighed deeply. When Yi Jinghan saw him like this, she quickly bit her red lips and squeezed out a smile. "Don't smile, it's uglier than crying," Yang Kai said with a disgusted look. When Yi Jinghan heard this, her tender body trembled, her face turned pale, and her eyes turned red. "What's the matter? Let's talk inside." Yang Kai tilted his head and gestured to her, then pushed open the door of a room and walked in. Yi Jinghan was startled upon hearing this, but the grievance on her face quickly turned into joy and she said in a tender voice, "Thank you, young Master Yang." She quickly followed him in, as if she was afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. In the room, Yang Kai looked around, but before he could clearly see the furnishings and decorations in the room, Yi Jinghan had already taken small steps forward and placed a stool behind him, then said in a gentle voice, "Please take a seat, young Master Yang." Yang Kai glanced at her and didn't refuse her, reaching out to flick his robe and sitting down. Yi Jinghan picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of water for Yang Kai, then placed it in front of him and said, "Young Master Yang, please have some water." After saying this, she waved her hand and a plate of fruits appeared on the table, filled with fresh and fragrant spirit fruits. She said with a faint smile, "I brought these from Thousand Leaves sect. I don't know if they'll suit young Master Yang's taste, but I hope you won't dislike them." A strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face. He had never been served so well by anyone before, so he secretly felt that Yi Jinghan would be very competent if she were to become a servant. "Why are you following me around like this?" Yang Kai looked at her warily. "Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to me? Let me say this first, although I'm a handsome man who is loved by countless young women." He flicked his hair and changed the topic, then said in a deep voice, "I'm already a married man, so I advise you not to have any improper thoughts." Yi Jinghan's face turned red upon hearing this and she said, "What are you saying, young Master Yang?" She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had never seen such a shameless person praise her before. Isn't that the case?" Yang Kai wore an embarrassed expression. He chuckled dryly and said, "I'm just kidding, don't take it to heart." As he spoke, he picked up a spirit fruit on the table and put it in his mouth. He found that it tasted pretty good and nodded repeatedly, "Speak. What kind of pill do you want me to refine?" "What?" Yi Jinghan was confused by his question and a confused look appeared on her face. Yang Kai sneered, "You've been following me since you recognized me. You're so attentive and slick. You're just short of offering yourself to me. Aren't you asking me to do something for you?" "Yes." Yi Jinghan nodded lightly. "Don't tell me you don't want me to refine pills?" Yi Jinghan was enlightened, and she said with a smile, "Young Master Yang's alchemy skills have reached the acme of perfection. Since you were able to refine an extinct spirit pill like the extraordinary treasure pill, your attainments and aptitude in this field are naturally unparalleled. Although it's flattery. But it was very comfortable." Kai Yang grinned meaningfully. Yi Jinghan said, "Young Master Yang, I didn't look for you to refine pills for me. What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai frowned. This time, he was really vigilant. Yi Jinghan explained, "Even though our Thousand Leaves sect isn't a great sect, we still have a Tao Source grade alchemist, so we don't need to trouble young Master Yang with the alchemy. I'm looking for young Master Yang to ask you to repair something." "Repair something?" Yang Kai raised his brows. "What is it?" Yi Jinghan pursed her red lips. She looked around warily and hesitated for a long while before she said, "A space array." "A space array?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he chuckled, "It seems like many people know that I possess the space divine technique." He had used a space force in front of so many people in the Four Seasons realm, so this matter couldn't be concealed. Yang Kai had already expected this, but he didn't expect that Yi Jinghan would look for him for this matter. She obviously wanted to borrow his space force to repair the space array. Yi Jinghan said, "I heard it from someone else." Yang Kai said, "If it's just repairing a space array, you don't need me, right? Wouldn't array grandmasters be able to do the same?" Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. "If it was an ordinary space array, array grandmasters would be able to repair it as well. But the one in my Thousand Leaves sect. We've looked for several array grandmasters and even the Gong family's people, but they still couldn't repair it." "Even the Gong family's people couldn't repair it?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard this, then he thought of something and shouted, "Could it be the Two Realms space array?" Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes lit up and she nodded, "Young Master Yang's vision is really sharp. It's the Two Realms space array." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly and he cast a sidelong glance at Yi Jinghan, asking, "Does your Thousand Leaves sect have a sealed world?" Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly, "I knew that I couldn't hide it from young Master Yang." "That's right, our Thousand Leaves sect does have a sealed world. It's a place where our disciples enter to train. That sealed world was born in a space crevice and drifted around. Apart from using the space array to enter, there's no other way." But 2,000 years ago, the space array inexplicably lost its effect, and since then, we haven't been able to enter it. Is that sealed world very important to your Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai asked. Yi Jinghan nodded. Our Thousand Leaves sect couldn't compare to top sects like the Azure Sun Temple and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land 2,000 years ago, but it was still considered a first-rate sect. Unfortunately, ever since the entrance to the sealed world closed, our sect has declined year after year. Until today, we are. At this point, she couldn't finish her sentence. Yang Kai sneered, what does it have to do with the sealed world if our disciples don't work hard? Not every sect in this world has its own sealed world. If we really work hard, it doesn't matter if we have a sealed world or not. Yi Jinghan's face turned pale and she said bitterly, young Master Yang is right. It's just that when the entrance to the sealed world closed more than 2,000 years ago, the previous sect master took many of the sect's inheritances into the sealed world, including our Thousand Leaves sect guarding treasures. Without those inheritances, many of our Thousand Leaves sect's divine abilities can no longer be cultivated. Most importantly, our Thousand Leaves sect spirit gathering array was originally set up with the sealed world as the source, so when the entrance closed, the world energy in the sect. I understand. Yang Kai understood what Yi Jinghan was trying to say. Losing many of their divine technique inheritances and sect guarding treasures was one thing, but the main problem was that there was no supply of world energy. A cultivator needed world energy the most for their cultivation, and once the world energy was thin, the strength of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples would naturally decline with each generation. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and said in a deep voice, I would like to ask young Master Yang to accompany me to the Thousand Leaves sect to repair the two-world spatial array at the entrance to the sealed world. If young Master Yang can agree, I and the entire Thousand Leaves sect will be extremely grateful and will also give you a generous gift. This. Yang Kai's eyes darted around as he tried to think of an excuse, but couldn't come up with one even after thinking for a while, so he could only say, I understand, but this young master is very busy. How about this, you go back first, and when this young master has some free time, this young master will make a trip to your Thousand Leaves sect. I promise you that I won't disappoint you. Yi Jinghan could tell that he was just brushing her off, and if she really listened to him and left, she would probably never see Yang Kai again, so she could only plead bitterly, young Master Yang, in this world, only someone proficient in the Tao of Space can repair our sect's spatial array, but the Tao of Space is too mysterious and complex, and ordinary people can't even begin to comprehend it. I heard that there is a master in the Eastern Territory's Spirit Beast Island who is proficient in the Tao of Space, but that master is a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so how can my trifling Thousand Leaves sect invite him? Are you implying that this young master is just a second-order Tao Source Realm Master, yet you can invite him? Yang Kai cast a glance at her. Yi Jinghan hurriedly waved her hands and said, this mistress didn't mean that, please don't take offense, young Master Yang. Yang Kai nodded and said, I have also heard of the person you are talking about, he's from Spirit Beast Island. Emo Xiaoqi seemed to be from Spirit Beast Island, and even though she had never admitted it herself, Yang Kai gradually guessed Emo Xiaoqi's origins based on his understanding of the star boundary and Auntie Fang's terrifying strength. Only someone from Spirit Beast Island could command so many monster beasts to fight for them. When Yang Kai thought of Emo Xiaoqi, he wondered how she was doing now. He hadn't been in the star boundary for long, so he didn't know many people. Kong Xiran was transferred away by Purple Source Chamber of Commerce after he broke through to the Tao Source Realm, while Emo Xiaoqi was captured by Auntie Feng. When Yi Jinghan saw that Yang Kai was lost in thought and didn't respond for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, actually, this mistress came to find young Master Yang because of someone else's recommendation. Which bastard is so immoral? Tell me, I promise I won't beat him to death. Yang Kai flew into a rage. Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and said with a smile, young Master Yang should know Gongwen Shan, right? It's that little brat. Yang Kai's eyes bulged, do you know him? Gongwen Shan was obviously a rising star of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. The Gong family was a Spirit Array Grandmaster, and Gongwen Shan was also a Spirit Array Grandmaster. In the Four Seasons realm, Gongwen Shan had borrowed the power of the Flowing Time Temple's seal to block Wu Chang, causing this young genius of Heavenly Martial Holy Land to miss a great opportunity. This little brat looks simple and honest, but he's actually quite daring and full of evil tricks. Yang Kai had never expected that Gongwen Shan would recommend him to Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan replied, a few years ago, I invited him to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the space array, but he didn't succeed. Brother Gong said that if we wanted to repair the array, we had to find someone proficient in the Tao of space. 3 months ago, I received a letter from him asking me to look for young Master Yang. I was planning to go to Azure Sun Temple to try my luck after dealing with the matters here, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Young Master Yang, don't you think this is fate? She wore an excited look on her face, as if she was a young girl yearning for love. Yang Kai snorted, fate only exists between a resentful man and an infatuated woman. Do you want to have fate with me? Yi Jinghan sweated profusely and said embarrassedly, young Master Yang, you must be joking. I'm afraid I don't have such good fortune. I've only met that little brat Gongwen Shan once, so I'm not familiar with him. He has to take responsibility for his words, and it has nothing to do with this young master. Yi Jinghan sighed deeply and said faintly, young Master Yang, are you really unwilling to help me? She gently bit her thin lips, looking delicate and pitiful, as if she was a pitiful person. It's not that I don't want to help, but there are too many things for me to do. Didn't I tell you that I would go when I had the time? Yang Kai explained. Yi Jinghan pondered for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, I won't hide it from you, young Master Yang. There is a dangerous place in our Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world called the Emperor Heaven Valley. If one can cultivate there for some time, it will be of great help to one's breakthrough to the Emperor realm in the future. Yang Kai looked at her with a meaningful smile on his face. Yi Jinghan blushed and said, it's not that I don't trust you, young Master Yang, but this is a matter of great importance, so I don't dare reveal it casually. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of countless Tao Source Realm cultivators. Our Thousand Leaves sect isn't strong enough to resist them. Yang Kai said, the Emperor Heaven Valley is a good name, but, what does it have to do with me? Yi Jinghan stamped her feet and said, if you can really repair the space array and return the sealed world to our Thousand Leaves sect, I will allow you to enter it. Your status in Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai looked at her with narrowed eyes. Yi Jinghan said, I am the daughter of Thousand Leaves sect's sect master. The current sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, is my father. So you are the young sect master. Yang Kai cupped his fists, I apologize for my disrespect. Yi Jinghan blushed and said, you must be joking, young Master Yang. Not to mention the young sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, even the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace had been beaten into a pig's head by Yang Kai. Therefore, Yi Jinghan didn't feel anything special about her identity and didn't intend to explain it to Yang Kai in the beginning. But now, she had no choice but to say it, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to gain Yang Kai's trust. Young Master Yang. I beg you. Yi Jinghan said sincerely. My father is already very old. If he still can't break through to the Emperor realm, I'm afraid that he will pass away in a few years. However, how can it be so easy to ascend to the Emperor realm? The Emperor Heaven Valley is the greatest opportunity that he can obtain, and also the one that he has the most hope of obtaining. Young Master Yang, if you can help my Thousand Leaves sect this time, this mistress will agree to any request you have. She spoke as if she was ready to risk everything, which made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows. Yang Kai fell silent and Yi Jinghan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She pursed her red lips and stood there waiting, her heart filled with uneasiness. In the quiet room, the sound of an intense heartbeat could be heard. After a long time, Yang Kai sighed and said, fine, I'll go with you since you're filial. Really? Yi Jinghan cried tears of joy. He looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. But not now. You also know that we still have some matters to attend to in Maplewood City. Let's wait until we're done here before we leave. There's no hurry, Yi Jinghan quickly waved her hand, we've already waited for so many years, so there's no need to rush. But let me warn you first. Yang Kai looked at her seriously and said, I can only give it a try. I can't guarantee that I can repair the space array. Young Master Yang's promise is enough. Go find a place to rest. I'll inform you when I need to leave. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yi Jinghan said, then this mistress will wait for young Master Yang's good news. After she finished speaking, she curtsied and slowly retreated. She didn't forget to close the door before she left. After she left, Yang Kai sighed and sat down, muttering to himself, another troublesome matter. He wasn't related to Yi Jinghan, nor did he have any relationship with the Thousand Leaves sect, so he naturally didn't want to get involved in this mess. But Yi Jinghan was really clingy, and Yang Kai felt that if he didn't agree to her request, she would probably chase him to the ends of the earth, which would only make things more troublesome. If that really happened, he would have a young woman following him around all day, looking at him with an aggrieved expression. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw this, they would think that he had abandoned her, which would be a scandal. However, the Emperor Heaven Valley mentioned by Yi Jinghan piqued Yang Kai's interest. Since it could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm, it must be related to comprehending the Heavenly Way and martial Tao. Although Yang Kai was only a second-order Tao source realm cultivator now, comprehending the Heavenly Way and martial Tao wouldn't be a bad thing for his growth. If he supplemented it with the extraordinary treasure pills, he would surely break through to the Emperor realm in the future. After a short silence, Yang Kai sat in his room and cultivated until midnight. He had just broken through to the second-order Tao source realm, so he naturally needed to consolidate his foundation. As night fell, Yang Kai pushed open the door and went out. His figure flickered and he arrived at the city lord's mansion in just a dozen breaths. The guards outside the city lord's mansion were nothing to him. But the moment he entered the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He felt several powerful divine senses sweep over his body and disappear in a flash. Although it was only for a short moment, it still made him shiver and break out in a cold sweat. Those divine senses belonged to genuine masters from the Emperor realm. It was obvious that they belonged to Xiao Yang and the others who lived in the city lord's mansion. A few of the strands of divine sense only examined him for a moment before withdrawing, but one strand of divine sense continued to guide him. Yang Kai sniffed and followed the direction of that divine sense. Soon, he arrived outside a room. He raised his hand, but before he could knock on the door, he heard Gao Shueting's voice from inside, "Come in." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. He saw Gao Shueting sitting cross-legged on the bed and looking at him with her bright eyes. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Junior greets Elder Gao. I didn't expect that after we parted that day, we would meet again in Maplewood City." Elder Gao, what are you doing?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw Gao Shueting wave her hand. With a burst of source qi, the door closed with a bang and an invisible barrier appeared in the room, enveloping it and isolating it from the outside world. Isn't she being too cautious? She even needs to open a barrier? A dissatisfied voice sounded from the other side of the room. Xiao Yang opened his eyes and muttered playfully, "Little girl Gao, what are you doing? I wanted to see what kind of magic that little brat has, but now I've failed." At the same time, in the rooms of the various masters from the Emperor realm, everyone was curling their lips. It was obvious that they had all been spying on Gao Shueting's room but were blocked by a barrier. For a moment, the room was completely isolated. Gudong, Yang Kai gulped. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. "Take off your clothes." Gao Shueting looked at Yang Kai expressionlessly and ordered. "Huh?" Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he said in surprise, This isn't appropriate, right? What are you blabbering about?" Gao Shueting coldly snorted. Seeing Yang Kai dilly-dallying, she immediately became impatient. She didn't seem to move, but she suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and stretched out her hand to grab him. Yang Kai only felt that her slender jade hand had turned into a five-fingered mountain and was about to envelop him. He couldn't help but feel that he couldn't avoid it. Immediately afterward, he felt something tighten around his neck and was lifted up by Gao Shueting. In the next moment, Yang Kai was spun around by an external force. As he spun, his clothes quickly fell off and flew out. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was stripped down to his underwear. "Elder Gao. Stop!" Yang Kai cried out in a shrill voice. Gao Shueting turned a deaf ear to his cries. She stretched out her hand and made Yang Kai stop. Then, she pinched her orchid fingers and moved them like the wind. Suddenly, she tapped several acupoints on Yang Kai's body. At the same time, her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the changes in Yang Kai's body. Her beautiful eyes clearly swept across every part of Yang Kai's body, almost looking at him from head to toe. After a while, she nodded slightly and said, "Very good, there's no big problem." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the force that was restraining him had disappeared. He hurriedly crawled to Gao Shuiting's bed and covered himself with the blanket. He shivered and looked as if he had suffered a great trauma. Gao Shuiting sneered, "Are you shy now?" Yang Kai's face turned pale and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Elder Gao, what are you doing?" Only now did he understand why Gao Shuiting had set up a barrier. If someone saw this scene, they wouldn't be able to clear their name. Gao Shuiting said sternly, "Your cultivation has progressed too quickly. Not long ago, you were still in the first order Dao Source realm. Now, you're already in the second order Dao Source realm. This queen is just checking to see if there are any hidden dangers. What do you think this queen wants to do?" As she finished speaking, Gao Shuiting's eyes flickered with a cold light, which made Yang Kai shudder. "Even if you want to check, you don't have to do this." Yang Kai pulled a long face. "If that's all, you naturally don't have to do this. But this queen heard that a demonic artifact spirit was born today and chased after you. This queen needs to make sure that you haven't been corroded by the demonic qi. I'm not young anymore. I'm not a child. This queen is old enough to be your great-grandmother. What's wrong with checking your body?" At this point, Gao Shuiting raised the corner of her mouth and sneered, "Young man, your muscles are pretty good. It seems that your physique isn't ordinary." "Elder Gao, you flatter me." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said embarrassedly, "What's the result?" "The result is pretty good." As Gao Shuiting spoke, she reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's clothes a few times. Then, she threw them to him and said, "Although your cultivation speed is very fast, there are no signs of your foundation being unstable. There are also no signs of being corroded by the demonic qi." Yang Kai said timidly, "What if I've been corroded by the demonic qi? What should I do?" "Then you're a dead man now." Gao Shuiting's phoenix eyes turned cold. She looked at him and said, "Why? Do you have anything to say to me?" "No, no, no. Absolutely not." Yang Kai hurriedly waved his hands. He made up his mind that no matter what, he couldn't let Gao Shuiting know that the demonic spirit was sealed in his body. Even the demonic artifact was in his hands. "Young man, there's something strange about you. Are you hiding something from this queen?" Gao Shuiting's voice turned cold. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "Of course not. Elder Gao, you've misunderstood." Gao Shuiting stared deeply at Yang Kai. After a while, she said, "That's good. If this queen finds out that you're hiding something from me, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. He just put on his clothes under the blanket. Not long after, Yang Kai finished dressing. "How long do you want to occupy this queen's bed?" Gao Shuiting looked at him coldly. Yang Kai felt dejected and helplessly climbed down from the bed and stood in front of Gao Shuiting. "Let me ask you, where did the demonic artifact spirit go?" Gao Shuiting suddenly asked. "Everyone said that the artifact spirit was chasing after you, but today, Master Xiao and I searched all the way to clear Jade Mountain, but we lost track of it. It seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. Even Master Xiao couldn't find any clues. Do you know where it went?" Yang Kai quickly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "Then how did you get away safely?" Gao Shuiting frowned. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Elder Gao, you know that this junior cultivates the Tao of space, and I'm the best at escaping. At that time, I ran to clear Jade Mountain and used a concealing aura secret technique to hide in the void. The artifact spirit chased after me, but after failing to find anything, it left on its own. As for where it went, I don't know." Gao Shuiting stared deeply at him, a bright light flashing in her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to look into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai felt guilty, fearing that she would see through him. After a long time, Gao Shuiting nodded and said, "If this queen finds out that you're hiding something, I won't let you off easily." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I wouldn't dare. I don't think you have the guts." As Gao Shuiting spoke, she sat on the edge of the bed and sighed softly, "But to be honest, we were careless. If only we had investigated carefully after the battle with the demon dweller. If we had checked carefully, perhaps this trouble wouldn't have happened." She sighed. An expression of self-blame appeared on her face. Her words made Yang Kai feel guilty. If Gao Shueting knew that the demon she fought with that day was standing in front of her right now, who knew what would happen? Yang Kai quickly changed the topic and said, everything has its own destiny. Elder Gao, you don't have to think too much. Gao Shueting glanced at him and snorted coldly. Then, she waved her hand and a ray of light shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. However, he did not dodge because he realized that Gao Shueting had no intention of attacking him. He reached out and grabbed the light in front of him. When he opened his palm, he discovered that it was actually a token. It was about the size of a palm and was made of an unknown material. The back of it was engraved with the image of a cultivator's back. That back was tall and broad, as if it was standing in the air, looking down on the world. Although it was only a picture, it still made people feel an imposing aura. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he saw this because he realized that the back of this figure resembled Wen Zishan. As for the front, there were 2 large words inscribed on it. Qingyang. The token was golden in color. The golden light was dazzling. It was extremely dazzling. This is... Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Gao Shueting suspiciously. The identity token of a disciple of the Divine Hall, Gao Shueting replied faintly. Yang Kai was surprised, but he immediately smiled bitterly and said, but Elder Gao, I'm not a disciple of the Divine Hall. Isn't it inappropriate for me to take this token? From now on, you are. Gao Shueting replied. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he kept nodding and said, Elder Gao, you're forcing me to do this. Do you want to ask for my opinion first? Gao Shueting glanced at him and said, didn't I ask for your opinion last time? Haven't you thought about it after such a long time? Yang Kai hurriedly said, I need more time to think about it. This matter is too complicated, and I can't think it through right now. Please give me some time, Elder Gao. How long? 30 or 50 years would be best. Yang Kai saw a layer of frost on Gao Shueting's face after he finished speaking, so he hurriedly said, of course, 10 or 8 years is also okay. Haha. Gao Shueting suddenly sneered. Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. His whole body was cold, and the soles of his feet were about to cramp. Gao Shueting said leisurely, it seems that my good temper gave you the wrong impression. Do you think that I'm easy to talk to? Do you think that I'm not dignified at all? Of course not. Then do you look down on me and the Divine Hall? Of course not. Gao Shueting snorted coldly and said, today, I said in front of Master Xiao and the others that you're a disciple of the Divine Hall, so I stopped Lu Qi's intention of recruiting you. If you dare to refuse me again, I'll tell them tomorrow that you've been expelled from the Divine Hall. You know what the consequences will be. Yang Kai suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He really didn't know that Lu Qi wanted to rope him in. Thinking about it this way, his recent performance was too sharp, and he had probably attracted a lot of attention. If he didn't have the halo of being a disciple of the Azure Sun Temple, he would definitely be fought over by other masters. Yang Kai immediately understood that Gao Shueting gave him this identity token not to force him to make a choice, but to protect him. She had carefully checked his physical condition before, obviously because she was worried that something would go wrong with his cultivation. Thinking of this, a touch of warmth emerged in his heart. Yang Kai suddenly felt that with such care from an elder, joining the Azure Sun Temple seemed to be a good choice. He breathed a sigh of relief, cupped his fists, and said with a smile, then this disciple will respectfully accept. Thank you for your kindness, elder. Gao Shueting looked him up and down a few times and nodded, you're worth teaching. After a pause, she continued, however, because of your special situation, you don't have to abide by the many rules of the temple. How you used to live will be how you will live in the future. The temple will not interfere with you. Do you understand? Understood. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. Of course, what you do in the future only concerns you and does not represent the temple. If you dare to cause any trouble for the temple, you know what will happen. Gao Shueting's phoenix eyes were full of power as she coldly snorted. Understood, understood. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, his face covered in cold sweat. I have nothing else to say. Now that you have taken the nameplate, you are also a disciple of the Divine Hall. Do you have any problems in cultivation? Since I am free now, I can answer them for you. Gao Shuiting's expression changed as she asked in a pleasant manner. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he hurriedly asked some questions that he had encountered during his cultivation. Gao Shuiting was very responsible and explained everything to him in detail. She didn't hide anything from him about her cultivation and comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Gao Shuiting originally thought that it would be easy to guide a second-order Tao source realm cultivator in his cultivation. But as she talked with Yang Kai in depth, she had to put away her casual attitude. Because the questions Yang Kai asked were all very important and profound, some of which even she couldn't figure out thoroughly. Gradually, this kind of consultation turned into a discussion between the two of them to verify their own martial Tao. Yang Kai didn't leave the city lord's mansion until dawn. After returning to the Qin family, he immediately looked for Qin Chaoyang and found a secret room to cultivate in seclusion. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Kai came out of seclusion. His newly promoted second-order Tao source realm cultivation had completely stabilized. Inside the secret room, he checked his condition and was very satisfied with the progress he had made during this time. At this moment, he suddenly seemed to have noticed something and his expression became strange. In the next moment, he hurriedly summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and sent his soul avatar into it to investigate. When he was still in Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai asked Gao Shuiting for a lot of faceless profound grass to feed the soul-devouring insects. During this time, the soul-devouring insects had been devouring themselves in that huge jar, multiplying and evolving. It was only today that they seemed to have made some substantial breakthroughs. The soul-devouring insects were ranked 11th on the exotic insect list's heaven list, a very high ranking. They played a huge role in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, and after going through the trials in the Divine Ascension Mirror, Yang Kai also had high hopes for the soul-devouring insects. Today, as soon as he noticed that they were moving, Yang Kai couldn't wait to investigate. It was quiet inside the jar, as if all the soul-devouring insects were sleeping. However, after Yang Kai refined the insect enslavement bracelet, he knew everything inside it like the back of his hand, so he naturally knew that this silence was just an illusion. He waited for a moment with a solemn expression before he seemed to have made up his mind about something. He stretched out his hand and made a hand seal, opening the jar. Looking inside, Kai Yang saw that the inside of the urn was densely packed with milky white silkworm cocoons, covering the entire wall of the urn. Many of the white cocoons had holes in them, and evolved soul-devouring insects were constantly crawling out of them and swallowing the white cocoons whole. As time passed, more and more soul-devouring insects were born from the cocoons. For a time, the whole jar was filled with crackling sounds, as if tens of thousands of silkworms were eating. So big! Yang Kai was startled. Originally, soul-devouring insects could not be seen with the naked eye at all. They were extremely small insects, and only divine sense could find their traces. However, after this devouring and evolution, the soul-devouring insects had obviously become larger. Each of them was the size of a grain of rice, and their bodies were covered with some pitch-black veins. Among the black veins, there was an obvious demonic qi. Obviously, it was because they had devoured the ancient pure demonic qi before. Not only that, these soul-devouring insects seemed to be more ferocious than before, making Yang Kai's scalp tingle. In less than a quarter of an hour, these soul-devouring insects all broke out of their cocoons and devoured their own white cocoons. After getting enough nutrition, these soul-devouring insects flapped their wings and flew out of the jar. Yang Kai stepped back vigilantly and watched from a distance. He saw that above the jar, a cloud of insects had gathered. Although there were far fewer of them than the original soul-devouring insects, their aura and scale were far superior to the previous batch. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He felt that if he had brought this batch of soul-devouring insects into the Divine Ascension world and encountered Ban Qing in the Emperor realm, he would not have needed to resort to any tricks. Just these soul-devouring insects would have been enough to make Ban Qing flee in a sorry state. He watched for a long time before giving a command to the cloud of soul-devouring insects. The swarm of soul-devouring insects that had been flying around suddenly rushed towards him, buzzing incessantly. Yang Kai stood in place with a serious expression on his face, ready to attack at any moment. A short while later, he was surrounded by the insect swarm. Immediately after, a soul-devouring insect landed on his body, shook its wings, and remained motionless, quietly crawling there. Then another. Large swathes of insect swarms descended, wrapping him up in 3 layers, completely obscuring his figure. However, all of the soul-devouring insects were silent and showed no intention of attacking Xianxia. Instead, under an invisible connection, these soul-devouring insects obeyed Xianxia's every command. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh out loud. He felt that the insect enslavement bracelet was truly a great treasure. Back in the Divine Ascension mirror world, Xianxia had felt that his batch of soul-devouring insects was no longer under his control. Later on, he had obtained another batch of soul-devouring insects from Tianyin, but they had no connection to him at all. Now, however, these evolved soul-devouring insects were obediently following his orders, as if they were part of his body. The biggest credit naturally went to the insect enslavement bracelet. This emperor artifact didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it could restrain all exotic insects in the world. It was the life work of the insect emperor, so it was very effective against the soul-devouring insects. With this, Xianxia no longer had to worry about the insect enslavement bracelet. If he ever encountered a powerful enemy in the future, the soul-devouring insects would become one of his trump cards. After testing it out, Xianxia was very satisfied. With a thought, he ordered the soul-devouring insects to return to the large jar and recuperate. The space inside the insect enslavement bracelet seemed to have a subtle effect on the survival of the exotic insects. Not only would the exotic insects that stayed here not die or weaken. Instead, they would become stronger and stronger. Of course, if he wanted the soul-devouring insects to grow faster, Xianxia would need to find more facetless profound grass to feed them. Facetless profound grass wasn't an extremely rare spirit grass. Many large sects could cultivate it themselves, so it wasn't difficult to find. However, Xianxia needed a large amount of it, so it would definitely cost him a lot. In the past, Xianxia might not have been able to afford it, but now that he had a source crystal mine, he wouldn't have to worry about source crystals for a short period of time. Naturally, he could purchase them without restraint. Xianxia opened his eyes, stood up, and opened his secret room to go to the city to buy some facetless profound grass. This made him even more surprised, because Lu Qi had used the Emperor artifact, the duality record, to form a seal that suppressed the spirit lake. Logically speaking, as time passed, the world energy in Maplewood City would become thinner and thinner, gradually returning to its previous state. At this moment, a beautiful figure flew over from nearby and appeared in front of him. It was Yi Jinghan. "Young Master Yang, you've come out of seclusion." Yi Jinghan sized up Xianxia and discovered that his aura was steady. She restrained her gaze and couldn't help but say enviously, "Young Master Yang, you seem to have gained a lot this time." "It's just so." Xianxia grinned. Since he had already decided to follow Yi Jinghan to Thousand Leaf Sect, he didn't reject her as much. His expression changed and Xianxia asked in surprise, "You won't be staying here all the time, will you?" Yi Jinghan smiled embarrassedly, "I don't have anything else to do here." Xianxia said, "Don't worry. Since I've already promised you, I won't run away. I'll definitely follow you to Thousand Leaf Sect. I don't want to keep an eye on young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan quickly waved her hands and said in a flustered tone, "I'm just. Even after speaking for a long time, she still couldn't come up with a reason and couldn't help but panic. She was afraid that she would infuriate Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, "Forget it, accompany me to buy some things. We'll set off once we're done." Yi Jinghan's face lit up and she quickly nodded, okay. The two of them immediately rushed into the city. As they walked, Xianxia discovered that the cultivator in Maplewood City was sparse and it wasn't as lively as it used to be. However, every cultivator on the streets had a happy expression on their faces, as if they had struck a stroke of great luck. He couldn't help but find this strange and asked, "These people are all smiling like flowers. Did something good happen to them?" Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled, "Maplewood City is different from before. The world energy here is at least 3 to 5 times denser than before, so they're naturally happy. By the way, I was just about to ask you about this." Xianxia turned his head and looked at her, what's with this world energy? Why did it become denser? Yi Jinghan said, young Master Yang has been in seclusion for the past month, so you naturally don't know about the changes in Maplewood City. It's like this. A month ago, a few master led by Star Soul Palace's Master Xiao discussed for a few days and decided to transform the Spirit Lake into a cultivation holy land. So, they transferred people from their respective sects. 10 days ago, the transformation was completed and the Spirit Lake has become a famous cultivation holy land in the entire Southern Territory. Countless cultivators have flocked to it and many people in Maplewood City have also gone to watch the show, so the city is deserted. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai finally understood why there were so few people in Maplewood City. It seemed that they had all gone to the Spirit Lake to watch the show. That place was named Spirit Lake Palace by Xiaoyu Yang and the other masters. It occupies a large area and many secret rooms have been built for cultivators to cultivate in seclusion. Spirit Lake Palace? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yi Jinghan smiled, that's right. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, then, this Spirit Lake Palace. Who is in charge of it? Who owns it? Yi Jinghan said, none of the great sects have any intention of occupying it. The Spirit Lake Palace is managed by Star Soul Palace and all the great sects have joined forces with Maplewood City to manage it. It is open to the entire Southern Territory and anyone who has enough source crystals can enter it to cultivate. Oh? Yang Kai was surprised, Maplewood City also has a role in managing it? Of course, the Spirit Lake Palace is right next to Maplewood City, so it's best for Maplewood City to manage it. This time, Maplewood City will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Yang Kai chuckled. I can already imagine City Lord Duan's happy expression. Pursing her lips, Yi Jinghan replied with a smile, indeed. Although City Lord Duan's cultivation is still at the third order Dao Source realm, with the Spirit Lake Palace, his status has already soared. I'm afraid that he'll be able to stand on equal footing with the sect masters of those first-rate sects. His status isn't low, but his cultivation isn't high enough, so it'll be difficult for him to convince the masses. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and felt a little worried for Duan Yuanshan. Yi Jinghan glanced at him and said, young Master Yang, you don't have to worry about this. Master Xiao has already made the decision to accept City Lord Duan and Vice City Lord Drunkard as outer disciples of Star Soul Palace. Moreover, these two city lords have also taken up some positions in Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and other top forces. Yang Kai was dumbfounded when he heard this. How is that possible? Yi Jinghan covered her red lips with her hand and giggled, I'm afraid they have no choice. Master Xiao is indeed wise. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly, although I've never heard of this matter before, I'm afraid that no one will dare to look down on City Lord Duan and Elder Jiao, nor will they dare to disobey their authority. Although Duan Yuanshan and Elder Jiao's cultivation wasn't high, they had the backing of several top sects in the Southern Territory, so it wasn't difficult for them to manage Maplewood City and the Spirit Lake Palace. If anyone dared to disobey their orders, it would be tantamount to making an enemy out of all the top forces in the Southern Territory. So, who would dare to do such a thing? Master Xiao is really bold. Star Soul Palace is really worthy of being the overlord of the Southern Territory. Their bearing is really extraordinary, Yang Kai said sincerely. In all honesty, if Star Soul Palace really wanted to occupy the Spirit Lake Palace, no one would dare to resist. After all, the Bright Moon Great Emperors were in charge of Star Soul Palace, so the other top forces wouldn't be able to contend against them. However, Star Soul Palace didn't do such a thing. Instead, they took the lead and led many great forces to turn Star Soul Palace into a cultivation holy land open to the entire Southern Territory. From this, one could see the magnanimity of this overlord sect. Not every sect could do such a thing. Even if it was Azure Sun Temple's Wenzi Shan, if such a cultivation holy land fell into his hands, Yang Kai believed that he would secretly hide it and use it as a cultivation place for Azure Sun Temple's disciples. It was human nature for people to have differences between those who were close and those who were distant. No one would think for others for no reason. Continue, Yang Kai said. The Spirit Lake Palace imitated Star Soul Palace's classification of cultivation holy lands, and it is also divided into 3 grades, heaven, earth, and human. The human grade cultivation holy land is open to cultivators below the origin returning realm, while the Earth-grade Cultivation Holy Land is open to cultivators below the Tao Source realm. As for the top Heaven-grade Cultivation Holy Land, it is only open to masters in the Emperor realm. Speaking of this, a look of yearning appeared on Yi Jinghan's face, as if she was looking forward to the Supreme the Emperor realm. The higher the grade, the more source crystals one needs to pay to enter. It is said that one needs to pay 1,000 high-rank source crystals for a day and a night in the top Heaven-grade Cultivation Holy Land. Moreover, only high-rank source crystals are allowed to be paid, and they cannot be converted into mid-rank or low-rank source crystals. This price is really terrifying. Yang Kai sighed. 1,000 high-rank source crystals was equivalent to 100,000 mid-rank source crystals or 10 million low-rank source crystals. This was just a day and a night's payment, but which cultivator didn't go into seclusion for 10 days to half a month? If one wanted to comprehend a secret technique or secret art, it was common for them to spend a year or so. Especially when the masters in the Emperor realm went into seclusion, they could spend years or even decades in seclusion. The source crystals required to pay for this was incalculable. Moreover, they were only allowed to pay high-rank source crystals, and the conditions were extremely harsh. However, most of the masters in the Emperor realm are rich, and if they really want to reach a higher level in the martial Tao, they may not care about these worldly possessions, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. That's right, the Heaven-grade Cultivation Holy Land of the Spirit Lake Palace is comparable to the Heaven-grade Cultivation Holy Land of the Star Soul Palace. Who in the Emperor realm doesn't want to experience it? If they can achieve a breakthrough, it'll be worth it no matter how much they pay. Yi Jinghan expressed her agreement and continued, but there aren't many Heaven-grade cultivation rooms. There are only 30 of them. These 30 rooms. I'm afraid that the master will fight over them to the death, Yang Kai snorted. 30 rooms might seem like a lot, but it wasn't enough at all. Although Emperor realm masters were not very common, in the entire southern territory, if there weren't 1,000, there were at least 800. Apart from the Emperor Masters of Star Soul Palace who probably weren't interested in Heaven-grade secret rooms, which Emperor Realm Master wouldn't want to enter secluded cultivation and study their secret arts? Once the news spread, how could 30 rooms be enough? That's a matter for the Master Realm Masters. It's not something for a small fry like me to consider. Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled. She seemed to be in a good mood after receiving Yang Kai's promise. How many Earth-grade cultivation rooms are there? What about human-grade cultivation rooms? Yang Kai asked again. There are about 500 Earth-grade cultivation rooms, and 3,000 human-grade cultivation rooms. Yang Kai nodded. Although this number didn't sound like much, and it felt like they couldn't make ends meet, not everyone had the financial resources to cultivate in the Spirit Lake Palace's cultivation rooms. Those who couldn't afford to cultivate in them could only look at them and lament their inadequacy. However, with the heaven, earth, and human secret rooms, the income of Maplewood City would probably be enough to make people envious. When the time came, this income would definitely be divided among the various top sects, and Maplewood City might also be able to drink some soup and water. Even so, Duan Yuan Shan and the others would probably become rich overnight. It said that. Yi Jinghan's voice suddenly lowered in a mysterious tone. Of course, it's said that the Spirit Lake Palace has left some secret rooms for the various sects that aren't open to the public. Only the disciples of the various sects are allowed to enter them. Anyone who is a disciple of the sect can enter them for free and cultivate for as long as they want. Oh? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There's such a thing? Yi Jinghan replied, I don't know the source of this information, but it's quite reliable. After all, the Spirit Lake Palace was built by the various large sects, so it's natural for them to leave some for their own sections. That's understandable. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Now that he was also a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he had a disciple identity token in his hand. If this news was really reliable, then he should be able to enter the secret room to cultivate with that identity token, without having to pay anything. Also, the major forces have also arranged a formation to guide the spiritual chi from the Spirit Lake Palace into Maplewood City. Therefore, the spiritual chi in Maplewood City is much denser than before. So that's what's going on. No wonder I felt that something was off. Yang Kai suddenly understood why the world energy in Maplewood City didn't decrease but instead increased. It turned out that the Spirit Lake Palace's world energy was attracted by the spirit array. If this was the case, Maplewood City was quite suitable for a cultivator to cultivate. Although it couldn't be compared with the Spirit Lake Palace, it was still good news for a cultivator living in Maplewood City. In less than 2 years, Maplewood City will definitely become one of the major cities in the Southern Territory. I heard that the 2 major chambers of commerce are going to set up branches here. Xianxia smiled and said, where there's money to be made, how can the 2 major chambers of commerce not be here? While talking, the 2 arrived at the Spirit Pill Plaza. The Spirit Pill Plaza was still the same as before. It was a small shop with only a few people buying things in the store. Only the waiter was there to greet customers. There was no sign of the shopkeeper. Since Xianxia was transferred, Xianxia hadn't come to the Spirit Pill Plaza. Now that he was here again, he couldn't help but sigh. When he first came to Maplewood City, he made some connections with the Spirit Pill Plaza. You're Grandmaster Yang. A cry of surprise suddenly reached Xianxia's ears, waking him up from his memories. Xianxia raised his head and saw the waiter looking at him excitedly. How have you been, brother waiter? Xianxia greeted him with a smile. When he was refining pills in the Spirit Pill Plaza, he had come in contact with this waiter many times, so he wasn't unfamiliar with him, but he didn't know his name. Good, good, good. The waiter was so excited that he spoke incoherently, as if he was flattered. Thank you for your concern, Grandmaster. After saying this, he ran inside in a hurry, shouting as he ran, Grandmaster Yang is back. Shopkeeper, Grandmaster Yang is back. What does he mean? Yi Jinghan looked at Xianxia blankly. She didn't know what was wrong with this waiter. Xianxia said, I refined pills in this Spirit Pill Plaza for several months. I see. Let's go in. Xianxia nodded. He noticed that after the waiter's shout, several customers who were shopping for pills in the store were looking at him with strange gazes, so he called out to Yi Jinghan and walked straight into the store. Walking through the lobby, before he even entered, he was met with a fat man in luxurious clothes. This fat man looked to be in his 40s, with a big belly that stuck out like an old man. He looked very stout. He was obviously the new shopkeeper of the Spirit Pill Plaza. Just like Xianxia, he was only a third-order origin king. The fat man wiped the sweat on his forehead and asked anxiously, where is Grandmaster Yang? As soon as he said this, he raised his head and saw Xianxia, so he quickly cupped his fists and said, Spirit Pill Plaza's Zhou Fu greets Grandmaster Yang. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Xianxia cupped his fists in return and said with a smile, this Yang came uninvited. Shopkeeper Zhou is too polite. The 2 of them had just exchanged a few words when 2 men rushed out from the back and shouted anxiously, Who is Grandmaster Yang? Who is Grandmaster Yang? One of them looked around and fixed his gaze on Xianxia, shouting in a low voice, Are you Grandmaster Yang? Xianxia glanced at him and found that this man had disheveled hair, sunken eyes, and bloodshot eyes. It seemed like he hadn't rested for a long time. It wasn't just this man, the other man next to him was also like this. Moreover, Xianxia smelled a faint medicinal fragrance coming from these 2 men. Xianxia immediately understood what they were doing and said with a faint smile, This Yang doesn't deserve to be called Grandmaster. When the 2 men heard this, their eyes lit up and they stared at Xianxia with burning gazes. They cupped their fists and said, Greetings, Grandmaster Yang. You are too polite. Xianxia smiled faintly and turned to Zhou Fu, Shopkeeper, can we talk inside? He gestured to the surroundings and saw that the customers who were shopping in the store were looking at them blankly. They were all trying to guess which Master Xianxia was and why he was being treated so respectfully by the shopkeeper of the Spirit Pill Plaza. Zhou Fu said awkwardly, This Zhou was negligent. Grandmaster Yang, this way please. Grandmaster Yang, please. The 2 guys who came later also hurriedly separated to the sides, looking very respectful. Bring me tea, bring me the best tea. Zhou Fu said and kicked the waiter who was watching the scene. The waiter hurriedly left. Not long after, Xianxia sat down in a secret room in the back hall with Yi Jinghan standing behind him like a bodyguard. Zhou Fu and the others also stood beside him. You should also sit. Xianxia gestured with his hand. No, 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 we don't have the qualifications to sit in front of Grandmaster Yang. We can just stand. Zhou Fu hurriedly waved his hand. Yes, yes, yes. Kneeling is also fine. The two men who were up to no good spoke one after another, causing Yi Jinghan to chuckle. She didn't know why Yang Kai had such a high status in this place. Yang Kai didn't force them and just asked, "Has there been any news from shopkeeper Kong?" Zhou Fu's expression turned solemn as he said, "Shopkeeper Kong has sent me many messages asking about Grandmaster Yang's current situation. I'm ashamed that I haven't been able to meet Grandmaster Yang and I haven't been able to get any information about him. Fortunately, news about the Four Seasons realm spread recently, so I was able to answer for it." Zhou Fu smiled bitterly as he spoke. Yang Kai said, "Shopkeeper Kong is really considerate. How is he now?" Zhou Fu said, "Shopkeeper Kong is doing well and I heard that he will be returning to Maplewood City soon." Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, "Is it because of the branch?" Zhou Fu said, "Grandmaster Yang is really well informed. It's precisely because of the branch that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce decided to set up a branch in Maplewood City. Shopkeeper Kong has been operating here for many years and has a wide network of connections. With him overseeing this place, all kinds of matters can proceed smoothly." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Brother Kong, the bitterness is over and the sweetness is beginning. In the past, Maplewood City wasn't good enough, so Kong Ran was transferred away after he broke through to the Dao Source realm. But now, Maplewood City had the foundation and qualifications to evolve into a great city in just a few years. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had transferred Kong Ran back because they trusted his ability and believed that Kong Ran would be able to profit greatly and his status would soar. As a matter of fact, this was indeed the case. Kong Ran had been here for many years and had a close relationship with the City Lord's mansion and the patriarchs of the various great families. Kong Ran was the best candidate to manage the Maplewood City branch. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai changed the topic and said, "Shopkeeper Zhou, I came to Spirit Pill Plaza this time because I have something I need your help with." Zhou Fu's face flushed and he quickly said, "Grandmaster Yang, just tell me what you need. This Zhou will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." "Hee, it's not that serious." Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand, "I just want to buy something. Faceless profound grass. Shopkeeper Zhou should know about it, right?" "Faceless profound grass?" Zhou Fu raised his brow and said, "This Zhou naturally knows about it. Spirit Pill Plaza still has some in stock. If Grandmaster Yang wants it, this Zhou can give it to you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that the stock in Spirit Pill Plaza is not enough." Zhou Fu asked, "Grandmaster Yang wants a lot?" "The more, the better." Zhou Fu said, "Then this Zhou will send someone to collect it in the city. Grandmaster Yang will not be disappointed." "Thank you, Shopkeeper Zhou," Yang Kai kept his fists and said. Zhou Fu smiled and said, "Grandmaster Yang is too polite. You saved Spirit Pill Plaza in the past, so you can be considered half a member of Spirit Pill Plaza. How can this Zhou not fulfill such a small request?" Zhou Fu quickly left to deal with the matter of the facetless profound grass. In fact, Yang Kai could have bought the spirit grass himself, but it would have wasted a lot of time and energy, so it was different if he asked Zhou Fu for help. The shopkeepers of these shops were in constant contact with each other, so if they needed any materials, they would be able to arrange it for him. It was much more efficient than Yang Kai doing it himself. After Zhou Fu left, the two unkempt men asked excitedly, "Grandmaster Yang, do you want the facetless profound grass for alchemy?" Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "You can say that. Judging from your appearances, you should be alchemists as well, right?" Yes, it's an honor to be able to travel with Grandmaster Yang," one of them replied with a flattering smile. The other man said, "Grandmaster Yang, we have admired you for a long time, but unfortunately, we never had the chance to meet you. We didn't expect that we would have such an opportunity today. We are truly fortunate." These two fellows seemed to have oiled their mouths and were speaking one after the other in a humble and respectful manner, almost worshipping Yang Kai. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded by this scene and felt as if her worldview had been destroyed. She could hardly believe her eyes. In the world she knew, all alchemists were arrogant and proud, so when had she ever seen an alchemist fawning so much? But after thinking about it, she felt that only an even more powerful alchemist could subdue an alchemist. Yang Kai had even refined the extraordinary treasure pill, which was almost lost in history, so it was natural for these two Origin King-grade alchemists to be so respectful towards him. The two of them were still trying to flatter Kai Yang, as if there was no end to it, praising Kai Yang as if he was unparalleled in this world. Yang Kai coughed dryly. He said, "Do the two of you have something that you need Yang Kai to explain? This Yang happens to have some free time right now." Hearing him say so, the two men glanced at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. One of them said, "Grandmaster Yang, it's like this. It is said that when you were refining source condensing pills in Spirit Pill Plaza, you were loved and praised by many customers, but since the two of us took over this place, Grandmaster Yang's reputation has improved greatly. The source condensing pills refined by Grandmaster Yang always feel like they lack a little bit of foundation, and many customers are very dissatisfied, causing the flow of customers to decrease a lot for no reason. The two of us were thinking, if Grandmaster Yang has time, can you give us a brief introduction to your alchemy experience?" Yang Kai asked. The Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe was improved by Grandmaster Huangpu, right? That's right. Grandmaster Huangpu is an emperor-grade alchemist, the pillar of our Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Since the pill formula came from Master Huangpu, there's definitely no problem. I believe there are some flaws in your refining process. Just relying on words alone might not work. How about this, you refine a batch of source condensing pills now, and I'll observe from the side, Yang Kai asked. Upon hearing this, the two of them were shaken. They knew that Yang Kai wanted to give them guidance on the spot, and they immediately understood that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. This was a good opportunity that others couldn't even ask for. So, how could they refuse? Immediately, they said in unison, "We dare not disobey Grandmaster Yang's orders." "Please, Grandmaster." Yang Kai nodded and got up, leading the two of them to the underground alchemy room with ease. Yi Jinghan also followed closely behind them out of curiosity. Even though she was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, she had never seen anyone perform alchemy in her life, so she was very interested in this. Not long after, they arrived at the underground alchemy room, which was filled with heat. There was a spirit array that guided the earth fire for alchemy. Yang Kai had stayed here for a few months, so he was very familiar with this place. He asked the two of them to take out a set of materials each and start refining, while Yang Kai stood in front of them and observed them carefully. With his current level of alchemy, it wasn't a problem for him to guide two Origin King-grade high-rank alchemists. Refining techniques, carving spirit arrays, controlling the fire, and other small details would often become the foundation that would affect the quality of a spirit pill. Yang Kai would give his advice from time to time, and the two alchemists would listen to his advice modestly. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and the two of them opened their respective furnaces. Each of them managed to refine 5 or 6 pills of good quality, which made them overjoyed and grateful to Yang Kai. At this moment, Zhou Fu also sent a message, saying that he had brought the facetless profound grass. Yang Kai asked the two of them to stay behind and reflect on the gains and losses of this alchemy, before he returned to the back hall. Zhou Fu was waiting in the back room, and when he saw Yang Kai, he quickly took out a space ring and said, "This show didn't disappoint you. There are 2,000 facetless profound grass here. Please accept them, Grandmaster Yang." Yang Kai raised his brow and said with a nod, "Shopkeeper Zhou is quite efficient." 2,000 facetless profound grass was enough for him to use for a long time, yet Zhou Fu had only spent half a day to gather them. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. If Yang Kai had gone to buy them himself, he wouldn't have been able to buy so many in half a day. The price. Yang Kai picked up the space ring and raised his head to ask. Zhou Fu said, "These facetless profound grass aren't worth anything. Just take it as a small token of appreciation from this show. I hope Grandmaster won't refuse it." Yang Kai said with a smile, "You don't have to do this, Shopkeeper Zhou." Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand and a small mountain of source crystals appeared on the table. Before Zhou Fu could say anything, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the back room, along with Yi Jinghan. Only a voice reached Zhou Fu's ears, "If Shopkeeper Kong returns to Maplewood City one day, please pass on my message to him." When we meet again in the future, we'll drink to our heart's content. Zhou Fu was startled and he looked at the source crystals on the table and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan's figures suddenly appeared on a street in the city. As soon as Yi Jinghan appeared, she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Her face was pale and she looked at Yang Kai in shock and asked, "Young Master Yang, is this the space divine technique? Are you all right?" Yang Kai didn't answer her question and asked her a question instead. "This is the first time I've experienced such a teleportation, so I can clearly feel the void turbulence around me. I'm still a little scared," Yi Jinghan replied. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Then you're all right." Saying so, he took out a communication artifact and sent a message into it. "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Yi Jinghan asked. "Oh, I'm about to leave. I'll leave a message for the Qin family's patriarch." "Young Master Yang, aren't you going to say goodbye to him in person?" Yi Jinghan looked at him strangely. Yang Kai said, "It's fine to say goodbye to him in person. It's not like I'm not coming back. Besides, the Qin family's patriarch should be very busy right now. Didn't you say that the patriarchs of Maplewood City's great families are following City Lord Duan to manage the Spirit Lake Palace?" Yi Jinghan said, "The Qin family's patriarch is fine, but Miss Qin. What happened to Qin Yu?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. "When I came out of seclusion, I secretly checked Qin Yu's aura. I found that she's in good condition. Her vitality is stable and her vitality is abundant." Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled. "Young Master Yang, you've been in seclusion for a month and Miss Qin has been waiting outside your door for 2 hours every day. She probably has something to say to you. Young Master Yang, don't you want to give her a chance?" Yang Kai glanced at her and curled his lips. "You women are so gossipy." While speaking, he left a message for Qin Chaoyang on the communication artifact, telling him that he would be leaving Maplewood City for a while. If he had the chance, he would definitely come back. The Qin family's myriad sword was in his hands and he had also made an agreement with Qin Chaoyang that he would return the myriad sword to the Qin family when Qin Yu broke through to the Emperor realm. With this connection, his connection with the Qin family could not be severed. However, he did not know when Qin Yu would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Would there be such an opportunity? Next, he took out the identity token of Azure Sun Temple's disciple and prepared to inform Gao Shueting about his departure. This identity token could not only be used to verify one's identity, but it could also be used as a communication artifact. As long as there were people from Azure Sun Temple nearby, they could contact each other through their respective tokens. This is... Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as she looked at the golden token, a thoughtful look flashing through her eyes. When she saw the words Azure Sun on the front of the token, her delicate body shook and she cried out involuntarily, "Azure Sun Golden Token." Yang Kai glanced at her in astonishment. He did not know why her reaction was so big. Young Master Yang is actually an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple. This mistress has been rude. Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly and a hint of envy appeared on her face. Elite disciple of Inner Temple? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "How did you know?" Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, "Young Master Yang, since you are an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, don't you know the classification of disciples?" The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he said embarrassedly, "I'm just a disciple of Azure Sun Temple in name. I'm not a true disciple of Azure Sun Temple." Then, this gold token. Cold sweat dripped down Yi Jinghan's forehead as she felt the world spinning around her. Her whole body shivered violently. Could Yang Kai have snatched this gold token from someone? If that's the case, bringing this person to Thousand Leaves sect will definitely bring disaster to the sect. Elder Gao forced it on me. Yang Kai said bitterly. Forced it, on you? Yi Jinghan almost fainted. There were so many talented youths in the Southern Territory who could not obtain a mere Azure Sun Disciple token, but when it came to Yang Kai, he said that Elder Gao had forced it on him, as if he was reluctant to accept it. Yi Jinghan felt unwell and she did not know whether it was because she had just teleported, but she felt dizzy. Eh? Why is your face so pale? Didn't you eat something this morning? Yang Kai glanced at her and asked. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with a pleading look. Please don't joke around. This mistress is timid, so please don't scare me. What are you talking about? Young Master Yang, do you really not know about this Azure Sun Golden Token? Yang Kai said seriously, I got it less than a month ago and I've been in seclusion all this time. What's so special about this token? Yi Jinghan took a deep breath and her plump breasts heaved up and down violently, almost tearing her clothes apart. Yang Kai kept staring at her, but she calmed down and said, Azure Sun Temple's disciple tokens have the same shape, but they are divided into 3 grades, gold, silver, and bronze. In the temple, only the top few inner disciples are qualified to possess an Azure Sun Golden Token. Once a golden token is issued, no one dares to disobey it. This golden token represents a status equal to that of an ordinary elder in the temple. When you go to Azure Sun Temple's properties in the Southern Territory, you can also mobilize the personnel and resources of those properties. Is there such a thing? Yang Kai was stunned after hearing this. He didn't know that the identity tokens of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were divided into different grades. It seemed that the Azure Sun Golden Token given to him by Gao Shueting was really extraordinary. It could be seen that she trusted him greatly. Young Master Yang, you don't know anything about this. Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. It's just a token. Yang Kai replied casually before he poured his divine sense into the token to inform Gao Shueting. Then, he put it away and said, let's go. Yi Jinghan put away the complicated expression on her face and became slightly excited, nodding, okay. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai wrapped her up and teleported to somewhere outside the city. After that, Yang Kai summoned his wooden boat artifact and stepped on it, waving to Yi Jinghan. After she flew up and stood firmly, he formed a seal with one hand and flew away at lightning speed. The wooden boat wasn't big, but there was no problem for 2 people to stand on it. Moreover, it was a Dao Source grade high-rank flight-type artifact and was only 1 step away from becoming an Emperor artifact, so its speed was extremely fast. Before this, Yang Kai didn't know where he had heard of Thousand Leaves Sect and didn't know much about it. While they were on their way, Yang Kai asked Yi Jinghan about Thousand Leaves Sect's current situation. According to Yi Jinghan, Thousand Leaves Sect was a great sect in the Southern Territory a long time ago. Although it couldn't be compared with first-rate sects like Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land, it wasn't far behind. However, after the entrance to the sealed world was closed, the sect couldn't get abundant world energy and many of its divine secret techniques were lost. All of a sudden, the sect declined. As time passed, their influence grew weaker and weaker, and by the time of Yi Jinghan's father Yi Hen's generation, the sect had become even weaker. In the entire sect, only Yi Hen was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, which was even worse than the Blue Feather sect. Blue Feather sect didn't have the Emperor realm either. However, when Yang Kai went there were at least 4 third-order Dao Source Realm powerhouses. The last time the Four Seasons realm opened, Blue Feather sect had 2 spots to enter, while Thousand Leaves sect had none. It was obvious that there was still a gap between the 2 sections. The Thousand Leaves sect was located in Jiang Province's Thousand Leaves mountain range in the Southern Territory, and was about half a month's journey away from Maplewood City. Maplewood City originally had a space array that led directly to Jiang State City, but since the demonic Qi besieged the city last time and Drunkard destroyed the space array, it had not been repaired. After all, Maplewood City was too small. Duan Yuanshan and the others' words carried little weight, so they were unable to invite a suitable array grandmaster to repair the space array. But now, there was no need to worry about this problem. After the matter with the Spirit Lake Palace was settled, Xiao Yuyang and the others would definitely ask their sex array masters to repair the spirit array. In the future, Maplewood City would become one of the largest cities in the entire Southern Territory. The space array would definitely be able to connect all the cities in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai guessed. It would be easy for him to return to Maplewood City next time. All he had to do was find a city that wasn't too small and use the space array to directly teleport to it. Along the way, Yang Kai chatted with Yi Jinghan. It was only now that he learned that Thousand Leaves sect was a sect that focused on refining puppets. Most of its disciples cultivated the art of puppetry, which was quite amazing. It was the first time that Yang Kai had encountered such a sect in the star boundary. There were 3,000 great Daos, each of which led to the Emperor realm. It wasn't that the art of puppetry wasn't strong, but it was because of the harsh conditions required to cultivate it. Refining puppets was also extremely complicated, so very few people were able to achieve great results in the Southern Territory. But if one cultivated the art of puppetry to the pinnacle, it would become an extremely powerful technique. Since your Thousand Leaves sect focuses on cultivating puppets, why haven't I seen you use them before? Xianxia asked in confusion. Yi Jinghan hadn't even used her puppets when they were in danger at the bottom of the 18 spirit springs. When she heard Xianxia's question, a trace of bashfulness appeared on Yi Jinghan's face and she said bashfully, "I'm not afraid that young Master Yang will laugh at me if I tell you this. My Thousand Leaves sect was originally famous for its art of puppetry, but ever since the previous sect master brought many ancient books and secret techniques into the sealed world, some of the sect's techniques for refining puppets were lost. Now, the puppets that our Thousand Leaves sect can refine aren't of much use." Saying so, she pursed her red lips and formed a series of hand seals, causing a small blue bird to suddenly appear in her palm. When Xianxia looked at it, he found that the bird was extremely lifelike, just like a living creature. Even the feathers on its body were clearly layered and had natural colors. But after inspecting it with his divine sense, Xianxia found that this bird wasn't made of flesh and blood, but was instead a puppet refined from various materials. A look of amazement appeared on Xianxia's face. He felt that if he didn't use his divine sense to examine this bird carefully, he wouldn't be able to tell whether it was a living creature or not. Yi Jinghan formed another series of hand seals and stretched out her slender finger, pointing it at the bird. In the next instant, the blue bird's body lit up and it flapped its wings a few times, tilted its head, and flew up into the air, circling around Yi Jinghan. Not only that, but it also let out bird cries that could be mistaken for a real bird. Xianxia couldn't help but gasp in amazement at this sight and he couldn't help but nod his head in praise. "Your sect's art of puppetry is really outstanding." Yi Jinghan's face flushed and she said, "Young Master Yang, you flatter me. Our sect's art of puppetry can only be used to refine puppets that can be used to scout out the enemy's situation, but it won't be of any use in a real battle. It's because of this, some of the sect's elders have already started cultivating other cultivation arts and secret techniques, so they don't think that the art of puppetry is of any use." Xianxia sneered, "That's because they're short-sighted." Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes lit up. "Does young Master Yang also think that the art of puppetry is pretty good?" Xianxia said solemnly, "Although I haven't studied this art yet, I know that powerful puppets can't be underestimated. It's rumored that in the star boundary, there are some puppets that even the Emperor realm has to avoid." Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly upon hearing this. "I don't want to be able to refine such puppets, but I don't want the Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance to decline. It's a pity that the most important part of refining puppets is the heart of spirit energy. Our Thousand Leaves sect doesn't have a method to refine high-grade heart of spirit energy. If we did, we would definitely be able to regain our former glory." Heart of spirit energy? Xianxia raised his brows and suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air, taking out a few egg-sized crystals that emitted a strange light. Before he could say anything, Yi Jinghan cried out involuntarily, "Heart of spirit energy? Young Master Yang, how did you get a heart of spirit energy?" "I obtained it in the Four Seasons realm," Xianxia replied. When they were in the Flowing Time Temple, the first obstacle they encountered was countless puppets. The heart of spirit energy in Xianxia's hand was obtained after defeating those puppets. There weren't many of them, only a few. The Four Seasons realm. Yi Jinghan's face turned gloomy upon hearing this, but she soon became excited again. "Young Master Yang, can I take a look at this heart of spirit energy?" Xianxia cast a glance at her and casually tossed one to her. Yi Jinghan caught it happily and started playing with it carefully, like a child who had just gotten a new toy. Her face was filled with joy. The spirit array on this heart of spirit energy seems to be an ancient artifact. Some of the spirit inscriptions and spirit veins have been lost for a long time. Moreover, the grade of this heart of spirit energy isn't low. If I'm not mistaken, it should have come from a Dao source grade puppet, right? Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right. You were able to recognize it." Yi Jinghan said, "Young Master Yang, you must be joking. This mistress has been exposed to the Tao of puppetry since she was a child and has done some research on it. If I had this heart of spirit energy, this mistress would be able to refine a Tao source grade puppet." As she spoke, she clenched the heart of spirit energy in her hand and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Young Master Yang, this mistress has a presumptuous request. Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't ask for it. Yang Kai didn't need her to open her mouth to know what she wanted to say. He stretched out his hand and took back the heart of spirit energy, grinning as he said, I only have a few of these things, so I want to keep them. Young Master Yang. A bitter look appeared on Yi Jinghan's face, as if Yang Kai had abandoned her. Can't you just sell one to me? It's useless to you anyway. She was currently just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, which was the same as Yang Kai's. If she could refine a Dao Source grade puppet, her strength would definitely soar. For a cultivator who had been exposed to the Dao of puppetry since she was a child and was obsessed with it, this was no different from a blessing from the heavens. Not only that, but she could also use this heart of spirit energy to study its internal structure. Perhaps she would be able to discover some profound principles and replicate it in large quantities. If she could really do that, the strength of Thousand Leaves sect would definitely increase by several folds. Young Master Yang, please sell one to me. This mistress is begging you. Seeing that her pleas were fruitless, Yi Jinghan stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, shaking it continuously as if she was acting coquettishly. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up, revealing a wicked smile as he said, Miss Yi, is it really appropriate for you to touch me like this in the middle of nowhere? Yi Jinghan's pretty face flushed when she heard this, as if she had realized that something was wrong. She let go of his arm as if she had been electrocuted and asked in a sad voice, Young Master Yang, what will it take for you to sell one to me? I won't sell it for the time being, Yang Kai replied. For the time being? Yi Jinghan raised her eyebrows when she heard this. She could sense the hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words and her beautiful eyes lit up. Then when will you sell it? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, that will depend on the situation. I might never sell it, but I might sell it when the opportunity arises. You. Yi Jinghan stamped her feet in anger, but she couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze and his body came to a halt. Yi Jinghan was standing behind Yang Kai on the wooden boat and had almost bumped into his back due to a moment of carelessness. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and circulated her source qi, stabilizing her body on the spot. She then shouted angrily, Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Yang Kai, however, did not respond to her and instead just stared around coldly, a sneer of ridicule on his face. What's wrong? Yi Jinghan couldn't help but ask when she saw his expression. For some reason, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if something dangerous was staring at her. Silence reigned in the wilderness as a gentle breeze blew past, stirring up an austere atmosphere. Yi Jinghan felt that something was amiss, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. She could only wrap her clothes tighter around her body with a nervous look on her face. Will you show yourselves obediently, or do you want this young master to drag you out? Yang Kai suddenly sneered and shouted into the void. What? There's someone here? Yi Jinghan was startled when she heard this. Only now did she understand why she was so nervous. She cried out in alarm, what's going on? We're being watched. Yang Kai wore a calm look on his face and didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. After waiting for a while and not receiving any response, he sneered, it seems that you're quite confident in your concealment techniques. Do you think that this young master is trying to trick you? After uttering the last word, his figure suddenly turned blurry and in the next instant, he appeared 300 meters away. He formed a palm with one hand and slammed it into the void. Starry clouds swirled around his palm and his strength dissipated. Kong, at the same time, there was an explosion, accompanied by a cry of surprise, and a figure fell out of the void. He retreated more than 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. Yang Kai returned to his wooden boat after his attack and clasped his hands behind his back. He said calmly, come out, all of you. Don't waste this young master's time. I don't want to drag you out one by one. We're not kids anymore, so is there a need for this? After he finished speaking, in less than 3 breaths of time, 2 more figures suddenly appeared in the sky, including the one who had been knocked out by Yang Kai. There were 3 people in total. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded by this sight. If not for Yang Kai's warning, she wouldn't have been able to detect anyone. She was afraid that she would never be able to discover that there was someone hiding here. Although she knew that the difference in strength between her and Kai Yang was huge, she didn't think it would be to this extent. She was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet she didn't sense any danger in this place. If these three people targeted her, then her fate would be. Thinking of this, Yi Jinghan's whole body became drenched in sweat. Hee hee. Yang Kai suddenly laughed. He didn't look at the three people who had just appeared and instead turned his head to look at an empty spot. What's wrong? Did this friend of his think that he had hidden himself well? Don't tell me you don't know that you're above me? I can smell your scent from far away. As soon as he finished speaking, another person appeared on the other side. There are more? Yi Jinghan's pretty face turned pale, and after she released her divine sense, she discovered that the auras of the four people who had just appeared were restrained, and they all had powerful cultivations. They were all cultivators of the third-order Dao Source Realm. Any one of them could easily crush her to death. Now that there were four of them, even if she had a deep understanding of Yang Kai's strength, she couldn't help but worry. She didn't know if Yang Kai could fight against four of them. The four of them were also very strange. Ever since they appeared, they had not spoken a single word. Moreover, his face could not be seen clearly. This was because all four of them were wearing hideous ghost masks. These masks were obviously some kind of artifact that had the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. When Yang Kai released his divine sense, it was blocked by these masks. Aside from the masks, the clothes worn by the four of them were also the same. They were all dressed in black, and they looked very capable. Large characters were engraved on their clothes, and they were respectively wind, thunder, fire, and mountain. The auras emanating from their bodies were completely different, and there seemed to be a faint connection and resonance between them. Noticing this, Yang Kai's expression darkened. He realized that these four people were not to be trifled with, and it was highly likely that they had cultivated some kind of joint attack technique. Wind, thunder, fire, and mountain? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and a pensive look appeared on her face. It seemed like she had just recalled something. Friends, why have you been waiting here for so long? Yang Kai looked at the four of them with a smile and asked. The four of them didn't move, and after a long while, the ghost mask with the word wind on his clothes said, "Come with us." Yang Kai raised his brows and asked, "Who are you, and where are you going?" The cultivator with the word thunder said in a deep voice, "There's no need to ask. You'll find out once you make a trip." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm a little afraid of strangers. I've never met you before, so I won't make a trip with you. We'll meet again someday." Saying so, he urged the wooden boat to leave. With a crackling sound, the cultivator with the word thunder turned into a bolt of lightning and blocked Yang Kai's path. He snorted coldly and said, "I'm afraid that's not up to you." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help thinking that this person was extremely fast. His short-distance movement was probably not inferior to his own teleportation. Moreover, judging from the aura emanating from his body, he should have cultivated a lightning attribute cultivation art. Lightning attribute cultivation arts were tyrannical and swift, so it was only natural for this person to possess such speed. Yang Kai's face sank. These people had obviously been hiding here for some time, and judging from their attitude and words, they had probably been waiting here for him. However, Yang Kai had no idea where these four people came from or why they were looking for him. During this time, the only ones he had offended were Flying Saint Palace and Evil Moon Valley, but it was impossible for these two sects to have such a powerful cultivator, so it was definitely not them looking for trouble. Yang Kai secretly guessed that it was most likely the myriad sword in his hand that had caused this disaster. But on second thought, this didn't seem right. If this was the case, there was no need for these people to ask him to go with them. It would be much faster to just kill them and steal their treasures. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Friend, you're quite fast. May I ask, what do you want me to do with you?" "No comment." The cultivator with the word thunder coldly replied. "Your arrogant attitude really makes it impossible to cooperate with you." Yang Kai curled his lips. What's the point of wasting time with him? The cultivator with the word fire seemed to have cultivated a fire attribute cultivation art, so his temper was as irritable as his source chi. When he saw Yang Kai dilly-dallying, he immediately let out a low roar and a blood-red long blade appeared in his hand. He circulated his strength and the blade swept up a cloud of flames before chopping down at Yang Kai's head. In an instant, the temperature in the air soared and the sky was dyed a fiery red. Blood blade! Yi Jinghan suddenly cried out involuntarily and covered her mouth with her small hands, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. He had a terrified look on his face. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and his body flickered, dodging the terrifying attack with Yi Jinghan and reappearing a few dozen feet away. He looked coldly at the four people and asked, "Do you know where these people came from?" "Blood blade. It's blood blade." Yi Jinghan replied in alarm. "That's why I'm asking you, what is blood blade?" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Yi Jinghan took a deep breath and calmed her emotions before she replied, "Blood Blade is an organization and isn't a sect, but it has a foundation that's even greater than a first-rate sect's. No one knows where its headquarters is, but traces of its activities can be seen in the territory of the Star Boundary's 4 great territories. They often take money from people and eliminate disasters for them. As long as they can afford it, there isn't anyone they don't dare to kill. Moreover, when they attack, they won't stop until one of them is dead." As she spoke, Yi Jinghan's voice trembled, "Young Master Yang, why did Blood Blade target you?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "I'm also puzzled." He didn't even know about Blood Blade before this. As he spoke, he shouted at the 4 people in front of him, "Friends of Blood Blade, right? May I ask who wants to take my life?" "No one." To Yang Kai's surprise, the wind-titled cultivator actually answered his question, "We have just received orders from our superiors to bring you back to the headquarters, so we ask for your cooperation, friend." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "It seems that being too flashy isn't a good thing. Young Master Yang, you're still in the mood to joke?" Yi Jinghan stamped her foot and said. "Look at me." Yang Kai stared at Yi Jinghan seriously and said in a deep voice, "Do I look like I'm joking? Am I not flashy enough? I'm going crazy because of you." Yi Jinghan's face turned red. Shou shou shou. All of a sudden, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. While Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan were talking, the wind-titled cultivator took the opportunity to summon his blood-red saber and slashed out several wind blades. These wind blades were blood-red in color, as if they were made of blood, and they emitted a nauseating bloody aura. It was unknown how many people these people had killed, but their attacks were all bloody and ruthless, giving off a ruthless aura. Yang Kai's body flickered again and he easily dodged these attacks. He looked at the people of Blood Blade with a sneer and said, "If this is all you've got, you should go back home and become a farmer. It's not easy to survive in the outside world, and you may lose your life at any moment." Upon hearing Yang Kai's ridicule, only the fire-titled cultivator had an angry look in his eyes, while the other 3 remained indifferent. The wind cultivator nodded and said, "It's just as the rumors say. He possesses the space divine technique, so he won't be easy to deal with." The thunder cultivator said, "It's because of this that he's worth bringing back, isn't it? Let's begin." The fire cultivator shouted impatiently. "Begin." The wind cultivator shouted loudly and his body shook. He circulated the energy in his body, causing a gust of wind to rise and whistling sounds to ring out. A vortex of wind appeared around his body and he weaved hand signs with a laborious expression on his face. It seemed like he was about to use a powerful secret technique. The other 3 people did the same, but the energy emanating from their bodies was completely different. Yang Kai's expression became grave and he shouted at Yi Jinghan, "Protect yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced forward and the myriad sword appeared in his hand. It was filled with Emperor's aura, sword chi, and sword intent. It seemed like it was about to split the world apart and he slashed it down at the wind cultivator. Since they knew that he possessed the space divine technique, yet they still dared to obstruct him here, it was obvious that they had some kind of trump card up their sleeves. The secret technique they were about to use together was probably this trump card. Since Yang Kai didn't know about them, how could he allow them to use their secret technique? As the sword slashed down, the world changed color and the universe collapsed. The sword chi hadn't reached him yet, but a biting cold murderous intent had already pounced at him. The wind cultivator's pupils contracted as he smelled the scent of death. But he didn't dodge, and a resolute look flickered in his eyes, which were covered by the ghost mask, while his speed of weaving hand signs increased. At the same time, the other 3 blood blade cultivator also changed their hand seals, their expressions solemn. Buzz. A strange sound suddenly came out, and the source strength of the 4 people surged, halos fluctuating. Yang Kai's face changed. He found that the power of these 4 people had produced a great resonance at this moment, and they were closely connected to each other. Immovable. Mountain. The mountain cultivator who had not spoken until now suddenly shouted, his face flushed red, and his hand slammed down into the void. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by a violent sound, a huge phantom of a mountain appeared behind this person, flashing and disappearing into his body. A layer of invisible ripples leisurely spread out with him as the center, turning into a strange power that suppressed this part of the world. He sat cross-legged in the void and closed his eyes, like an old monk in meditation, not hearing, not seeing, and not moving. Boom. Yang Kai's myriad sword also slashed down at this moment, but the wind cultivator who bore the brunt of the attack raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. Pa. This sword strike landed 3 inches in front of the wind-titled cultivator, and the sharp sword chi tore apart the black hair in front of his forehead. It even tore open a bloody wound on his skin, but it still wasn't able to kill him as Yang Kai had hoped. The myriad sword was directly blocked by an invisible barrier. What the hell? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the wind cultivator in disbelief. He saw very clearly that the other party did not make any defensive moves, but miraculously blocked his fatal blow. While Yang Kai was still in a state of shock, the wind-titled cultivator had already pointed his finger at his chest. Wind and clouds swirled around the fingertip. It contained an enormous amount of power. Yang Kai hurriedly blocked with his sword. This finger hit the body of the myriad sword. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed greatly, and he felt a huge force coming from the front, as if a mountain had crashed into him, and he could not help but fall back. The aura on his body suddenly became chaotic. While he was in the air, a fiery red figure quietly attacked him. The fire cultivator held a blood-red blade, sweeping up a cloud of fire, and slamming it down at Yang Kai's head. Young Master Yang, be careful. Yi Jinghan's pretty face turned pale, and she cried out involuntarily. Whoosh. The wind swept up the cloud of fire, and the 2 forces of different attributes overlapped perfectly, and in an instant, the whole world was dyed in a fiery red color. Yang Kai could naturally feel the ferocity of this move, and his face changed greatly, and he was about to teleport away, but a crackling sound was accompanied by an explosion. The thunder-titled cultivator appeared behind Yang Kai like a ghost and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai's back. This palm strike was so solid that Yang Kai was unable to dodge it at all. In an instant, thunder energy surged and lightning flashed wildly. It was like a group of demons dancing wildly. Yang Kai's figure was disturbed by the lightning, and he was instantly submerged in the cloud of fire. The coordination of the wind, thunder, and fire cultivators was simply perfect, and their timing was perfect. It was as if several clones of the same person were attacking at the same time, and in just 2 or 3 moves, Yang Kai had fallen into an irredeemable situation. Yi Jinghan's face turned pale, and her eyes trembled. She stared at the burning cloud of fire, and kept asking herself in her heart, did he die? Did he die just like that? It was undeniable that she had come into contact with Yang Kai. He was the most powerful Tao Source Realm cultivator, and his domineering aura, unrestrained demeanor, and strange and unpredictable means made her yearn for him, and she secretly felt that Yang Kai would definitely achieve great things in the future. But such a person had been killed right in front of her eyes. Yi Jinghan could not believe that he had died so easily. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk the wind cultivator, thunder cultivator, and fire cultivator appeared leisurely, and they stood side by side in the air, staring down coldly. Aren't our superiors making a fuss out of nothing? There's nothing special about this little brat, the fire cultivator snorted coldly and said disdainfully. The wind cultivator furrowed his brows, and focused on sensing the movements in the cloud of fire. Upon hearing this, he said angrily, aren't you being too ruthless? Our superiors asked us to capture him alive, not bring his corpse back. If he really died just like that, how can we report to our superiors? The fire cultivator's expression changed slightly, and he seemed to have realized that the situation was far from good, but he still said stubbornly, "How could I have known that this little brat was so weak? He couldn't even withstand a single move. What should we do now?" The wind cultivator snorted coldly, "You should deal with the trouble you caused, and I will report it to our superiors after we go back." The thunder cultivator furrowed his brows and said, "That's enough, stop arguing. We can't be sure whether he's dead or not. Maybe this little brat is lucky and only suffered heavy injuries. Fire cultivator, go down and take a look." The fire cultivator wasn't happy to hear this, but he still dashed into the cloud of fire to investigate. The wind cultivator and thunder cultivator waited anxiously, as they were afraid that Xianxia would really die. After all, their superiors had ordered them to capture Xianxia alive, and if they really killed him by mistake, their good days would come to an end, as the internal punishment of blood dagger wasn't something they could bear. The cloud of fire was still burning fiercely, and it seemed like it would continue burning until the end of time. The interior of the cloud was quiet, and the fire cultivator didn't react for a long while. After he entered, the thunder cultivator and wind cultivator exchanged a glance, and they both realized that something was amiss. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. A muffled groan transmitted from the cloud of fire, and the fire cultivator's body flew out from it, while he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. What? The expressions of the thunder cultivator and wind cultivator changed drastically. Swish. 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 A strange sound suddenly transmitted from the cloud of fire, and it seemed like sword intent and sword chi filled the air. Along with this sound, the raging flames dispersed and disappeared completely, leaving a person standing there quietly. His whole body was covered in multicolored light. Young Master Yang. When Yi Jinghan saw the figure covered in multicolored light, she couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Impossible. When they saw Xianxia's current state, the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator both cried out in alarm. They were shocked to discover that Xianxia didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, and he was just in a sorry state. Moreover, the multicolored light emanating from his body seemed to contain a profound mystery. The two of them could clearly sense the pure energy of the five elements from the multicolored light. The five elements' energy appeared in the same person's body at the same time, and they countered each other while circulating endlessly, causing his aura to rise by a large margin. Be careful, this guy isn't easy to deal with. The fire cultivator also rushed over from nearby, and he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, while looking eagerly at Xianxia. You don't have to say that. The thunder cultivator and wind cultivator both cast a glance at the fire cultivator at the same time. I'm really sorry for causing you to worry. Xianxia waved the myriad sword in his hand, and the five elements' indestructible sword chi lingered around his body, while a sinister grin appeared on his face. While I was resting just now, this young master has a rough idea of what your combination technique is. Wind, thunder, fire, mountain, and everyone's energy can form a resonance with each other, and while they possess their own energy, they can also obtain the support of others' energy. After saying this, he cast a glance at the mountain cultivator, who was sitting in the void and paying no attention to the outside world, and said, "Brother Mountain, you're in charge of defending and sealing this part of the world, right? It's no wonder that my teleportation didn't work just now. If it wasn't for my strong physical body, I would have suffered a great loss. The one who created this combination technique is really a genius," he said with a look of admiration. The wind cultivator's expression changed slightly. "You managed to discern so much in such a short time?" "That's right." Xianxia stretched out his hand and patted his body. "I even took the time to change into a set of clean clothes. I wonder if you like them." The wind cultivator's expression turned ugly, because he discovered that Xianxia really had changed into a new set of clothes, and he wasn't just joking. The thunder cultivator said with a gloomy expression, "The higher-ups had a reason for ordering the four of us to act together. This boy can't be judged with common sense. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. The four of us can even fight against an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor Realm if we join forces, so why should we be afraid of him?" The fire-titled cultivator seemed to be angry from embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinghan's heart, which had just calmed down, immediately became anxious again. If the four of them could really fight against an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor realm, then Yang Kai wouldn't have any chance of winning. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was only strong in the Tao Source realm, so how could he be compared to someone from the Emperor realm? After the three of them spoke one after another for a while, they all shut their mouths and looked at Yang Kai with solemn gazes. On the other side, Yang Kai just responded with a smile, as if he didn't care at all. An austere atmosphere slowly pervaded the air. Yi Jinghan felt a chill run down her spine, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. The omnipresent murderous intent was drilling into her skin, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She also knew that she wouldn't be able to help Yang Kai in this battle with her strength, so she didn't want to cause trouble for Yang Kai, so her delicate body flickered as she moved to the side. At a certain moment, the murderous intent colliding with each other exploded like a bomb, and the atmosphere in the air changed abruptly. The fire-titled cultivator shouted, "Kill!" As he shouted, the thunder cultivator, who was the fastest among them, appeared in front of Yang Kai in a flash. He raised his hand high, and thunder energy surged out of his palm, before he slapped it down. In an instant, endless crackling sounds rang out. Yang Kai's pupils contracted, and he snorted coldly, 3,000 sword Dao, seal. As he used his ultimate move, sword waves streaked across the sky, and filled the air around Yang Kai, before they bombarded the thunder cultivator. But the thunder cultivator didn't show any fear, and he just curled up the corners of his mouth, before his body blurred and disappeared. He was replaced by the fire-titled cultivator, who was still a few dozen feet away, and he suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Form displacement transposition. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. The fire-titled cultivator waved his blade, and a cloud of fire whizzed over, before he shouted, raging flames burning the plains. Bang! 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 The sword chi collided with the flames, and an intense rumbling sound echoed out. For a moment, the surrounding world spirit chi was thrown into chaos, and the void shuddered, while spirit chi splashed out in all directions. Thunderstorm. The thunder cultivator suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's left side, and with a slap of his hand, several bolts of lightning as thick as an arm appeared above Yang Kai's head, before they rained down on him. Yang Kai had just broken through the blazing cloud of fire when several bolts of lightning crackled down from the sky and struck his body, causing him to tremble and emit a charred smell. The power of this lightning was incredible, and if it were not for Yang Kai's physique being extraordinary and his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he would have fainted on the spot. Even so, he felt that his source chi was blocked and his circulation was somewhat sluggish. Spring breeze. Rain. The wind character cultivator had appeared beside Yang Kai at some unknown time and raised his blood-red blade, creating a gentle breeze that enveloped Yang Kai. This gentle breeze seemed to contain a strange power that could make people drowsy and give up all resistance. As the wind poured into Yang Kai's body, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but appear dazed for a moment. At this critical moment, Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and space principles swirled around his body before he sent out several huge moon blades in all directions. Dodge. The wind character cultivator's complexion changed as he shouted in a low voice. The thunder character cultivator and fire character cultivator seemed to have some understanding of Yang Kai's abilities. When they saw the space secret technique being used, their expressions became solemn and they quickly used their movement skills to dodge. Asterisk walla, asterisk accompanied by a soft sound, a pair of illusory wings suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai's back. Above these wings, the power of wind and thunder lingered, causing Yang Kai's speed to suddenly increase. Wind and thunder wings. Yang Kai hadn't used these things for a long time, and as his strength increased and his mastery of space principles improved, the role of the wind and thunder wings became less and less useful. But at this moment, with this part of the world being suppressed by the mountain character cultivator, Yang Kai simply couldn't teleport away. He could only display the wind and thunder wings to slightly increase his speed. Wind swirled and thunder surged. The appearance of this pair of psionic wings stunned the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator, as if they had not expected Yang Kai to have grasped the power of wind and thunder. Including this person's elemental energy as well as his own spatial energy, Blood Knife and the others were shocked to discover that Yang Kai had mastered so many different types of energy that it was simply breathtaking. Whoosh. With the help of the wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai's speed increased again. In just a flash, he appeared in front of the fire cultivator. His face was almost in front of the other party. The cultivator with the word fire was shocked. They looked at each other and saw the sarcasm and murderous intent in Xianxia's eyes. He couldn't help but roar angrily, "Why are you staring at me? Always pick the soft persimmon to pinch." Kai Yan grinned. The expression of the cultivator with the word fire changed as he growled, "Are you saying that I'm the easiest to deal with?" "Who knows?" Yang Kai grinned. The reason why he was the first to make a move on the cultivator with the word fire was indeed as this person had said. He was the easiest to deal with. The cultivator with the word mountain was not mentioned. At a glance, one could tell that he was a person who focused on defense. Under the resonance of the four people's powers, Yang Kai estimated that he might not be able to break through his defense in a short time. The cultivator with the word wind and the word thunder were extremely fast people. Only the word fire cultivator was a soft persimmon among the four people. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. He growled, "Condense." The law of space was leisurely mobilized. Although it was affected by the divine technique displayed by the word mountain cultivator, it still made the cultivator with the word fire stagnate. In a battle between experts, life and death was only a moment away. This moment of stagnation made the word fire cultivator feel the call of death. His face suddenly turned pale. Slash! Yang Kai roared as the myriad sword in his hand slashed down leisurely. The word fire cultivator did not have time to make any defensive movements before the tip of the sword was already in front of him. At the critical moment, the word mountain cultivator slowly opened his eyes and made a hand seal. The shadow of a mountain suddenly lay between Yang Kai and the word fire cultivator, condensing into a solid existence. The myriad sword struck the mountain peak. With an ear-piercing sound, the mountain peak suddenly collapsed, but it had already exhausted the power of Yang Kai's attack. The word mountain cultivator's body only swayed for a moment before it closed its eyes again and sat upright in its original position. The word fire escaped from death. Large beads of sweat rolled down its forehead as it dodged and fled. At the same time, the word thunder cultivator and the word wind cultivator arrived at the same time. After exchanging a few blows, the two of them realized that Yang Kai was extraordinary. They looked at each other and urged their source chi at the same time. Their hands quickly formed hand seals, and as they swung their long blades, the power of wind and thunder combined to form a thunderstorm that swept towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai was in a precarious situation. His clothes were torn to shreds by the sharp wind blades, revealing his strong muscles. Lightning crackled and roamed across his skin, making it difficult for him to even move. All he could do was desperately defend himself. In the distance, the word mountain cultivator slammed down from the air. Another shadow of a mountain peak smashed down from the sky, as if it wanted to completely suppress Yang Kai in place. With a rumble, after the shadow of the mountain peak fell, Yang Kai's body shrank. The ground under his feet directly collapsed, and dense cracks like a spider web appeared. He abruptly raised both of his hands into the air, holding up the mountain peak in the air. The word mountain cultivator's expression, which had been as calm as an ancient well, finally showed some slight changes. Shock seemed to flicker in its eyes. The other three people also had solemn expressions. After the fight, the three of them didn't dare to approach Yang Kai and could only watch from afar. This little brat, is he even human? The fire's heart was still beating wildly after surviving the calamity. His eyes widened as he looked ahead and said, he actually used his physical strength to resist the mountain ghost's Mount Meru. Mount Meru weighs 100,000 kilograms. Even the Emperor realm wouldn't be able to lift it, not to mention Mount Meru's suppressive power. His physical body is very strong. The word wind cultivator said enviously. The word thunder cultivator sighed and said, I now understand why the higher-ups want us to capture this person alive. This person really has research value. He's only a second-order Dao source realm cultivator, but he already has such strength. If we can dig out his secrets, we'll benefit immensely in the future. Hearing this, the eyes of the word wind cultivator and the fire's eyes lit up, as if they saw a bright future. But this is as far as he goes. The word thunder cultivator coldly snorted, no matter how he resists, he'll be suppressed by the mountain ghost's Mount Meru in the end. The word wind cultivator and the fire's expression showed agreement. Obviously, they both understood the power of the mountain ghost's Mount Meru. Heh 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 heh. Right at this moment, a sneer suddenly came from Yang Kai's mouth. After being besieged by these four people, he was in an extremely sorry state at this moment, but he still couldn't stop laughing. The fire's cultivator shouted, "Little brat, keep laughing. We'll make you cry later. If that's all you have, I'm afraid that you'll be the ones crying later." Yang Kai glanced at the fire's cultivator and said indifferently, "What?" The fire's cultivator was stunned. On the other hand, the word wind cultivator's expression changed and he shouted in a low voice, "Not good. Hurry up and take action. This brat still has a trump card." After saying this, he was the first to rush up. Wind attribute energy lingered around his body, while principal strength spread out. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to rush over and suddenly shouted. A resounding dragon roar suddenly rang out, and along with it, a giant golden figure suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The giant golden figure twisted and turned, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant golden dragon. It coiled above Yang Kai's head and opened its eyes wide, looking around disdainfully. The word wind cultivator, who was rushing forward, stopped and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His body swayed, and he floated back. "This is..." The word lightning cultivator's eyes trembled. "Dragon might." The word fire cultivator also opened his eyes wide and shouted hysterically. The three of them felt as if they had just seen a ghost in broad daylight. They felt as if the world was spinning around them, and their feet were cramping. Yi Jinghan's expression wasn't any better. When she saw Yang Kai being suppressed by Mt. Shumi, she wanted to go over and help him, but before she could do anything, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, dragon might filled the whole area, and the pure aura of a true dragon filled the air. It was enough to make all living beings bow their heads, and a shadow and fear that couldn't be erased appeared in the depths of every Blood Dagger member's heart. Crack, a series of cracking sounds rang out, and Yang Kai's arms were covered in dragon scales. Even his exposed skin was covered in dragon scales. The phantom of a giant dragon flashed and disappeared into Yang Kai's body, only to be replaced by Yang Kai's half-dragon body. His tyrannical aura rose to a level comparable to that of the Emperor realm. He wore an indifferent expression and slowly clenched one of his hands into a fist, while his other hand firmly held on to Mt. Shumi. It was no longer as difficult as before, and it was as if he was just holding on to something insignificant. Soon after, he suddenly punched out and pounded the bottom of Mt. Shumi. A loud bang rang out, and the 100,000 Mt. Shumi flickered wildly as it was struck by a tremendous force and sent flying into the sky. Shan Gui's expression changed drastically, and he almost bit his tongue. He made a hand seal and turned Mt. Shumi back into a ray of light. "You're in trouble." Without the suppression of Mt. Shumi, Yang Kai was completely free, and after shaking his neck, he looked at the three Blood Dagger members with a sinister smile. "Fight him to the death." The wind cultivator roared, "Wind saber, frost sword." He urged the source chi in his body, and all of his strength transformed into a saber and a sword. They were incomparably large and seemed to have the power to cut through heaven and earth as they slashed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the fire-titled cultivator and the thunder cultivator also attacked Yang Kai with their most powerful techniques. The wind, thunder, and fire mountain combined attack could borrow a large portion of the strength of others, and under the support of each other, their power was limitless. They indeed had the qualifications to exchange blows with ordinary people from the Emperor realm. But today, a scene that made their eyeballs pop out appeared. In the face of these three people's desperate divine technique, Yang Kai actually charged straight in. With two cracking sounds, the three people watched as Yang Kai used the power of his fists to shatter the wind saber and frost sword, and then rushed into the eye of the storm and the thunderstorm vortex without any reduction in power. In just a few breaths of time, the three people's divine technique was broken through by brute force. A figure flashed, and the half-dragon Yang Kai rushed in front of the three people. One of his hands turned into a dragon claw that was incomparably sharp, as if it could be compared to the sharpest secret treasures in the world. He grabbed at the wind cultivator's chest. "Wind vanish." On the brink of life and death, the wind cultivator let out a roar. His entire body flickered on the spot, turning into a gust of wind and disappearing. No one knew where he had fled to. This was actually an extremely brilliant escape technique. Xianxia sneered. He stretched out his dragon claw and grasped at the void. An invisible force seeped out of his body and turned into the law of space, suppressing the void. The wind cultivator's figure reappeared in a sorry state. His face was still filled with disbelief, as if he had not expected that his most powerful life-saving technique would be so easily broken by Xianxia. Ah! The thunder cultivator and the fire-titled cultivator exclaimed at the same time. Die! Xianxia let out a roar and waved his hand in the direction of the wind cultivator. A huge crescent blade that spanned across the heavens and the earth appeared leisurely. It seemed to have crossed the endless space and time. It took the shape of a half-moon and carried an unparalleled momentum as it slashed towards the wind cultivator. The wind cultivator's face suddenly became extremely pale. He nervously swallowed his saliva. He was unable to dodge because of the law of space and could only watch as death approached him. Mountain of Earth. The mountain ghost, who was several hundred feet away, suddenly shouted. He changed his hand signs, and Mt. Shumi appeared once again. It stood between the moon blade and the wind-titled martial artist, and rich earth elements surged out. The gravel and soil on the ground were attracted by it, and in the blink of an eye, they formed an indestructible defensive barrier in front of the wind-titled martial artist. Kong, the crescent blade slashed down and shattered the barrier, but its power was greatly reduced. As a crackling sound echoed out, the thunder-titled martial artist turned into a bolt of lightning and saved the wind-titled martial artist before escaping to the side. Xianxia's face darkened. He glared fiercely at Hill Ghost. He had been fighting with Blood Dagger and the others since the beginning. Hill Ghost had ruined his plans time and time again. If this person did not have an extremely strong defensive technique, the four of them would not have been able to hold on for so long. If he wanted to kill these four people, Hill Ghost must be the first to be killed. Otherwise, with him in charge of defense, Xianxia would not be unable to kill the other three, especially with Hill Ghost guarding there. His aura and that of the other three people were one, sealing this part of the world, making it impossible for Xianxia to use Blink. At this thought, Xianxia's heart became ruthless. He smiled sinisterly and said in a cold voice, "You are indeed impressive. This Yang can be considered as an eye-opener today. Boy, don't boast shamelessly." Even though the fire-titled man was shocked by Xianxia's tyrannical strength, he didn't fear him too much since he had the advantage in numbers. "It's not too late for you to surrender now. Otherwise, we can't guarantee that we won't let you live when we get too excited about killing you." The thunder-titled cultivator nodded and said, "That's right. If we really kill you, we won't be able to explain it to our superiors. So, just surrender." The wind cultivator. He did not say a word. It seemed that he was a little uneasy after escaping from death just now. He. Xianxia sneered again. The fire-titled cultivator scoffed coldly, deliberately mystifying things. Xianxia's smile disappeared. He looked at the fire-titled cultivator coldly and scoffed, "Open your dog eyes and see if this young master is deliberately mystifying things or not." As soon as he finished speaking, his divine sense surged out like a tide as he shouted, "Come out." As his voice rang out, a small hill suddenly appeared in the wilderness. It fell from mid-air and caused the ground to shake, causing dust to fly everywhere. The four people from Blood Dagger were stunned. All of them wore blank looks as they stared towards the hill, none of them understanding what kind of divine ability Xianxia was using that allowed him to summon a hill out of thin air. "What the hell is this?" The wind cultivator gradually calmed down. Seeing this, he waved his hand impatiently. A gust of wind blew away the dust. The hill was instantly imprinted in their eyes. In the next moment, the four from Blood Dagger widened their eyes as they stared dumbfoundedly at the small mountain, their faces filled with disbelief. Hey! Am I seeing things?" The fire-titled cultivator could not help but shout. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Why do I feel that this hill looks like a human? It even has 2 arms and 2 legs." Gulp. The other 3 people also swallowed their saliva. Their expressions were extremely difficult. "What the hell is this?" the wind cultivator asked in shock. There's a woman. The thunder cultivator narrowed his eyes and looked at the beautiful figure sitting on the hill's shoulder. It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. The fire-titled cultivator looked frightened. With a pale face, he muttered to his companions, "Did this ill smile at me just now? It must be an illusion." It's possible. The wind cultivator showed a thoughtful look. This little brat probably used some kind of illusion technique. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Xianxia, only to see Xianxia looking at them with a meaningful smile. This smile made the wind-titled cultivator shudder, and he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. "You should have called us out earlier." Xianxia sat on the embodiment's shoulder and shook her legs. She curled her lips and said, "I really don't know why you fought with them alone. It's a waste of time and energy." She seemed to have seen the battle just now clearly in the small sealed world. The embodiment grinned and said in a thunderous voice, "Didn't we come out now?" When the woman and the mountain suddenly spoke, the 4 blood dagger cultivators were startled and their faces turned pale. It was because they felt that what they saw and heard was so real. It was as if the woman and the mountain really existed. It was not an illusion caused by some kind of illusion technique. Xianxia chuckled and said, "I didn't expect that the 4 of them would be so powerful. I wanted to fight against the 4 of them alone. In the end, I was almost beaten into a pig's head." Xianxia snorted. Xianxia curled his lips and said, "It wasn't that bad. They were just a little troublesome. Sister Hua, pick one of them." Xiaxia's beautiful eyes rolled and she giggled. Her gaze swept over the 4 blood dagger cultivators and finally fixed on the fire-titled cultivator. She pointed at him and said, "I'll pick him." "They all like to bully soft persimmons," Xianxia laughed involuntarily. The fire-titled cultivator was furious upon hearing this. "Boy, I'm warning you, if you dare to call me a soft persimmon again, I'll fight you to the death." The wind, thunder, fire, and fire dagger cultivators had equal strength and status, but the fire-titled cultivator was called a soft persimmon by Xianxia time and time again. He was naturally furious and felt that he was being looked down upon. Xianxia smiled and said, "Among those 3, one focuses on defense and the other 2 focus on speed. I don't want to deal with them, so I'll pick him." "Okay." Xianxia nodded. The 2 of them spoke one after another and completely ignored the fire-titled cultivator, which made him very angry. Then, "You'll deal with the mountain ghost. Is that okay?" Xianxia looked at the embodiment and asked. The embodiment laughed and said, "That's exactly what I want." The mountain ghost lord's defense was perfect for a powerful but slow existence like the embodiment to deal with. "Let's do it." Xianxia spoke in a casual tone, as if he had already prepared a meal and placed it on the table. Then, he called out to his family, "Let's eat." Xianxia giggled and her tender body flickered as she jumped down from the embodiment's shoulder and gracefully walked towards the mountain ghost. Halfway there, a ribbon-shaped artifact suddenly appeared in her hand and twirled around her fingers, giving off a halo of light. "Little brother, come and play with me." Xianxia greeted the fire-titled cultivator enthusiastically. The fire-titled cultivator wore a grave expression and glanced at the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator after hearing this. The wind cultivator nodded slightly, and the fire-titled cultivator activated his power. His whole body was engulfed in flames, and it seemed as if his whole body was burning. He said in a stern voice, "I don't care whether you are an illusion or not. Since you dared to look for me, you should be prepared to die. I won't show you any mercy." "So fierce." Xianxia covered her red lips with her hand and wore a scared look. She said in a delicate voice, "Don't be so fierce. My heart is beating so fast." "Go to hell." The fire-titled cultivator remained unmoved. He swung the blood blade in his hand and the flames tumbled, turning into a ferocious roaring fire dragon that pounced toward Xianxia. Xianxia's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, "Are you serious? I'm a woman. I'll fight you to the death." As she spoke, source energy was also poured into the ribbons. They suddenly seemed to come to life and danced in the air, drawing a gorgeous pattern that enveloped the fire-titled cultivator. In an instant, the 2 of them clashed together. Their moves were ruthless, and the battle was intense. At the same time, the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator suddenly felt their bodies sink, as if they were being pressed down by an invisible mountain. Moreover, the space around them buzzed, and countless small pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. They moved around them like living creatures. The two of them looked at Xianxia in unison. Xianxia grinned. "It's best if you two don't move first. It won't be too late for me to make a move after my companions send your companions on their way." The wind cultivator's face darkened. "You want to take our lives with a trifling illusion technique? Don't you think that it's too childish and laughable? An illusion technique? Heh 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 heh." Xianxia chuckled. He looked like he deserved a beating. When the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator saw this, they wished they could rush forward and give him a good beating. Blood Dagger and the others weren't the only ones who thought this was an illusion, even Yi Jinghan felt the same way. She had been standing in the distance when she suddenly saw a huge stone golem and a young woman appear. She was stunned for a long while and kept rubbing her eyes, telling herself over and over again that this was an illusion, that this was just an illusion. But, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see any flaws in this illusion technique. It seemed like the giant stone golem and the young woman were real. Asterisk dong dong dong, asterisk the embodiment strode forward and walked toward the mountain ghost. Even though the mountain ghost kept telling himself that this was just an illusion technique, he still couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw the embodiment walking toward him. His face turned pale. The enormous body of the avatar gave off a tremendous amount of pressure. In just a few steps, the embodiment arrived in front of the mountain ghost. The mountain ghost was sitting cross-legged in the air in front of the embodiment's nose. His small figure and the embodiment's gigantic body created an intense visual conflict. Hee hee. The embodiment suddenly grinned and smiled at Hillghost. Cold sweat dripped down Hillghost's forehead like rain. He swallowed his saliva and shouted, "Wind Ghoul, I feel like something's not right. This doesn't seem to be an illusion." Wind Ghoul's face darkened, and he shouted, "Guard your mind. Don't let your vision be disturbed." Until now, he still felt that everything in front of him was an illusion because no one could make a stone man and a young woman appear out of thin air. Even the 10 great emperors couldn't do it. When Hillghost heard this, he took a deep breath and calmed down a little. Xianxia smiled strangely at Wind Ghoul and Thunder Ghoul and said, "Take a guess. How many hits can your brother Hillghost take?" Thunder Ghoul snorted, "Will you die if you don't act tough?" Not to mention that it was just an illusion, even if there was a real Emperor Realm Master here, the mountain ghost would still be able to persist for 10 breaths. Wind Ghoul also said, "Kid, don't underestimate us Blood Blade 4 ghosts." Xianxia laughed, "I'll turn you 4 ghosts into dead ghosts right away." After that, he shouted at the embodiment, "Did you hear that? They said that even if the Emperor Realm attacks, Brother Hillghost can still hold on for 10 breaths. 10 breaths. The embodiment smiled, but that smile instantly turned sinister. He hummed, 3 breaths is enough." After saying that, he suddenly punched at Hillghost. Maybe it was because they had used the joint attack technique, but Hillghost hadn't moved since he appeared. He had been sitting cross-legged in the air, not only in charge of defense and suppression. It seemed that the 4 people's power was also connected with him as the center. Therefore, even if he saw the embodiment's punch, he didn't have any intention of dodging. However, he stretched out his hand with a solemn expression, and Mt. Sumeru appeared again. However, this time, Mt. Sumeru was almost solid, and it shone brightly as if there was really a mountain in front of him. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The embodiment snorted and smashed his mountain-like fist down. Boom. There was a loud noise, and heaven and earth shook. The point of contact between the fist and Mount Meru suddenly rippled with layers of halos of power, turning into a vortex that spread out in all directions. The mountain ghost's grave expression instantly turned ghastly pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly withered. At the same time, Mount Meru, which stood between the avatar and the mountain ghost, shattered and turned into countless rays of light that shot out in all directions. What? Wind Demon's expression changed drastically. "That's impossible!" Thunder Devil exclaimed in shock. The two of them couldn't believe their eyes. The mountain ghost's innate defense had been shattered by the stone golem in a single exchange. After smashing MT Shumi and being heavily injured, the two of them asked themselves over and over again in their hearts, was this also an illusion? If this was an illusion, then it was too real. The mountain ghost was drenched in blood. The smell of blood in the air lingered around the noses of Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost, causing them to shudder. After the Dharmakeya's attack, however, he did not stop. Another punch was thrown. Boom. A deafening noise sounded for the second time. This time, the mountain ghost did not have MT Shumi to block it. Instead, he desperately changed his hand seals and displayed his divine technique to the extreme. The power of the earth element fluctuated wildly, and the law of earth lingered around him, turning into a protective barrier. Kacha. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Visible to the naked eye, within a radius of a few hundred feet around them, a transparent barrier appeared. A layer of transparent light screen, like an inverted bowl, vibrated out. However, at this moment, this light screen was like a broken mirror. Cracks appeared on it, and then it collapsed, turning into specks of fluorescent light that dissipated into the world. Xianxia felt his body lighten. He grinned at Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost and said, "It seems that the sealing power has been broken. Are you sure this is just an illusion?" Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost's faces were so gloomy that water could almost drip from them. Their hearts were in a mess. What they saw and heard made them feel conflicted. They really didn't dare to be sure whether this was an illusion or not. Puff. On the other side, the mountain ghost spat out another mouthful of blood. His already weakened aura became even more unbearable. His face was as pale as paper. He looked in the direction of Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost and said with difficulty, "Save me." The Dharmakeya grinned and threw a third punch. However, at this moment, the mountain ghost was powerless to defend. Seeing the mountain-like fist coming at him, he only felt cold all over and his hands and feet were numb. The fist hit the mountain ghost directly. In midair, the mountain ghost's body suddenly burst open, turning into a bloody mist that sprinkled down. His entire aura disappeared in an instant. Look, it's just 3 breaths. After the Dharmakeya finished his attack, he turned around and smiled at Xianxia. Xianxia gave him a thumbs up. Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost looked at each other, knowing that the situation was not good. At this moment, they could not care about the spatial cracks lingering around them. They suddenly urged their power, and the law of earth lingered around them. They broke through the seal of the power of space and fled in 2 directions. "Since you're here, don't think of leaving." Xianxia grinned meaningfully. His figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of Wind Ghost. His dragon hand turned into a claw and grabbed at him. Wind Ghost was shocked. He raised the blood saber in his hand and slashed at Xianxia with all his might. Wind whistled above the saber, as if it contained great power. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he grabbed the blood saber in his hand. In an instant, the ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. What kind of joke is this? Wind Ghost's eyes almost fell to the ground. He was shocked to find that his opponent had taken his blow with just his physical strength. Moreover, he was not injured at all. Wind Ghost's blood saber was a Dao Source-grade artifact. At this moment, even the Emperor Realm would not dare to take this attack head-on. However, his opponent had done it. Just as he was in a daze, Xianxia's other hand directly pressed against his chest. Violent source chi poured out and poured into Wind Ghost's body. With a cry, Wind Ghost flew out as if he had been struck by lightning. The light on his body instantly dimmed. Xianxia followed closely behind. His hands moved rapidly as he poked Wind Ghost a few times, directly suppressing his cultivation. Although Wind Ghost's face was ashen and shocked, he still glared at Xianxia coldly and shouted, "Kill me if you want. Your situation will be reported to Blood Dagger's headquarters. Next time, there will be more powerful people coming for you. If I kill all of you, who will leak my situation?" Xianxia sneered. Wind Ghost said, "Thunder Ghost's escape technique is unparalleled. You won't be able to catch him. Are you still dreaming?" Xianxia smiled sarcastically. Wind Ghost. At this moment, a dejected call came from not far away. Wind Ghost was stunned when he heard this and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw Thunder Ghost standing in midair with his head hung low. His body was surrounded by pitch-black moon blades, which were humming and ready to attack. Wind Ghost did not dare to make the slightest move. How did you? Wind Ghost looked at Thunder Ghost in disbelief. He did not expect the other party to not escape. We lost. Thunder Ghost sighed. He looked at Xianxia with a complicated gaze and said, we underestimated this person. We are not his opponent. So that's how it is. Wind Ghost smiled miserably. I'll take my leave first. Thunder Ghost suddenly said in a deep voice. Immediately, he formed a seal with his hands. The source chi in his body suddenly became chaotic and his body expanded. Xianxia's face changed drastically and he shouted, you dare. Thunder Ghost sneered, this king is not your opponent, but I still have the right to choose how to die. As soon as he finished speaking, his body exploded. Not even his bones were left behind. Thunder Ghost chose to self-detonate after being trapped. His determination and decisiveness were beyond anyone's expectations. Xianxia could not stop him in time. The self-detonation of a third-order Dao Source Realm powerhouse was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. A black hole appeared in the void from the explosion. The space became unstable and turbulent air currents flowed in all directions. Even though Xianxia was not close to it, he was still shaken by the aftershocks. Wind Ghost, whose cultivation had been crippled, let out a muffled groan. All the bones in his body were shattered and he died with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Yi Jinghan was also sent flying by the aftershocks of the self-detonation. She kept urging her source chi to resist the aftershocks. Her face was pale. After a while, the aftershocks gradually subsided. Xianxia arrived in front of Wind Ghost in a flash. He found that Wind Ghost was no longer breathing. He was dead. Damn it. Xianxia couldn't help but curse. He raised his head and looked at Hua Qingxi. He shouted, Sister Hua, leave him alive. Xianxia had no idea what kind of organization Blood Dagger was or why they had come to look for him. If he could capture 1 or 2 of them alive and interrogate them, he might be able to get some information. Xianxia had not killed Wind Ghost directly, but had instead crippled his cultivation. He had not expected that he would be killed by the aftershocks of Wind Ghost or Thunder Ghost's self-detonation. Mountain Ghost had already been killed by the embodiment, and only Fire Ghost was left alive. Xianxia naturally didn't want Fire Ghost to die. However, when he shouted out those words, he was stunned on the spot. Hua Qingxi, who was surrounded by ribbons, turned her head and looked at him with a bitter smile. She said, I'm afraid that this will be quite difficult. Not far in front of her, Fire Ghost laughed miserably. His blood dagger had already been stabbed into his heart, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. Although he looked pained, he still laughed wildly. Once the blood dagger attacks, it won't stop until it's dead. Ha 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 ha. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he had committed suicide. He probably saw that the other 3 people had already died and felt that there was no hope for him to escape. So, he directly stabbed his blood dagger into his heart. With such a fatal injury, even the Emperor Realm wouldn't be able to live for long, let alone Fire Ghost, who was only in the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. If he was left alone, it would only take a short while for him to die. Xianxia's face was ashen. After several changes of expression, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Do you want to die without my permission? Dream on. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Fire Ghost. He patted him with one hand and sealed his power, so that he would not choose to self-detonate like Thunder Ghost. If that happened, there would be no way to save him. You. What are you doing? Although Fire Ghost had already heard the call of death, he couldn't help but be startled when he saw Xianxia's ferocious appearance. Xianxia sneered. What am I doing? Of course, I'm saving you. You don't need to thank me. End of chapter 2291. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.